I'm ready. Good morning. Look, I've got balloons. It is actually today, unbelievably, my 3-year anniversary of being on Sewing Street. So this time 3 years ago, I actually started presenting. Can't believe that. I can't believe I've actually been on Sewing Street longer than Stuart and John. I mean, John's obviously been presenting a lot longer on Sewing Quarter and other places. But anyway, that's why I have balloons, in case you wondered. Before we get started, yes, so we have got a little prize today in celebration. We haven't got a badge or any of that nonsense, or free P&P or any of that nonsense. We've got a prize. A prize. Shop to win. So what we've got is one prize every hour. So if you shop between 8 and 9, you will be in the prize draw. And also then if you shop between 9 and 10, you'll be in the prize draw. So everyone who shops in every hour, because we've got 5 prizes, and the winners will be announced tomorrow. So look at this little crate. How cute is that? This is, now there will be a selection. All the prizes won't be the same, but this is the sort of thing you'll get. So let's have a look. We've got, look, Tilda Fat Quarters. What else have we got? Oh, mini charm pack. Marking pen with pencils. Oh, Fat Quarter bundle, beautiful Bowen safety pins, a reel of thread, pins, oh nice crafters pins, needles and more thread. So this is the sort of thing that you will get. They won't be all exactly the same. So if you shop, if you put something in your basket, you have to check out though. You can't just have it in your basket. If you shop and check out between 8 and 9, you'll be put in the prize draw. And then we start all over again. So there will be 5 winners. This is in celebration of me being here for 3 years, which I think is quite an achievement, really. Amazing. But, so anyway, if you've got any questions about that, message in. But basically, if you shop and check out in every hour, you will be put in the prize draw, and you will be put in it every hour that you check out. Very exciting. But we've got a special early bird. We got so much in this hour, because they said to me, can you choose some of your favourite things? Wasn't absolutely sure where to stop, but they made me stop. So let's do early bird. This is a fantastic early bird special. Look at this. So there are 4 items. Can't even count. 1, 2, 3, 4 items in this bundle of the Rebecca Reids Wildflowers storage bundle. So you get this massive bag. Look at this. So this is gorgeous, isn't it? So you can use this to keep your fabric in out of sight so no one can see it. You can use it to carry your sewing machine in it. You could use it to put quilts in. You could have it under the bed to put your winter summer clothes in. You could use it for laundry. Be a brilliant thing to fold up and put in your suitcase to take on holiday. Then you could have it to put laundry on while you're away, or carry things down to the beach, or whatever. It has 2 handles. It's like waterproof with beautiful, it's massive, isn't it? That's just one item. Then we have a gorgeous storage canister to fill with biscuits, preferably fig rolls. That's what I'd put in it anyway. Tea bags. You could have that in work on your desk and your secret biscuits. And 2 little tins, which are perfect. I mean, you could use these on your desk and put pencils and drawing pins in, or you could use it in your sewing room and fill it with pins and buttons and cords and all sorts. You could also put plants in. What's Ben doing? Biscuits! Is that my secret biscuit stash?
Yeah,
I can eat those during the show. They'd make lovely little pots to put succulents in. That's what Ben's going to do with his. Because John bought him some succulents to put in his tins. And he bought him one of those tins to go with it. So he's got one of these at home. So that whole bundle, fantastic normal price at $16.97, but it is my anniversary. Da 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 da. $12.97. That's a good deal, isn't it? $12.97 for this beautiful bag, waterproof, massive bag, storage container with biscuits. Yours probably won't come with biscuits because I'll have eaten those. Unless you get this one. No, I'll have eaten these. And then 2 tins as well. £12.97 for the Wildflowers storage bundle. Gorgeous. It's beautiful print, isn't it? It's, what does it say on it? Oh, it's got all the botanical names. Ranunculus ficaria, Digitalis purpurea, Ulex europaeus, papaverois, Heracea miraculum. Can't really pronounce them all. Anyway, they're all wildflowers, but it's a beautifully made bag, all bound as well. Do you know what? It's worth it for the zip. That's a nice zip as well, isn't it? Yeah, you could cut the zip out of it. It's very nice, isn't it? Nice teal zip. That is a fantastic price. Do check out on that, because remember, everyone who checks out in this hour goes into the special prize draw. And you've done your P&P. Once you've checked out, that's your P&P covered for the day, because remember, it is only one P&P per day. Doesn't matter how many times you check out, but if you do check out, you go into the prize draw, more importantly. Right, shall we have a look at what's coming up on today's show? We have got the fantastic Adam Brooks in today. Now, at 9 o'clock, he will be demonstrating the brand new Sussex Seamstress Southwater dress, which you may have noticed I am wearing. This beautiful dress. Adam brought it in this morning. I said, give it here. I need to try this on. It's lovely, isn't it? Do you want to have a hot cut full look? Can we do a full look? Because I have put my nice sandals on. I did have my trainers on earlier. So do you want to have a look at the full look? So you can see it's a gorgeous dress. There's no zips. There's no fastenings. It's all... Oh, am I not there yet? It's all beginner friendly. It's a lovely shift dress. You can make it full length. My Doc Martens sandals. Shall I give you a little twirl? So you can make it as a long dress like this. You can make it shorter as a tunic. You could even make it as a little blouse. It's got little short sleeves. We've got the patterns today, and we have got bundles of fabric, including this fabric itself. So this is a gorgeous viscose cotton, but it's so nice to wear, isn't it? I like that. And quite often when I wear things, people message in and say, have you got the pattern? Well, yes, today I have. I like this. It's got that vintage vibe. Ben said I look like something out The Sound of Music, which I took as a compliment, because it's got that kind of like vintagey curtain vibe. Isn't it gorgeous? Anyway, this is beginner make. Adam is going to be demonstrating it at 9. It's easy peasy. If this is your first go into dressmaking, you just want to make a really simple shift dress with lovely little sleeves, this is the pattern for you. If you're an experienced dressmaker, you'll find this easy peasy, but this is definitely a pattern that I'll be buying. That's at 9. 10 o'clock, I'm going to do a whole Amber Makes kit selection hour, because we have got lots of kits that have been out of print for a while that we've managed to bring back, loads of them. But let me just warn you with this, that I did this sewing block of the month. Here is the quilt. Last week in teal, this one's teal, the other one is purple. And we sold out all of the kits for it. So we've got the kits back in stock today, but what we've also got that we haven't had before, in the kit you get the panel, which has all 12 illustrated blocks on, and you get the finishing panel, but we've also got the blocks on their own as panels. So it's a big panel with all 12 blocks, so if you want to use it for other things like bags or things for the sewing room or whatever. But those are already selling really fast, because we tried to get them printed for the show that I did last week and we couldn't get them, but we've got those back today, including the 2 kits. So that's just a warning for you. If you want, they are all on pre-order and they are selling really fast. And we've got lots of the other Amber Makes kits that we haven't had for a while. But if you have a look on the pre-order, we'll go through that in a minute, then you can see what we've got. At 11 o'clock, Adam is back with the Great Scott shirt. So do you remember that Adam designed a beautiful shirt for John Scott? He's bringing that back today, and we've got some gorgeous fabrics, and we persuaded Adam to model it. He looks lovely in his floral number. So he's going to be demonstrating that at 11 o'clock. It's a beautiful shirt, and the fabrics we've got are gorgeous. He's also going to be demonstrating the Juki machine, because there's nothing better than when you've got having to think about buying a machine, not really sure, to actually get someone who owns it and uses it to show you how to do it. So he's going to be demonstrating that alongside the shirt as well. So if you've been thinking about buying yourself a new Juki machine and you've got any questions, just message in, because Adam is the expert. Then, 12 o'clock, it's Monday, it's Yarn Lane, and I am so excited for this. Winwick mum, Christine, who is Winwick mum, will be in with us at 12 o'clock. I love Christine. She is the absolute queen of socks. She started me on the sock making journey, and I've made so many pairs now. She is brilliant at it, the absolute expert. Now, she has been working with West Yorkshire Spinners. Every year they bring out a brand new sock yarn, a Christmas themed one, and Christine designs a pair of socks to go with it. And this year it's the Nutcracker yarn. It is gorgeous, and we've got that today, and every ball of yarn you buy comes with a free sock pattern. So she's going to be in at 12 o'clock showing us how to do that, but we've also got her Christmas sock patterns as well as all of the other Christmas yarns, because they bring out a new sock yarn every Christmas, and we've got all of those, and we've got all of the Nutcracker, and Christine's going to be demonstrating the socks. So if you have any questions about socks, if you've struggled making them, if you get a bit confused about the Kitchener stitch or you're not sure about turning the heel, do message her in, but she'll be with me at 12. So I'm really excited because I love Christine. I haven't seen her for ages. Anyway, that's the day. So if you want to shop with us, the two ways to do it. One is on the phone, UK call centre just upstairs, really helpful if you've got any questions or you've got confused with your order, if you don't know a code. There's the number in the bottom of the screen, 0800 001 4433. And you can phone that number. The easiest way to do it, only because you can see pictures, love a picture, is to go onto the website, sewingstreet.com, and click on Watch Live. If you scroll down from there, you will see two columns coming up on today's show, and what's the other one called? Today's Show Deals. So everything that's coming up on today's show that I haven't spoken about yet is here. So this is where you can get clever and shop ahead. So here's all my favourite things. I've got tools, I've got brand new linens, I've got extra wide fabric because you know I love those. Velvets because I love them. My favourite scissors. My two favourite dress patterns that I wear and make all the time. I found those, so I've got them. Got my sewing machine, because that's my favourite. Philip Jacobs, love Philip Jacobs fabrics. There's my two patterns. I love those mugs, so I pop those in. Random Rebecca favourite things this hour is. Poppy cotton, because I love that patchwork print. All of it. Love that blue one. That was one of my particular favourites because I love blue and white. Bit of Cave, because you know how much I love Cave. All the velvet, so it's a big hour. You really are going to have to get ahead with that. Even the Sewline glue pen, because I love them. Friction pens, couldn't live without them. It's never-ending hour. There's a lot of stuff in that hour. They shouldn't have asked me to do my favourite things. Now look, this is Adam Brooks' hour. Can you see that yellow fabric? Go up a bit, Ben. Stop. Stop. That fabric, that's the one that's in the dress that I'm wearing. Now that is enough to make the whole dress for 3.5 metres there. We've got, that's a viscose cotton blend. We've also got cotton lawns because it looks beautiful in that. And Adam's going to be demonstrating with the cotton lawn. They're gorgeous as well. I like that one because it's got blackberries in it. There's the instructions there. You see the orange dress? That's the instructions. Look at the size range, 6 to 30. Massive, massive range. Then we're into the Amber Makes House. So this is if you want to get ahead with some of the kits. Some of them we've managed to get reprinted. Some of them are very low in stock. The sewing block of the month, the kits and the panel on its own are all in this hour. Should be the Christmas Village as well at some point. So if you missed the Christmas Village, we managed to get some of those printed. It's in all sorts of weird order. The mug bags, the Christmas mug bags are back. We've also got some of the matching fatter quarter bundles, the storage baskets, the Christmas storage baskets we haven't done for ages, poinsettias. There's the purple sewing quilt kit, the teal one. And I think at the bottom will be the panel on its own. It comes out in a very funny order, doesn't it? There's the Christmas Village church. Anyway, look, there's my sewing machine. There's the Dukey sewing machine. Then this is the Great Scotch shirt pattern. Oh, and the compensating foot. Adam's going to explain that to us. That Rose and Hubble pink and yellow roses, that's the one that Adam will be wearing. That's the fabric for it. Look at that, $16.99. That's all the fabric you need for the shirt. And then here is all the yarn. Now look, there's the Nutcracker. Stop. On the left. The Nutcracker, that's the brand new West Yorkshire Spinners yarn that comes with the free pattern. So for $8.95, beautiful, that's enough yarn to knit the whole pair of socks, and you get the pattern. We've also put in there all the needles you need, because you, depending on whether you want to do double pointed or whether you want to do small circular or long circular, we've got all of the options in there. We've got the sock pattern books, all there. Everything you need to be an absolute sock expert. So there we go. There's the day. Da, da, da. It's going to be a great day, isn't it? Right. I'm going to start with some of my favourite things. So there are two patterns that I make and wear all the time. So can we start with the scoop pinafore, Ben? Right, the Scoop Pinafore. Should have worn that today, but I'm wearing this instead. This is by So Different. I absolutely love this pattern, and I've made it loads of times. It's really flattering because it has these side bits. Easy to make and beautiful to wear. Highly recommend that. That's my one of my favourite patterns, 2 favourite patterns. Although I think this might be added to it now. And this one, the Kate dress. Now, I was wearing this as I made a batik dress, and I made it as half square triangles on, what day was in last week? Tuesday. And that is the Sew Me Something Kate dress that I make all the time. It's a fab pattern. Only one of this one left now. You've obviously been shopping ahead. So those are my 2 favourite patterns. I should add this one to it. My favourite scissors in the whole world. The Fiskars Classic. I have at least 3 pairs of these. I use them for snipping my yarn for when I'm crochet knitting. I have a pair by the sewing machine. I use them for snipping like little for magnetic clasps and buttons. They are just brilliant. They're super, super sharp. Oh, and Charlie, who's now living in John Scott's house. Charlie Scott, he's house sitting for John while he's on holiday. Says John's got all Fiskars in his house. We are going to be revealing all the John Scott house secrets, I reckon. We have discussed whether or not, while John's on holiday, because he won't be watching, we could do John Scott house tours. Don't you reckon? We could sell tickets, and Charlie could show you around the house, meet the cats. Be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, Ben's offered to do a tour of the village, and we don't think John will ever notice. Ever notice. I think it's a really good idea if you're up, That'll do for the scissors. This is my favourite. Really, no, we're not really going to, John, if you want, we're not really going to do that. But it would be funny. Yeah, but this is Charlie's mobile number if you want to know. This is my favourite Creative Grids ruler. It's very simple. It's just a 6.5-inch square, but it's brilliant because it's non-slip. I use it for trimming my half square triangles to size. I use them for cutting small pieces. It's brilliant just for drawing lines on things. I only have 2 rulers. I know I should have more, and this is one of them. Love this one. Just $14.99, but it is an absolutely go-to, need-to-have ruler. Right, the Sewline glue pen, Hemline. Sewline glue pen, absolutely brilliant. Comes with a free refill as well. Brilliant for sticking zips into place. Yeah, these are a few of my favourite things in my Sound of Music outfit, as Ben says. So these are brilliant. Even if you're sewing on a button, you can stick it on with this. You can sew through it with a sewing machine needle, with a normal needle. It won't gum up anything, and it washes out. So if you want to put zips in and you don't want to tack, this is the easy way to not have to ever tack again. It's brilliant. I love that. This is another thing I could not do without is my friction pens, because you can mark fabric wherever you want. I mean, obviously test it first, but on cotton fabric always comes out. Well, I do test it. I've never had a problem with it not coming out. And then when you finish, you've done all your markings, press it and it disappears, absolutely disappears. So you can put all your markings on. You can mark seam allowances. You can draw, when you're doing half square triangles with it, you can mark turning gaps and everything, and they press off. They are so useful. It's worth having a pack of 4. I like to have different colours because you can then mark different things and they show up well on different fabrics, but absolutely invaluable. These are game changery. Right, and then I have 2 mugs because I love a decoration. And if I'm going to have a mug, I want a sewing mug. So, purple. This goes with the purple quilt, doesn't it? Look at that. So you can use it for a cup of tea, or I have one of these in my sewing room and I put all of my marking pens in it. How lovely is that? Comes in a box, which makes it good for gifting. Just $9.99. Brilliant gift for yourself or for somebody else. Start stocking up on your Christmas gifts now. So that's the purple one. And then we have the blue one, which is more teal, I'd say. Orange? Oh, sorry, do you know, I'm looking at the box, not even actually look. Oh, no, this one's different because it's got a tape measure. Look at that one. Look at the handle. It's a tape measure. It's gorgeous. Look, and you've got like the rolled up tape measure detail there, and then all the little notions and haberdashery all around it. Isn't that lovely? Just £9.99. It'd be actually quite nice to have both of them, wouldn't it? Look at that. And so you could have them on your craft table to fill with items, or if you're going on workshops, take your own mug with you. That'll impress everybody else. So they go, look at my mug. And at 10 o'clock, we've got some mug bags. You could make a mug bag for it to go in as well to take on your workshops. There we go. Anyway, those are a few of my favourite things. But I've left my most favourite thing. So when Kat was working on Sewing Street, before she left for Hobbycraft Maker, I can never get that right, the paper channel, this was mine and Kat's favourite item because I love the sound of it. It is the meter stick. It is only £4.99. It's just gorgeous because it's just really retro, isn't it? It's wooden. And it's got centimetres and inches on it, but it's got holes at either end. It's got that metal bit, so you can hang it up, but also it makes a beautiful quilt hanger. So if you've got a wall hanging or a quilt, you could put tabs across the top and then thread it in there, and then you can nail it up. But it's a lovely lovely decoration that you could have in your house. It's only £4.99, so I love it, and it makes the best sound. It's just really nice, isn't it? Love it. And it comes in its own plastic sleeve. And the great thing is this is so long. If you had to post this, it would cost a fortune. I tried to post something the other day, and the limit on Royal Mail is 61 centimetres long. Yeah, and what I was posting was 64. So I couldn't even post it with them. Yeah, that'd be quite funny. You could imagine putting that through someone's letterbox. It would just like keep going. But we only charge £3.95 for postage, even if you buy an incredibly long ruler. But it is lovely. I have one hanging up in my sewing room, which I do actually use. It's really good for drawing really long straight lines, obviously. But it just looks nice, doesn't it? But you could use it to hang up a Roman blind even. It's lovely. Right, let's do fabric now, because we've done all my favourite things. We're going to do favourite fabric. Now, this is hot off the van. Honestly, it's just been delivered. Philip Jacobs fabric bundle. Now, we only have the bundle. We don't have it available individually, and it is limited. In the bundle, you get 6 metres, so 12 half metres, but one of them is free. So you are saving £7.99. Now, and it's amazing that we've managed to save this. Now, if you know and love Kay Fassett, he has the Kay Fassett Collective, which is a range of fabrics he brings out every year, well, twice a year. And he designs, and Brandon designs, and Philip Jacobs designs with it as well. And his are always the beautiful big floral fabrics. But Philip very occasionally brings out his own fabrics, and this is one of those times. So you will notice his style. There's one of them. So all of these are in the bundle. They are not available on their own. The only way you can get his bundle, his fabrics, is to buy the whole bundle. And there are 12 of them. I'm going to show you them all flat so you can see them. Look, that's like a shirt, isn't it? Shirt fabric with leaves. There's another one. Go on, give me the info then, Ben. Beautiful. Temple Garden, the latest collection from Snowy Leopard Designs, Philip Jacobs, was inspired by the magic and beauty of changing seasons. Prints of scattered blossoms, dangling panicles of wisteria, and exotic birds with brightly coloured plumage fly amongst the huge peony blooms. Designs of delicately patterned maple leaves turn to multicoloured hues and drift into the stream as it tumbles down the mountainside, feeding into the temple pond where the brightly coloured fish play among the water lilies and floating leaves. These vibrant fabrics will inspire quilting, craft projects and happiness. That's nice, isn't it? That inspires happiness, doesn't it? These are gorgeous. Now, these are quilting weight cottons. They are beautiful. They are free spirit, so they're designer quality fabric, and they're all 44-inch, 112 centimetres width. And these, oh look, this is the fishy one. Look at the fish one. Did it say what the fish were? They look like goldfish. Are they carp? Trout. Smoked salmon. Maybe not. Maybe they're carp. They're lovely, aren't they? I love the vibrant blue of this. So if you love bright fabrics, if you love things like Tula and Cave, you will love Philip Jacobs. I mean, this really does, you've seen these massive blooms before, haven't you? Gorgeous. I mean, these are stunning. £87.89 and you save £7.99, so you get the whole range. Now you'll get half a metre of every fabric from this range so that you know all the colours and the tones will all go together. So the blue of these gorgeous chrysanthemums is really picked up in the blue. Look at that one together with the blue stripe and the maple leaves. I mean, they all hang together. So if you wanted to make one item with them, like one quilt, one patchwork jacket, they'd be great. Or just use them. You could use them just for individual items. I mean, they are joyful, aren't they? I can see what he means about the happiness. I love this. Oh, look, here's the wisteria one. Oh, I love wisteria. Never managed to grow it, but isn't that beautiful? You can see all the hanging lines of it. Absolutely stunning. This is the most beautiful fabric collection. Then we've got water lilies. See, I love the vibrancy of the green. It's a really lovely apple green, isn't it? But you can see it's picked up this green shade in all of them. This one is lovely. Look at the deep red background. It's all bright and cheerful. I mean, that description I read out for you is perfectly accurate, isn't it? And then the final one is, it doesn't have a plain, obviously. This is about as plain as it gets. But can you see there's butterflies in here? That's the blue. So all of these fabrics, just £87.89, the whole bundle. So you are getting one of every fabric from the collection. So that's 12 in total, but you're saving £7.99. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. There we go. I'll leave that with you. If you have a look on the website and you want, there are individual pictures of these. If you want to have another look at them, they're all on there. So if you want to see them again, all on there. There we go. Right. We've also got some brand new linen fabrics today. Now, these are all available by the half metre, all of them. Let me show you one of them to start with, but we've got them to start with, available as a bundle, and you save £5. There are 12 half metres here in total. Now, they're all £5.99 by the half metre, which is amazing, isn't it? Look at these. So what's the fabric composition? Oh, I feel that's a bit wider than normal. Might just check that with my metre stick. One moment. Oh, this is what they're doing. I feel like I'm in a fabric shop now. Oh, 145 that is. Yes. Right. 97% cotton, 30%, 3, that doesn't add up, 3%, 87% cotton, 13% polyester, and they're all recycled. So they have that linen look to them. Because if you have a look at them, the warp is in one colour. So on this one, this is the burgundy one. The warp is in the burgundy, or it might be the wrong way around, and the weft is in the linen colour, all the other way around. But it does give, what it gives you is that there isn't a right and a wrong side, but it gives you that mould effect, which you get, denim is woven in the same way as this, but having the warp and the weft in different colours, as you can see on the selvage, it gives you that lovely, gentle mottle effect. They're 140 centimetres wide, absolutely gorgeous, half a metre each. You can use them for patchwork quilting, homewares, cushions. You can use them, they're slightly heavier weight than your normal quilting cotton, but as long as you don't mix them with others, they are gorgeous. Imagine cushions of this. So these are all the colours that you will get in the bundle. You've got burgundy, you've got a charcoal grey, you've got pale blue, pale pink, a lovely soft sage green, ecru, apple green, like a denim-y blue, red, grey, darker orangey, like a terracotta, and lemon. So all of those, aren't they gorgeous? 60, just 66, 88, 6 metres in total, because you are getting 12 half metres of fabric in this bundle, and you are saving £5. I mean, they are beautiful, aren't they? If you were making, maybe you wanted to make linen look napkins, or tea towels, aprons, they'd be brilliant for that. Maybe you know someone's got a special anniversary, Christmas or wedding, and you want to make them a set of napkins. You could embroider their name on, or the name of their house. Just simply hem them. Gorgeous. Right, let's go through them by the half metre. We do have patterned ones as well, but they will be coming up in a bit. So shall I give you the code? Right, WQC402. I'll show you. So if you love the plains and you love the fabric, we have got some pattern ones which I'll show you in a minute. You can't find that one. WQC402. No. Got it. That's called aubergine. I said it was burgundy. Yeah, I guess it is aubergine. £5.99 for half a metre. Now, with this, if you buy them individually, if you want more than a half a metre, it will be cut to order. So if you want to make an apron, or you want to make something a bit longer, it will be cut off the bolt and you will be sent it as one whole cut piece. So that is the plain aubergine. Next one, MSC 437. Plain grey. So this is a kind of a slaty charcoal grey. £5.99 for half a metre. It'd be beautiful napkins, table mats. It is soft. It's slightly, only very slightly heavier weight than a quilting weight cotton, but it is very soft. It'd be lovely for dressmaking, but also, I mean, I'm thinking table linens, because it has that real sort of natural home Scandi vibe that's very popular. Lovely for cushions or just cushion backs. But you could wear that comfortably. It is lovely. Then next one we have the pale blue, which is HKC 430. That's so pretty, isn't it? That's called Plain Sky. The images on the web aren't brilliant, apparently. That's such a soft colour, isn't it? Yeah, look, that isn't a very good, yeah, that's not a great tone to capture, that one. But plain Sky, it is very soft and gentle. Oh, I like these. Are lovely, and they're such a good price, aren't they? And they're recycled, which is great, isn't it? Because we're all into, you know, reuse, reduce, recycle. But if you know, all of the fabrics that people aren't using and they all get recycled, this is what they get made into. Right, next one is RYC 410. That one is called Pastel Pink. Doesn't that go beautifully with the sky blue if you wanted two together? Well, it does look really lovely if you are making something like a table runner and you put a bordered edge on it. So you could put like an inch border with that. Would look lovely, wouldn't it? Beautiful. It's always hard, you know, when you want to make somebody a gift, you're not sure. A set of 6 napkins with their name on, or the name of their house, looks lovely, or just initials. I've done that once, it was lovely. HCC 405. Actually, the friends I made it for, these set of napkins, they've now got divorced. I've often wondered who got the napkins. Doesn't matter about the rest of the finances in the house, but I want to know who got the napkins I made them. Because it's a shame when that happens, isn't it? When you've made them something, you think, I wonder who got them. That one is called Plain Duck Egg, which is, I guess, it's a very pale, I thought it was sage, that's the sort of colour it looks like, but it's called Plain Duck Egg. The next one is WIC 456, which looks like just a neutral colour. What have they called it? I'd go cream, off-white, there we go. just a neutral one. That's lovely. Now, if you've bought any of the others, it's a really nice plain fabric that will go with all of them. So remember I said about the warp and the weft being different colours. With this one, they're the same colour, but it is the colour that you get in the one way. And I can never remember which is horizontal, which is vertical, but this is the other colour. So it will go with all of them. Then we have GWC 461. Got it? Mint. Mint. That's lovely, isn't it? Now that's the mint. Just show you, that's the duck egg. So that's what they look like, the two greens. Next, FDC 401. This is like a navy. But it's lovely because it's got that ivory that runs the other way. It just, oh, it's called navy as well. It gives it that denim-y look. That's nice. I am thinking dressmaking with that, wouldn't that? That actually would be really nice in this dress, I think. Yeah, and that pinafore on my Kate dress. Could you make wide leg trousers? Yes, why not? Honestly, because they're not, it's quite a nice drape. And because you've got that little bit of polyester in it as well, it will have a nice drape to it. But yeah, look at the drape. I mean, it's not like your viscosy flowy, but it's not thick. Oh, I think that's gorgeous. And I think, particularly if you're using it for dressmaking, because it's 140 centimetres wide, that is a very good price. Right, next, I think this is red, LSC 475. Crimson. So we see when you look at the selvage, you can see how bright the colour is, but because it's woven with the ivory, you get that lovely mottled effect. If you were using it for two-tone, how nice are they together? Gorgeous. So that's the crimson. YXC 416. Silver. Yeah, so this is a very... And remember, all of these that I'm showing you, you get in the mega bundle, all of them. But if you obviously, I'm showing you them now so that you can see them by the half metre, but all of them. Now, just to let you know, there are only 8 of the mega bundle left. Not many. So you do need to get those checked out if you want one of these, which I'm sure you will. EJC 495. What colour is this? Terracotta? Orange. Yeah, no, I'd say it's more of a, see if you look at the selvage colour, you can see it's more of a rusty terracotta colour. Beautiful. GCC 497 is the next one. Yeah. And that's the last one is lemon. There we go. Lovely. That very goes with my dress. Beautifully. There we go. It was nice to end on that one, wasn't it? So those are all the fabrics. They are available by the half metre or in the bundle. And the mega bundle price, £66.88. You saving £5 by buying all 12. There's a picture of all of them together on the web so you can see what they look like. It also helps then if you want to choose any in particular to buy by the half metre. Don't forget that everybody who shops today will be entered into the special prize draw, which contains, this is an example of what it contains, fabrics and threads and haberdashery and things. There will be a brand new winner drawn every hour. You need to put something in your basket and check out in order to be entered into the prize draw. Now, these beautiful linen fabrics we also have available printed as well, again in these soft, gentle, Scandi colours. So let's go through them one by one. This one is CEC 445. Now, these aren't in the bundle because we thought you might like to just pick these separately. So the same fabric, as you can see, where the warp and the weft is woven in different colours with trees on. So this is called, it's in the sky blue, this is Sweet Mulberry with trees. So remember, I'll hold it up so you can see, 140 centimetres wide, or was it 145? Look at that. Gorgeous. So actually that would be lovely for a dress, wouldn't it? And at £5.99 for half a metre, that is very, very affordable. Morning, great fabrics. I'm interested in knowing if you made your dress. Looks lovely from Lynn. Well, Lynn, yes, I did. No, I didn't. That's such a lie. God, as in it is a made dress. Adam made it. In the next hour, 9 o'clock, he's going to demonstrate it. It's a brand new pattern from Sussex Seamstress. We are selling the pattern, but we are also selling this fabric as well. So when he brought it in this morning, I said, oh, please let me try that on. So if you want the pattern and the fabric, you can shop ahead, and Adam will be demonstrating the next hour. Right, ECC 449. Right, ECC 449. Trees in grey. XCC 406. Trees in natural, so that's like a natural linen colour. I like that one. XDC 492. Oh, I do like that natural linen one. Trees in silver. Then there's another pattern, another print, NIC 467. So this print is all leaves. But again, these go beautifully if you've bought the bundle or if you've bought any of the half meters. This is Mini Meadow in sky blue. AOC 435, it's gorgeous, isn't it? You've got these beautiful leafy prints. AOC 435 is Mini Meadow in grey. Then we've got WCC 486, which is Mini Meadow in natural. And then the final one, FRC, I'm rushing through these because I've got quite a few more fabrics to get through. FRC 459 is Mini Meadow in silver. So anyway, if you want to see any of those again, have a look on the website, they're all there. Right, let me show you this fabric bundle. This is one I chose specially because I absolutely love blue and white fabric. And we have only a few left of these, so I thought I'd pop them in. So you get half a metre of all of these fabrics. Daisy's Blue Work Collection. It's a mega bundle, £59.90. So you're getting 10 fabrics, half a metre of each, but you are saving £6. Oh, are we going for a lower price? Oh, okay. So it was £59.90, but for this, yeah, for the saving of saving your £6, it's £53.90. So in the bundle, these are quilting weight cottons. They are beautiful. So we've got a navy and white spot. We've got like a blue rickrack print, a blue leafy print with flowers, a small blue print, a small leafy print. Then you've got this gorgeous navy print with white. We've got a check in mid blue and a check in lighter blue. Then we've got a white with the print, which is the same as that navy one. Then a gorgeous, I love the spot, it's that real beautiful mid blue. So if you love blue and white and you're thinking of making a whole quilt, or you want blue and white fabrics to do something with, these are perfect because there's the finer one. Look at the tones in them. You've got a lot of the prints repeated, so you've got the spots. You've got the florals repeated. You've got this little print here. These two are the same. So that is a beautiful palette. Now, they're also really easy if you want to mix them with any... if you've got plain fabrics from your own stash, so you want to make it go further, you can mix it with white or ivory or any of the shades of blue. Just for £53.90, save £6 with Daisy's Blue Work Collection. So you get 10 half meters. We are on single figures and we won't get any back. That's it. I managed to just find a few because they are my favorite. I love blue and white. Isn't that gorgeous? Right, which one should we do next? Extra wides, yes, love an extra wide. Any preference, or can I choose? Are these are all extra. Let's do. I love this one. I think it's not called onion rings, is it? Patchwork rings. I'm sure it's it can't be called onion rings. It is patchwork rings. I think this makes a gorgeous backing for a quilt, because if you look at all of the fabrics, they are all fabric patchwork prints with interlocking, overlapping rings. Now, this fabric is 274 centimetres wide, which is 108 inches. So it's over 2.5 times normal fabric width. It's quilting weight cotton. So it's great for backing quilts, because obviously you don't need to join it. And when you look at the price at £13.99 half a metre, that's way less expensive than 2.5 times normal fabric width. It's great for tablecloths, bed linen, dressmaking. It's really, really affordable way of buying cotton, beautiful cotton quilting weight fabric. And you don't have to join it. And when you're doing dressmaking in particular, it's fab. But lovely for the back of a quilt, back of a cushion. I think that'd be lovely for dressmaking, because can you see it's got all the fabric prints in it. I think that's gorgeous. That's one of them. Really like that one. And it's not called onion rings. I thought, they're so mean to me. These boys. And they go, onion rings. I'm going to lay this one on the table again. These are the same. This is the same width again. This isn't called. I'm not even going to repeat it. It says gobstoppers. It's confetti soiree. Although actually, I have to say gobstoppers is a much funnier name. Confetti soiree, aka gobstoppers. This is lovely, isn't it? It's like the perfect balanced meal: onion rings and gobstoppers. So the background of this is a deep charcoal, and then all of the circles are printed in really vibrant fabrics. It's beautiful, isn't it? Again, brilliant for back of a quilt, but because it's so wide, duvet covers, sheets, pillowcases, really, really inexpensive. Also, when you buy the extra wide fabric, if you make to sell or you make for charity, you can get a lot out of here. So if you wanted to just make simple drawstring bags for your stall, this is ideal, isn't it? So that's your confetti soiree, £12.99 for half a metre. Is this one extra? Are these all extra wide? Oh, okay. I haven't seen this one. Wow. This is gorgeous. It's not lettuce. Peony. So this is a cave. This is so soft. I mean, look at it. I'll just put it across the table. Wouldn't this make the most beautiful tablecloth? I tell you what though, if you did make duvet covers in this, I cannot tell you how soft this is. I mean, it's 100% cotton, but it is so soft. So to use for a quilt backing, it would be lovely and soft, but honestly, duvet cover, £14.99. You've got these massive peonies. But if you wanted to make like cushions from it, you think how many you would get, depending on the size you're going to make. If you just bought half a metre, you've got these beautiful, vibrant peonies all placed across this like chambray blue background. I think that's beautiful. I mean, it's gorgeous, but it is really, really soft. Again, think about dressmaking. This dress in particular, because it's got a lovely drape to it, would look amazing in this, wouldn't it? Yes, that would be fab, wouldn't it? Then we have another one. Oh, should we do that? We've got another of those gobstopper ones, but in a cream. Confetti soiree. A confetti matinee. Oh, confetti in the morning, confetti in the evening. So this is confetti matinee. That's lovely, isn't it? I always think if you're going to back a quilt, put something a little bit fun on it. I think that's lovely, isn't it? So you've got an ivory colour background with these bright circles on it. Gorgeous. Right, this little bit of fun, this one. Because this is like you're playing, to start off with you think, oh, this is just nice plain black and white clouds, but it looks like one of those colouring books, doesn't it? And then every now and then you get a bright sunrise, but in colours of the rainbow. So you've got purple and blue, And there's green. And then we have lime green and yellow and orange. Look, it's still going. And red. All the way back to purple again. Nice for curtains, wouldn't it? Because it's wide. I mean, obviously lightweight curtains or even curtain lining. £12.99 for half a metre. 274 centimetres, which is 108 inches wide. It is gorgeous. Be nice for a child's room or a nursery, wouldn't it? Because it's very gender neutral and just fun. And I love the sort of monochrome look. It's very in at the moment, all of that monochrome, isn't it? Gorgeous. Let's do another one. Oh, how about the sequin one? See, now this is great because, again, yes, you can use it for a quilt backing, but I'm thinking because it's quilting weight fabric, be brilliant for patchwork because look at all the colours you get. You get a lot of colour for your money here, and it actually looks like sequins. How can you use the fabric for dressmaking as a beginner? What does that mean? How can you use it? Well, a pattern. How can you use it if you're a beginner? I don't really know what that means. How can you use it as a beginner? Well, I would say start with a good pattern. This is a great pattern that we're doing in the next hour because this is a beginner-friendly pattern. Sussex Seamstress, it's been designed specifically for beginners. So, and we have pre-made bundles, but that's how you use it as a beginner. Use a decent pattern. This fabric is fab because it looks like sequins. It's really clever. If you made a jacket from this, it honestly would look like you were wearing a sequin jacket. But look at all the colours in it. So maybe you're an EPPer, or you're doing Bargello, or you do FPP, and you want all these different colours, or applique, all the colours. So you're getting all the colours of the rainbow, but so you can just cut strips of it, but you're getting them looking like sequins. You could also cut strips down the length and use it to bind, and you'll get it as a multicoloured binding. So look at it. Look at all this. Gorgeous, isn't it? And it really does look like sequins. The poppy cotton. What this one here? No, not that one. This one. Right. That's all the extra wide. Let's go for the poppy cotton because I love poppy cotton. Look. Now this is a fat quarter bundle. You got to see this one. £24.99. Look at that one. Look at little birds. Poppy cotton's beautiful fabric because it's really, really sweet. So there's the birds. Then you get green. They look like pea shoots. Pea pods. And then you get a floral lemon one. And a really lovely tiny print lemon. Then you get lemon with, they look like foxgloves actually on. This is so sweet, isn't it? It's very fresh. It's very spring. I love that shade of green. And then the final one is it's got the birds on as well, but surrounded by the foxgloves. So that is a fat quarter bundle, 7 pieces for just £24.99. All designed by Poppy Cotton, but they are beautiful shades of greens, just soft lemons and greens, and with the little birds on as well. It's very pretty. Really nice thing to add to your stash. If you've got fat quarter patterns already, that is perfect. And then we have a big poppy cotton bundle, which is lovely. Now, my favourite fabric in the bundle, the hero fabric. We don't have this by the half metre anymore. Look at that. Now, what I love about this is that, well, it's patchwork, and so it matches perfectly without you having to even try. But a lot of these fabrics in here are also featured in the rest of the bundle, so it's lovely that you get this in the bundle, as well as all of these other prints as well. But it's pretty, it's fresh, it's slightly whimsical, where you've got all of these little illustrations on it, and the little splashes of red are gorgeous. So £89.88. 7.5 metres, so you are getting 15 half metres. They are all from the same fabric collection, so they all go together in terms of design, tone, fabric, everything. But you are saving £7.49. So I'm going to go through those quickly because these are all the fabrics in the bundle. So that's the hero print, that's your patchwork one. Then we've got a text one that says lovely things on it, like, well, it is your favourite things. We're back to my favourite things, aren't we? Thimbles and snowflakes and sewing and reading books, morning coffee and cuckoo clocks, food, friends and miniature ponies, frosted cookies and craft projects and blessings and ladybugs, copper kettles and lemon cake and pinky promises. I love that. There's so many on there. Favourite things. And then we have, hello Ian. Good morning.
You're right.
Yes, you're going to come and say hello?
No, later.
Later?
I've got to get stuff ready for trade. They're all on holiday.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
Are they? Oh, Ian's just come visit me, won't come on.
Maybe later.
Later.
I'll
come and say hello.
Definitely.
Ian's Deals on Wheels just come in. Ian's Deals. We need to get him on. We'll persuade him to come down later and say hello. It's my anniversary, Ian. Look at this one. Soft bunnies and honey tea. So these are all those little images that were in that bundle there. Then we've got a really beautiful, pretty floral print in dark. A floral print a bit lighter. And we've got some daisies. It has that real vintage quality to it, but with the colours have just been made into a more modern, fresh look. So it is traditional and modern and fresh at the same time, which I think is what is so appealing about it. I love these doilies. It's gorgeous. Loads of these have gone in baskets. You need to get checked out. Remember, special prize draw today. You have to check out, and every time you check out in each hour, you get entered into the draw, and the next hour you'll get entered into the next draw. So get this in your, look at that one. Oh, I think this is the most beautiful bundle. It's just, I love the fact that it's vintage. There's the text one again, but on a neutral linen print. I mean, if you've got quilt patterns and you don't, and you think, oh, I've been waiting for the right fabric, I want to create something really fresh and pretty. And look, and then there's that lovely, the tiny images again, which is, so you could use them for one big project. They were just a lovely collection to have, because you can use these little ones for applique as well. Delightful fabric, pretty ribbons. I mean, wouldn't that be lovely to make a sewing machine cover with? Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous. Have I got time to do anything else? Okay, the plains. Right, let's do some plains. So we do have lots of other fabric that's all on the website. Loads and loads of velvet. So, and we've got some more extra wides I haven't had time to go through. But let's just do the plain velvets, because velvet is one of my favourite fabrics. It's super, super soft. It's polyester. So you don't have that problem with it all fraying at all. It's nice and got nice neat cut edges, but it's lovely. Autumn's on the way. Pinafores, velvet trousers, velvet jackets, velvet quilts, velvet bags. I mean, these make beautiful. If you make a tote bag in velvet, beautiful. Now, they are just £8.49 for half a metre. And they are stunning. I cannot tell you how soft they're. Really good for soft toys as well. So that's the plum. Then we have bluebell. We have also got the printed velvets in the hour as well, if you want some of those. I just thought I would highlight these. This one is WAC 425. Jade. I mean, that's gorgeous, isn't it? Hot water bottle covers. Be nice for a bed runner, actually, wouldn't it? Because it's so soft. Buy a load, make patchwork from them. Wouldn't they make the most fantastic patchwork bed throw? Last one. Bottle. Right, there we go. Now, we have got lots of other products in there. Just go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. You'll see them all. Remember, everyone who checks out in each hour will be entered into the prize draw. It's going to be 9 o'clock in a minute. And then we'll move over to the next one. And then the winners, there will be 5 today. They will be announced tomorrow. I'll see you back in a few minutes' time with Adam, who's going to show us how to make this beautiful dress. So don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is, before we start this hour, we've got fantastic Adam with us today. Say hello, Adam.
Hello, good morning.
No, I have said to Adam, you can present today and I'll be the guest.
No. Although
But you've got to sew, though. That's the only problem.
It's so lovely though to be back here, and I love my demonstrating. And when I saw it was you this morning, and we bumped into each other, I was like, "Oh, we're gonna have a great day."
We've had a lot of fun already this morning, haven't we?
Yeah.
Lot of silliness. I've mentioned the John Scott house tours.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, Adam was well up for that. He was going to be one of the tour guides as well.
Do you know what? Let's do it.
It'd be funny, wouldn't he? Imagine John coming back and who's been at my house? We go, well, 300 people that we sold tickets to.
Brilliant. I love it.
Charlie would never be allowed to house sit again. And those poor cats would be scared to death, wouldn't they? But Adam was well up for it. Anyway, before we start this hour, just to remind you that we have got a special prize. It's called Shop to Win. So it's the anniversary of my third anniversary of me being on Sewing Street. It's amazing. Don't know how that happened. Those 3 years have whizzed by and I have loved every minute. Mostly talking to you guys about sewing, which I love and you love. So it's been fab. Anyway, to celebrate that, we have got a prize every hour. So if you pop an item, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's a packet of buttons or a Juki sewing machine, and check out, you will be entered into the prize draw. We've got a prize every hour. We close the draw, we pick a winner, and we start all over again. So in this, you will get different things. The prizes are slightly different in each one, but you will get, so for example, if you look at this one, we've got some Tilda fat quarters, Tilda fabric bundles, we've got a Moda charm pack, we've got marking pencils, we've got little fabric, we've got pins, haberdashery. So all of that you will have as a winner. We will pick the 5 winners. There will be one every hour and they will be announced tomorrow. That is just in celebration of my 3-year anniversary. That and my balloons as well. We've had some lovely messages. Thank you so much for all of them, which I've just seen because now I've moved on to this desk. Now, this hour is all about the fab dress. Now, I was going to show you the pattern, but I don't need to because I'm wearing the dress. Adam came in this morning with the dress. I said, oh, let me have a go. Let me have a go. Love the pattern. Now, would you like to see the dress? I'm going to come in the middle. I did this morning. But do you want to see it? Because I think sometimes you need to see the full length.
Oh, let's see the whole thing.
The whole
look at
thing.
you.
Da, da, da. It's very long. And look, it's got a little...
Some little slits or vents in the side.
So talk me through the main aspects of this dress then.
Oh, come on, let me come and stand with you.
Come stand next to me. I'm in a fashion show.
So it's really, really easy to make. That's the brilliant thing about it. It's got some darts for a little bit of shaping on the bust.
Oh yeah,
you'll hardly see them on this because the lovely pattern on this fabric. The sleeves, it is a set-in sleeve, but really simple to do, and we'll give you some tips on how to achieve that. And then, yeah, the vents in the side.
And it can be different lengths?
It can be. So there's a version to do a tunic of it, and that's all in the pattern. Nice. And also you can make the longer version like we've done today. We wanted to see the full thing.
But you could have it as a blouse as well, couldn't you?
Oh, listen, it's so adaptable. And I think this neckline's really flattering as well.
I think so too. I don't like a high neckline.
No.
I think you need a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, high neckline has its place in fashion, but I think that's lovely. And that necklace, honestly, it's like you planned it.
I know, it wasn't. I just went through my bag of jewellery and went, oh, that looks nice with it. Because I didn't know he was going to bring this in today.
You look fab. Now, the one thing people will ask, and I'm sure we'll get onto it, is pockets.
Yes, because I went where there's no pockets. There's no pockets.
And I've not put any in because we're keeping it beginner friendly. But this is amazing. Sussex Seamstress, Jane, has put in the instructions, if you want to add pockets, she's got a free template on her website.
Oh, brilliant.
And you can add pockets if you're a little bit more confident.
Yes, because it would be nice with that.
Yeah.
Now, this is a viscose fabric. Do you need to use a lightweight? Can you use... what could you use
The thing that's really nice, particularly with the vents, is a fabric with some drape, I think works really nicely.
Right.
You could go down the routes of going with a denim, I suppose. There's no reason why you couldn't, a lighter weight denim.
Yeah, because it hasn't got like pleats or gathers, so you could use something more structured if you wanted to.
You could do, yeah. I like it in this though.
I do, and we've also got some cotton lawn as well that works really well.
It would be perfect, absolutely perfect.
Right, so there's the dress. Now you've seen it. It's lovely, isn't it? I might take this home with me.
You look fab.
I think they should let me have this.
Congratulations on your 3 years.
3 years. I know, I've survived. I've survived. Anyway, Jane, who is Sussex Seamstress, has sent us a lovely message. The dream team on this morning. I think she must mean me and you, or Ben and Charlie. Ben and Charlie.
You
look fabulous in the dress. Oh, thank you, Jane. And she says such an easy sew and easy to wear too. I can guarantee it's easy to wear because it is lovely. And Adam says it's easy to sew. And I tell you what I like about it is it's not really tight around the waist. I feel I could eat a few dinners and still be able to wear this. I'm thinking also like Christmas. You know, winter Christmas when it's really hot in the house.
Do you know what? Perfect. My mum's on a cruise at the moment, and it's the type of thing that she would love to wear. And I think it'd be easy to pack for a holiday.
But I would wear this also with a long sleeve t-shirt top.
Oh,
I'd just wear it on top of that in the winter.
Yeah,
I think it'd be lovely.
100%. It's so versatile.
It's brilliant. I love this dress. So it's called the Southwater dress. Here's the pattern. Sizes 6 to 30. Look at everything you get. It's only $15.50. So you get all the instructions. Now, Jane always does on her website. She has a free video tutorial, which is fab. All the pattern pieces are nice, thick paper, so they're easy to work with, aren't they? They are all in there, everything you need. So much in here, and all the instructions as well. And again, you don't need to use the tutorial because it's got really, really clear, easy to understand instructions with all the illustrations as well. And there's a QR code to get to the video. So everything you need to know is in here. Just £15.50. I think that's an amazing price. This is the sort of pattern you are going to use over and over again. I think it'd look lovely in patchwork as well. If you've got lots of different fabrics, make sure they're the same weight. Join them all together. What I did when I made a patchwork dress is every time you sew a seam, if you then finish that, I just use pinking shears because I haven't got an overlocker. And then sew the next bit on.
I love that you love pinking shears because I do too.
Well, I haven't got an overlocker, so when I made my patchwork dress, I just cut every seam with pinking shears afterwards.
Yeah,
so it doesn't
why
fade
not?
out.
And there's so many different seam finishes, like vintage finishes that they used to do, you know, back in the 30s, 40s, 50s. As some of the most pleasing results and are still used in couture.
Well, there you go then, you see. So you could use it for a patchwork dress, the ideal scrap buster project.
Yeah.
All the fabrics you have. So let me run through the fabrics and then we'll get on to the dressmaking. So what we've done of the pattern, 2/3 of the stock of the pattern has gone already. And we've actually got more in baskets than we've got left. Now what we've done with the fabric is we've put it in bundles so there is enough fabric, I'm pretty certain, for the largest size. Let me just check.
I think it's something like 3 point...
Yes, yeah, there is. There's enough for the largest size and the full length dress as well. So you have got loads there. Yeah, so dress you need 3.4 metres, tunic 2.2. So yeah, you've got loads there. So whether you want to make the tunic or the dress, then we've got them in bundles. So there's everything you need. Now the one that I'm wearing, gorgeous. This is beautiful. Now Ben says it looks like The Sound of Music. But I think that's a good thing. I love that vintage feel to it. It's just gorgeous, isn't it?
It is. And do you know what? It's a fabric, I have to be honest, it's really grown on me. And since seeing somebody in it,
it becomes a live thing, doesn't it?
And honestly, it so complements your skin tone. It's like we planned it today with the theme being yellow for your celebrations.
I know, we didn't even. It just happened.
But it's lovely, and yeah, that vintage feels great.
And this is a viscose cotton. Yeah, it's a viscose cotton mix. It's gorgeous. It's almost got like a linen slub to it though, hasn't it? Like a linen weave.
When you look closely at the weave, it almost looks a little bit reminiscent of the linen.
And maybe that's the kind of flax print to it. So there's 3.5 meters there, $43.99. You've got more than enough to make the biggest size, and that's like the full length dress that I've got on as well. That's that one. I'll go through these. So this is the same fabric, again 3.5 meters, but a different colour. I love this colour. Look at that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I don't know which one I like the best. I think that is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, this has been the most popular on pre-order. I'm not surprised. I mean, I'll hold it up. There's only 12 of these bundles left. I mean, how gorgeous is that? It's beautiful. Like you've got teals and mustards. Again, beautiful in the summer, but in the winter, if you found yourself a long sleeve top in this tealy colour, it would look, or mustard, it would look fantastic underneath, wouldn't it?
It would.
And then you've got a winter dress. I quite often wear summer dresses in the winter though.
But that's it, layer them up. That's it, exactly.
And because of the short sleeve as well, it looks nice with it. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Lovely. That's $43.99. Very good price, actually. I've got another one here in the same. Yeah, this is the same fabric. This viscose. So if you like it in the pink, look. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's like a watercolour. You look so pretty. Again, summer wear, winter wear. Beautiful dress, isn't it? Right, that's the pink one. Kathleen says, happy anniversary, Rebecca. Lovely to see Adam on again. He is so great at explaining things, and I hope we see him presenting again soon, as he was brilliant at it. I told him that this morning, Kathleen.
Well, it's only down to you supporting me and helping me the night before, Rebecca.
With a few texts. All I did was message him going, you're going to be fine. We know you're going to be fine. Which one are you demonstrating with?
This one. The third one on
this one.
Yeah.
Okay. So now these next four, these are a cotton lawn, which is one a fabric that Jane also recommends. So you can use either, but these are the cotton lawn. Now this is the one that Adam will be demonstrating with. So look at that. Again, very watercolour feel, isn't it? You've got like a dusky pink washed background with beautiful flowers. I mean, this is stunning, isn't it?
Really beautiful.
This is the sort of thing, you wear this dress and everyone will go, where did you get that from?
And do you know what? The more you look at it, it's not just a floral print. There's so much detail in there.
There's loads of detail. I mean, this is couture. This is high-end fabric shop.
Honestly, a frock in that, you're going to turn heads.
You are, definitely. That's one. Now, look at the price. $37.99. $37.99, and that's 3.5 meters. That's enough fabric for the dress, because you can make a dress or a tunic from this pattern, but it's for the dress and up to the largest size, which is size 30. You've got enough there for just $37.99. How about a green one? This one is gorgeous. Now this is a lovely colour. I love this background. Look at that. This feels a bit more autumny, doesn't it? How gorgeous is that? Thick tights, Doc Martens, cardi.
Yeah, that's a bit of you, that.
Yeah, that's a bit of me. I can't say, I'm struggling now. This is the problem with working here, because I'm thinking, which one shall I buy?
All of them.
All of them. But I love this one because it's got almost like wildflowers growing up it. Do you know this has got a fabric direction. I presume it works. The pattern works in directions.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, because this has definitely got a right way up. But it is just one piece, isn't it?
That's it. So as long as you cut it all the same way.
But that definitely, and it's lovely to have all the fabric, the flowers growing up you. Loads of these in baskets, just $37.99. I love the background. It is a kind of olive green.
Yeah.
Do you think?
It's beautiful.
Love that one. Again, that's your cotton lawn. Let's do another pink. This is pretty. I'm not very good at flowers. What do you think these are? Pardon? Blossom. Yeah. Look at that one. I mean, look at the dress. It's beautiful. I mean, $37.99, 3.5 meters. Even if you're not making this dress and you just love the fabric, you've got another pattern for it. It is gorgeous, isn't it? Beautiful. I mean, $37.99 for 3.5 meters. That is so pretty. Maybe you've got a wedding coming up. Ideal for that. Guarantee no one else will be wearing it.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking, the pattern's so great. You make this same dress out of those different fabrics. You've got a whole wardrobe, and each one will look different.
Oh, completely different. Nobody would ever go, oh, isn't that the same dress? You'd never know, would you?
No.
And this is your beginner dressmaking. One more fabric and we can crack on with the demo. This is lovely again. You've got a really soft green background, but what's lovely about this is it's multicoloured. So it's not just a plain background. Can you see? It's not just plain. It's got a real mottled watercolour effect with these beautiful blooms, and it's got blackberries. Love the blackberries. Oh, we've got blackberries in the hedgerows already.
Yeah, we are.
Is that made up, Ben? Ben says you shouldn't eat blackberries in October because witches' fingers have touched them. I think you've just made that up.
It's a fountain of knowledge, is our Ben. I've never heard of that.
Don't ever eat blackberries in October because witches' fingers have eaten them and you die. What I think that means is don't pick them in October. This one has got blackberries on it. That's beautiful as well, isn't it? But that is something you'd go into a little designer dress store and see this sort of thing, wouldn't you?
Honestly, the prints on these fabrics are lovely.
Absolutely gorgeous. So I will let you know how we're getting on with the stock of these. The pattern is very low in stock and a lot of... Oh, has it? The pattern is so low in stock, it's actually sold out.
Has it gone?
Yeah. It's gone. Right, off we go then. Coffee.
What else should we do?
What else should we do? But we've still got fabric and we promised you a demo. So we'll let you know how we're getting on with the bundles because the bundles are getting very low in stock now. We should have bought more buttons. So this one, for example, 4 bundles.
Fab.
Oh, the blue one. Right. Oh, this one there, the blue one that I love. We've only got 4 left of this blue one, for example. But I will keep you updated as we go along. Right, Adam, let's start. I'll fold up the fabrics.
Yeah.
Where do we start after we've cut the pattern out? Any advice on sizing?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Jane's great. Sussex Seamstress, her patterns are always so easy to follow. There's always help in terms of online content. That Jane provides as well. But there's a big chart at the beginning that gives you all the bust sizing. Now for this, I would concentrate on your bust size because it's quite a free-flowing dress and the fit is in the bust area.
Yes.
So make sure you've measured yourself correctly, get somebody to help remeasure yourself, and then look at the chart that's in the front of the instructions and go to the one that is nearest to you. We've got finished garment measurements as well in here, which is fantastic. So make sure you're looking at those as well. People get a bit confused between like the size and the finished garment measurements. Finished garment measurements usually will be more of a measurement because there's ease built in there. You don't want something unless it's designed to be tight fitted. Like there's always a couple of inches of ease at least.
Jan from Norfolk says, yes, Rebecca, if you pick blackberries in October, you turn into a witch, I was told.
Wow,
I'm not risking that one then.
Do you know what that reminds me? My granddad used to take a scrumping, right? Blackberries, and he used to make the most amazing blackberry jam. I'm trying to think whether ever we did it in October or not. I hope you didn't. Because
otherwise you turn into a witch. Oh my.
Oh, well, I've got a witchy side to me.
Well, there we go. Oh, I like blackberry jam. Imagine they're all out now. We're fine. It's still September. We'll all be all right. So the finished garments, so would you recommend like measuring something you've already got?
You can do
and
that,
then measuring your own bust as well?
Take your measurements first, so your measurements, and then look at the measurement chart, and then just have a little look at the finished garment measurements, and that will tell you how much ease there is in that size. I don't want to confuse people with it, but for example, let's pick a size, the size 12, which I've done. So in the bust, this is for a 92, it's in centimetres, 92 centimetre bust, but the finished garment measurements is 102. So there's 10 centimetres worth of ease.
So that's where you can sort of choose a little bit, can't you?
That's it. Okay. So have a little look. Now the other thing as well, we've mentioned it comes in 2 sizes. So I'm just going to show you this pattern piece. 2 sizes, 2 lengths.
Right.
Yeah. So the tunic length is already predetermined for you in a pattern piece, and then you'll see it says join for dress. So you cut that as a separate pattern piece and then just stick it together. I've just used a bit of tape to stick those bits. So if you want to do the tunic, it's already sorted, and you only just add the extra piece on for the dress, and you just butt it up to the line. There's no overlapping if you're used to print out.
Right, okay.
There's no overlapping, you just join it. Cool, so the first thing I'm going to do is darts, and that front piece is cut on the fold there. It's a front and a back basically, which is makes it nice and simple. Now to mark my darts, I've actually used a tracing wheel, which looks like this. This is just a cheap one that I've got, but it's I've managed to use the pattern paper and just use a tracing wheel on top, and then it's like a few not perforations but slight marks in it, just so I can see it. I'm not putting holes in the fabric. And then I'm just going to take my pen. This is a heat erasable pen, but you could use chalk.
Okay, we have got heat erasable pens.
Fab.
Can we put that one up, Ben? You still talk about blackberries. Suzanne says, I was told don't pick after September because of bugs. I make blackberry curd with mine.
Oh, that sounds nice.
And Georgina says, what's the test square in the pattern for?
The test square. You know what? A lot of people ask that, and it's not a silly question at all. It's to make sure that when it's printed to scale.
Oh, so it's not for us then? It's
no, it's more for if you're printing it at home. So if it's a PDF.
Yeah, okay. So you don't need to. So if you buy this pattern, you don't need to use it.
No. But it's just a scale. So if that measures what it says it should.
I guess you can check, make sure your pattern's printed correctly. But but Jane, Sussex Seamstress does sell PDFs as well, I think, sometimes. So maybe it's for that. But you won't actually need it.
No.
So we've got the £3.99 there is for the blue friction pen. Absolutely invaluable for dressmaking.
I find them so useful, and the ones I've used, I've never had a problem with them leaving marks or returning, but it's always wise just to check on a scrap bit of fabric.
Yeah, just in case.
I mean, the ones I use, I'm pretty sure are from here, actually. So, you know, I've never really had any issues with them.
I've never had anything that it hasn't come out of. I'd still always test it, but...
So I'm just going to put some pins in my dart. So I've marked the dart legs, as they're called. And now what I'm going to do, I've popped a pin right at the end of the dart. And then I'm just going to put some pins along the dart legs, making sure that they match both sides. The other way to do this is you can actually draw a line down the centre of the dart and then just fold it on that line.
Oh, okay.
I haven't got a ruler with me, so...
We've got loads of rulers.
Have we? We've got
yes,
one down
would
there.
you like one?
Yeah, shall we do it?
Creative Grids
I'll
rulers.
show you on the other one. This is a good tip to sometimes use. So I've marked my dart legs.
Is this long enough for you?
It's not quite big enough. Right, and all I'm going to do, I can see actually on this pattern it's really simple, because this point where this fabric juts out, that's the middle of the dart there. And then obviously there's the point of the dart. So I'm just going to take that ruler.
Gosh, that's an unusual shape, isn't it?
It does look funny, but the reason is it's what's called trued. The pattern has been trued, so that when the dart is sewn together, it'll match the seam.
Right.
And actually, it's colloquially, that's a good word, isn't it? Colloquially called a witch's hat.
Oh, it's weird. Yeah, we've had a lot of comments. Somebody's mentioned something about devils and weeing.
So now I've drawn down the centre of the dart.
There's a lot of myths and legends going on with blackberries.
Do you know what? October will soon be here before we know it, won't it?
I know, don't eat blackberries.
No, not in October. No, I won't now.
No.
So I've drawn a line down the centre of that dart, and then it makes it really easy because I just fold the fabric on that line there. So there's two ways to do it. You can either match with your pins and look both sides, or we'll do it that way.
Because they are kind of crucial darts, aren't they?
They are, because it's what turns something 2D into 3D, and it gives it its shape. And to be honest, in both male and female dressmaking, you'll always come across darts, so it's something to master quite early on, and I think that's why it's great it's in this pattern.
Well, it's nice to see, because I want to see how you finish your dart, because everyone has their own little way, don't they?
I've seen people do them from the point, the apex, and go outwards, but I always start from the wider end of the dart, so on the outside. This machine's really fancy, and it's got things to cut threads automatically with the pedal and but at this point I don't want all of that on, so I've just at the flick of a button on the screen turned it off, which I love it.
Because you don't want to cut the thread, right?
No. So I'm going to do a few stitches forward, and then I'm going to back stitch, and then I'm going to just follow that line that I've made this fabric, this lawn is beautiful. Use a nice sharp needle, a new needle if you're going to start this project.
It's a beautiful lawn, isn't it? It doesn't feel as lightweight or see-through as some lawns. It's just got a really nice drape to it.
It has. Right, and then I'm just coming to the point, and then I've just come off of the fabric.
So sew off.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So you get to the point and
sew off the fabric, that's it. Now, if I had
because I've never really known how to. I kind of fudged this a bit. I'm never really sure. But I didn't know you sewed off, so that's quite interesting. Yeah. And then don't let the machine cut it.
No, don't let the machine cut it. I should use my sips really, not my good dressmaking scissors, but there we are. And then you've got your thread tails here. I should have done it in a different colour so you could see. Never mind. You'll get the idea. Sometimes it can be a little bit raveled up, so I just unravel it. And then I just put about 3 knots in there to tie it off. Now, if anybody, maybe use a vintage machine that didn't have a capability of a back stitch.
Yeah, I get it.
It's a similar thing. You'd pull your thread through and tie it off.
Right, so that's how you would just do it anyway.
But what this is doing is preventing a pucker at the apex.
Yeah, you see, I think I'm a lazy dart person because I usually just reverse stitch. And then you sort of get a little bit of a lump, but you think, oh well.
Yeah, and
when I make this, I'm going to do it properly.
Sometimes you can get away with it, but...
Well, if it's thick fabric, it's fine. But with this, I didn't realise you had to sew off. I like that.
Yeah, I always do.
He has loads of tips. You have loads of tips.
Anybody
could do this for a living.
I've not invented them. Some things I come up with.
Mary says, I love this pattern. I've ordered mine. Well done, Mary. Can this be made in a heavier fabric for winter and lengthen the sleeves?
Yeah, I think so. We were saying, weren't we? So if you wanted to go in a heavier fabric, I'd probably try it in a denim.
Yeah, I can't see why you couldn't. I mean, I know it has a nice whoosh and drape in this.
That's it.
What I would do, Mary, to be honest, is I would put a nice bell sleeve or something.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I would go up to here, because I've got a blouse like that, where it stops here, and then it has this big bell sleeve.
That'd be lovely.
Joined onto that. It looks fab.
You could quite easily do that.
For you. Lovely fabrics. What is cotton lawn, and how is it for sewing? Is it easy? From Linda. Well, it's cotton, and lawn is just lighter weight, isn't it?
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Is there anything else?
So it's a woven fabric. It's finer than your standard quilting weight cotton, for instance. But it sews like a dream. The only thing is you do need a nice sharp needle because it's finer.
Yeah.
So you don't snag
it.
But
there's no problems like with cutting it out. It's not stretching or.
No, not at all. We'll talk about stretching in a second.
Okay.
Because.
So you need a sharp needle.
Yeah.
That would be it, really.
So again, I've just cut that off there. I'll just unravel it.
So it's like when you think of Liberty fab, the original Liberty before they did the quilting weight cotton, that's all lawn. So it's just a lightweight, like a nice blouse is made from. But this just doesn't. Sometimes lawn can be a bit see-through, but this doesn't seem to have that. Maybe because it's printed.
I think because the print is quite busy. And absolutely, I wouldn't see any reason to line it, to be honest.
Well, as Adele says, we had a long conversation about lining and the joys of, and she says just go to M&S and buy a slip. The shops are available. But if you do that, you don't ever have to line anything. I'm like, that's fantastic. She says she has loads of slips.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to line.
That's true. I mean, the more advanced you get in your dressmaking, the more pleasure you'll get out of lining stuff.
Well, we were talking about not lining as for dressmaking as in it looked better. It was to do with whether you could see through it.
Yeah.
And if you're bothered about see-through or clinging to your tights,
that's it.
Just get a slip.
See, I've never had that problem.
No, you need to get better tights.
Let's talk about stay stitching, and this is something that people always go, what is stay stitching?
What's stay stitching, Adam?
What is stay stitching? It's to stop areas of the garment stretching out as you construct it.
Right.
So all you'll do is sew around the neckline. And what you're going to do is just sew within the seam allowance. So it's a centimetre seam allowance throughout. So you could sew it at, 5 mil, quarter of an inch, something like that.
Right, okay.
And you're just going to put some stitches in there without stretching it, of course, because that defeats the object. And then those stitches are then just going to stabilise the neckline.
Right, got it.
So you can do that now if you want. I'll just show you. It's dead easy. You just go in under the machine, lift my needle.
How are we doing with fabric, Benjamin? It's all getting quite limited. While you stay stitched around the edge, I'm going to talk about fabric. So the lovely blue fabric has sold out. The fabric that I'm wearing is gorgeous. There's only 6 of these bundles left. I mean, this is beautiful. I don't even need to get it out because it's in this dress that I'm wearing. It's a viscose cotton blend. Gorgeous. $43.99. There's 3.5 meters in the bundle. That is enough to make the largest size, which is a size 30, and the full length. So, well, I mean, I'm a bit short, so on me, this is just like mid-calf. Depends how tall you are, how long, but you'll have enough to make the full length dress because the pattern says, I think you need 3.2 meters, so your 3.5 will be fine. So that's that one. What about this pink one? This one is okay. We've still got enough of this one. We're not as limited in this one. That's the, for now, that's the beautiful pink print. Again, that's your viscose cotton mix. If you want the lawn, how are we on lawn stocks? All of them are limited. The one that Adam is demonstrating with, I'll start with that one. Again, 3.5 meters, which is enough to make the largest size. That's this beautiful pink blossomy print one. $37.99 for cotton lawn. Amazing. I think because it's digitally printed, that's what makes it not quite as see-through. Maybe the print on top.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, isn't it?
All the different colours in it as well is probably why.
Yeah, it is lovely, isn't it? It's very watercolour. So that's the blush. Then if you want the gorgeous, I think this might be my favourite, I think. Still, jury's out on this one. This beautiful olive green background with these bright blooms, like wildflowers growing up through it. $37.99 for 3.5 meters. It is stunning, isn't it? Another green one. Oh, this has been the most popular in the lawns. It is lovely. It is lovely because it really does have a very mottled watercolour background with these beautiful blooms and blackberries.
Blackberries.
Don't touch them in October. No, I think you can touch them if you're on your fabric. That's it though. But that is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And then the final cotton lawn is the blossom one. So obviously there's enough in this 3.5 metre bundle to make the dress in the largest size, but even if you're not making this dress, it's a fantastic price to get 3.5 metres of 100% cotton lawn, digitally printed. You could use it for anything, $37.99.
You could use it for shirts as well.
Yes.
Now, when I was on with John for his birthday show, he had this gorgeous Liberty lawn.
Wow.
And that's what I made his shirt from. Obviously, this isn't Liberty,
but it would work beautifully.
How beautiful.
And Adam will be on at 11 doing the John Scott shirt. So in fact, that is what Adam is wearing.
It is.
It's the great Scott
and it's
shirt.
in his size as well. I've had to tuck it in.
It's quite funny, isn't it? I think it looks lovely though. So the shirt that Adam's wearing, he's going to be demonstrating at 11, and we have that fabric. But because he's made it in John's size, you're just a little bit smaller than him.
We're all different shapes and sizes, aren't we? But
it does look nice on you.
I love the fabric.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I do, yeah.
Absolutely gorgeous. But you could use any of those fabrics
Any of
as
these,
well.
Exactly.
Right, so you stay stitched.
I've stay stitched the necklines on the front and back, and I've also pressed the darts.
Oh, show me how to do that then.
So I've pressed it
darts.
downwards. Let's see if you can see this on camera now. You know that witch's hat we were talking about, and we're going, that's a funny shape how it was sticking out.
Okay.
Now, once the darts press downwards, do you see that now becomes flush with the side seam? Yeah, yes. And that's the mark of a good pattern because it's been trued. So well done,
well
Jane.
done, Jane, for your true dart.
Okay, that's fantastic. So stay stitched the neckline.
That is good actually, because normally they stick out, don't they?
Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing wrong. I mean, if you're overlocking it, which we will be, it'll come off as long as it's, you know, right, but yeah, that's how I know a good pattern, things like that, attention to detail. So yeah, I've pressed the dart downwards, and I'm using a ham for this. So yeah, you're just gonna place it on there.
Oh, we're out of stock on hams.
Oh, we're out of stock.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame, because it's an invaluable tool when you're dressmaking. But then, yeah, with a little bit of steam, you're just going to press that down. Obviously, I've already done this.
Because you want to keep that curved shape.
Shape. Absolutely. And as you get to that point where we don't want the pucker, well, you'll find that it just goes into nothing because we've used the method.
Because you've done it properly, not
of
like
tying it off. Yeah.
Reverse stitching, which is too lazy. I'm going to do it properly.
The thing is, if you reverse stitch at that point, it creates bulk.
It does, yeah. I can
so
attest to that.
Yeah. Sometimes though, you know, when we're starting out in dressmaking, you just want to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I know.
You know. So that's the darts done, yeah? Nice and simple so far. Necklines stay stitched. Next thing is we're going to join the dress at the shoulder seams. I'll just move that pattern piece out the way. And this is a standard seam of 1 centimetre, right sides together. And you'll see, I can quickly explain the process now. This is how wonderfully simple this dress is. You'll sew the side seams, the shoulder seams, that's the ones. And then we'll go on to sew the side seams, and then you can neaten them off in whichever way you choose. Overlocker, overcasting stitch, zigzag, pinking shears.
Yeah, because I don't own an overlocker, I must get one day. I love a pinking shear.
Me too. If you're going to put pockets in it,
right,
do so before you sew your side seams.
Does she tell you where to put them?
I'm not sure, and I'm going to guess no, because, I mean, let's have a look at the pattern piece, because there's notches on the side. Might be a bit, there's 2 notches on the back. I'm wondering whether no, it looks...
It might be for joining together.
Well, it is definitely for joining together, but I'm wondering whether the...
But I guess you just work out where you're going to put them, don't you?
Yeah, look, just hold the pattern... Where's the front? So this is the pattern piece of the size we've done for you. So hold the pattern piece, bearing in mind seam allowance. And just put your hand where you want it and just make some marks.
Yeah, and then go about that's where
and
it
go
is.
about that. And then as long as you do the same on the other side, marry them up.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Make one higher than the other.
People might want to know how long the tunic is as well. So let me just fold that. So it might be a bit, but that's how long the tunic part is.
Oh, okay, so it's just hip length.
Yeah.
But you could make it as long.
You could make it as long and short as you wanted.
Because I think it would make a really nice blouse.
Yeah.
I guess if I was going to make it into a blouse, I'd do tunic length and then hem it so I could get it exactly the length I want.
That's it.
It's easier to make it a bit longer, isn't it? And then you
That's
can
it.
trim it. But I think it would make a lovely blouse.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
I love it. And do you know what? Sometimes the best patterns are the most simple ones.
I know. Well, there was a pattern I showed earlier, which I make a lot, and it's so simple. So simple, but I love it.
It's like when you find a recipe.
This is going to go into my favourite pattern list, I think.
Yeah, well, I think so. It's like when you find a recipe for a good cake, like a good Mary Berry recipe that's, you know, not particularly difficult, but it's always a winner.
Oh, her large Victoria sponge is like the best.
Do you know, that's the recipe I've always used.
Yeah, the large one, not the small, the large Victoria sponge is honestly just works.
My nan used, I'm sure it was a Mary Berry one, and she used to say, Adam, you remember it, it's 6663.
Right,
and that was 6 ounce of everything.
And 3 eggs.
And 3 eggs.
Yeah,
3 large.
I think that's the large one.
Yeah. Honestly, it's the best Victoria sponge recipe.
And it smells of eggs and butter, and all you need is raspberry jam.
Yeah.
Bit of butter icing if you're feeling like, bit of raspberry jam.
Honestly, it's always a winner, that one.
Victoria sponge.
You used to bake one most Sundays. Right then, so I've just pinned those there. Make sure you remove your pins as you sew, because don't want any accidents. So 1 centimetre seam allowance, shoulder seams right sides together. Wonderful stuff.
Christine says she's got the olive green. I think that looked lovely on you, Christine, actually.
Now, just as I've got to the end here, I'm lucky with this machine in terms of I can program it to do certain stuff. So I've got to the end, and as I was saying, I've now put it back to back stitch and trim and lift the foot.
Wow.
All with the foot pedal. There's 2 parts of the foot pedal. Let me show you. Oh, no, I won't.
There's now 10 parts. There's now 10 parts of the foot pedal. So anyone got any sellotape we can stick it back together with?
I should be careful with.
It survived.
It survived.
Is that yours?
It is mine. It is mine.
Do what you like then.
Yeah. So you've got the main pedal there, but then you've got this little side one, and that does all your extra functions.
Wow. So you press that and it will backstitch.
Yeah.
And cut.
Let's do it.
Do it.
I thought it wasn't going to work for a minute then.
Really
Look, I'm not even holding on.
It's like cruise control.
Have a cup of tea. It is like cruise control. There you are. It's done it. So that's that.
Amazing.
All right. I'll try not to batter my machine anymore. It is a considered purchase.
I've got a lovely machine, but
You have got a lovely machine.
I have, but I always have machine envy when you use this one.
The thing is, as I say, I got this machine because I do so much dressmaking now. That's my life.
Well, yes, you need it, don't you? Because you've got a good machine.
I
need it. I know, but I only bought one 2 years ago. I can't really justify it. Was it 2 years? It might have been a year. I do love my machine, but
now the good thing as well with finer fabrics, you can change out this stitch plate.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, so I can show us maybe. Can you do that?
Does that mean with the stitch plate you just have one hole?
Yes.
Right, yeah, so I can actually do that.
Yeah, so you can convert it just to straight stitch, which is fab for finer fabrics like lawn, chiffons, anything that might be tempted to be fed down into the machine. That smaller hole on the stitch plate stops it happening.
Yeah, because it doesn't pull it down at all, does it?
No.
And that makes quite a difference.
So there we go. We can see we're starting to get the dress coming together now. Then we've got the side seams.
You could not put sleeves in it, and it's almost like a pinafore.
Yes.
That's why, because I love a pinafore.
Now, if you're going to do that,
you'd have to do something to the edges, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So you'd have to think of how you're going to finish those edges off. Bias binding's an option.
Yeah, true.
You could, if you're a more experienced dressmaker, face the entire top section.
Yes.
So you'd basically just, what I would do is just below the dart.
Right.
I would make a slightly curved line on both front and back and cut that part of the pattern out.
Oh, so exactly the same.
Yeah.
Put the darts in and everything.
That's it. And then what I would do is, I've got to think of this now because you're putting me on the spot. Sew them together likewise like we have at the shoulders, and then you'd bag them out through the shoulders.
Right, okay.
So you bag the fuck out through the shoulders. It's a bit more complicated that, but if you look, there's resources. If you look,
you could easily, but you could do that, or just bind the edges. But it could,
and that way that'd be finished.
So if you start off with the dress, you like that, think, oh well, I could make a blouse. Then you think, well, because as a pinafore, it would be lovely.
Yeah.
I love a pinafore.
That's really good. That's amazing.
Because I've got a pinafore that's very similar. It's got quite, like a dress, but it's like a dress with no sleeves.
That's it.
That would work beautifully, wouldn't it?
Sometimes on sleeveless garments, when we're patterning stuff, we tend to drop the armhole a little bit.
Oh, okay. But if you've made one, you'd know that, wouldn't you? You could go, oh well, I'll cut that bit out or make a toile from it. But I feel it could be a tunic, a dress, a blouse, and a pinafore. And
do you know what? I've seen so many people make stuff out of duvet covers and things, right? Making a toile out of duvet cover, they call it a wearable toile.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you could toile it up in something like that first. Honestly, it's so simple. I mean, if you've done a bit of dressmaking, you could go straight onto the fabric with this.
Yeah,
so
that's
the sizes
true.
Are
but
good.
if you're a new sewer, toile it in a duvet cover.
Or some calico.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just thinking if you do it in something like a duvet cover or something that's not cost you anything.
Well, I know, and then you could wear it.
Yeah.
Down the garden.
Absolutely. Right, so I should pin these really. I was just going to go straight under. That's my costume sewing coming in there.
Well, you don't do pinning.
Well, the thing is, we've got to make so much stuff in so little time.
Right.
Okay.
There's no time for pins.
No, and I set myself a challenge when I started working at Imagine.
I don't know how you work under pressure. You should have been on the sewing bee,
Oh,
You'd be good at that.
I don't think they'd let me on. I still to this day can't believe I did it. It's sort of distant memory now.
Is
but,
it?
You know, it's so great.
But you were there. You were there.
Yeah,
I saw you.
I was there. It was there.
It was a great season, that one.
Now, these side vents, I suppose they're optional. You could just sew all the way down, but I think it's better to have them.
You might end up ripping the seams. I have done that before when I've my stride has been a little too long and I've ripped them.
That's it. Now, what it says it clearly in instructions, and this is just a guide, but I think it's worked quite well, is pin your side seam, right? And then you're going to want a tape measure. I don't know where all my stuff's gone today. Usually got it nice and organised. Oh, here we go.
Have you got one?
I've got one here. Here we go. Now, 35 centimetres is what is suggested in the pattern. So there we go. And all you're going to do is measure up from the bottom. This is without it being hemmed, but 35 centimetres and make a mark there. Right? So I've made my mark with my erasable pen. Then all I'm going to do, I can't see the mark now. Yeah. There it is. All I'll say about working with a really busy print is sometimes that's why these are really good, because usually you can see, because it's got black detailing in.
Yeah, you can't. I know.
One bit, my eyes are just getting worse. Okay, so 35 centimetres, and then just put a pin exactly on that mark. And I usually put like one of my bigger pins there. Right, so you can actually see it. Yeah, and I know then that I've got to stop and back stitch there. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, and you do the same on the other side. Right, let's do it. So, starting underneath, I always sew down a garment. Always have, always will. I just think that if you pin, you should be all right. But if any fabric's walked, you want that to be walking at the bottom. Yeah, you can correct it in a hem easier than you can correct it up top. That's true, actually. That comes from me sussing out when I was teaching myself to sew as a kid, and you know. I'm like, well, if I did it that way, and I wouldn't use any pins back then because you just wanted to, you know, make something. And now obviously I know always use pins. Yeah, no, but that makes sense, doesn't it? Depending on the fabric you're using as well. Yeah. And cutting, that if you start at the top. Especially a long seam like this, you're going to want to pin it. Right. I've just gone past that dart and I've made sure that the dart is still downwards as we've pressed it. Okay. There's notches all down the side, so make sure you match your notches. Again, another thing I didn't used to do, I never used to mark my notches, now I do. And it's always better to mark them outwards or mark them, you know, with some chalk rather than snip in. I'm not practicing what I preach because I always snip in for my demos, but the reason I do that for Sewing Street is so that those notches remain. I've got to travel with them and then set up and do it here, whilst the chalk could probably be lost in all of that. That's true. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes. But it's better not to notch inwards. And I think, you know, a lot of people will tell you they were taught to notch outwards. Right, so I'm coming up to that pin now, and I'm just going to remove the pin, go to that point, and then do my back stitches, have a cup of tea because it's on cruise control. Yeah, no, it's amazing, isn't it? That is just fantastic. Right, and then what you're going to want to do is press that seam open. Okay. Press the seam open, and then as you get to that split, obviously that's not sewn together, so press that over by 1 centimetre. You need to finish these edges as well. Okay. So again... So you finish those before you press it over? That's it. You'd actually finish them before you sew it together. I should have mentioned that. So before you sew the side seams, before you sew the shoulder seams, finish them in whichever way you're going to finish. The reason you should finish them before is because 1 centimetre really isn't a lot. And now can you imagine if I was going to put that under an overlocker? Yeah, that's true. I need to do it separately because of the split at the bottom. So make sure you finish it off beforehand. Yeah. If you're going to use pinking shears, it won't matter as much. Yeah, you'd have to do that afterwards, wouldn't you? Otherwise you'd lose your centimetre. That's it. So again, it's finding the right method and the right process that works with what you're doing. For what you're doing. Let's talk about the facing, because that's all finishing, isn't it? So you do the same on the other side. Okay. And then press that open. Make sure that's pressed over by 1 centimetre at the bottom. It's all finished off. And then you'll stitch that down in kind of a rectangular shape. We go up, across, and then back down the other side. Right, facing. I've already pre-prepared the facing. Is that time? 5 to 10 already?
Yeah, I know.
Oh my gosh.
I know, don't know where it's gone.
Let me explain then.
We have been talking though.
Yeah.
But don't worry, there is a whole tutorial that Sussex Seamstress has done, and we'll show you the other bits.
Yeah, and I'm kind of jumping out of sequence to show you.
Yeah.
Because what you would do first is exactly how I'd done, but before sewing the seams, you'd put the facing in.
Right.
But there's a lot of stuff where I've shown how to put facings in before. So if you look back on Sewing Street, there's loads of videos. Any dress patterns by Sussex Seamstress, if you search those that I've demoed, 9 times out of 10 will have a facing. So then match your...
So you put a bit of interfacing on the facing. There is interfacing on the website. If you just go on to Sewing Street Watch Live, you'll see it there. You can pop some in your basket if you don't have any. Just the medium weight or lightweight interfacing. Fine.
That's absolutely fine. So match it at your shoulder seams and make sure that your seams are pressed open. So if you're a quilter, you'll be used to nesting seams. It's a bit different in dressmaking. You make sure usually that they're pressed open and match those seams nicely. So I'll just put some pins in there. And what I tend to do is anchor it at 4 points. So the shoulder seams and then the centre front and the centre back.
Oh, so do you fold it?
Yeah, so I've got the fold there, but because these pieces are cut on the fold...
Oh, it's already there?
The fold's already there.
Fantastic.
But, of course, it won't be if you've been good and pre-washed your fabric.
Yeah, which I never do. Do you pre-wash?
Depends on the fabric.
Yeah.
Depends
I do.
on the fabric.
Yeah, no, you're right. And also, sometimes I'll pre-wash denim.
Yeah.
Because that really does run, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I never, ever pre-wash quilting fabric.
No.
But dressmaking, I'm more likely to.
Yeah. It's one of those battles because you want the garment to feel really new when you've made it.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you've washed it, it kind of loses that a little bit.
Well, it doesn't have that finish, does it? That you kind of with some fabrics, the washing loses the finish, so it's not as crisp. Depends on the fabric, doesn't it?
But then obviously there are ways to crispen it back up and whatnot.
Yeah, true. But I guess you should do in case of dyeing and bleeding and shrinkage.
That's it. Now, because I've stay stitched the neckline, this isn't going to stretch out. But then all you're going to do, once you've made your 4 points, you're then just going to put some pins in between. And then you're going to sew all the way around that neckline. And I tend to start at the shoulder seam, all the way around 1 centimetre. And then you're going to understitch. And again, I've taught loads about understitching on other demos before. And basically, understitching will keep the facing to the right side.
Yes.
So you see how the neckline on your dress, once it's pressed and understitched, is sitting inside.
Yeah, it is.
Really
so
nicely.
there's my facing there.
Yeah.
But it just pops inside.
Because it's understitched. Most important tip I can give you for necklines is understitching. And then the other thing that's anchoring it is I've just put some little sink stitches or a stitch in the ditch along the shoulder seam here to keep it down at the shoulder seams. And you can do that by hand or by machine.
Okay, because otherwise it does start flapping out, doesn't it?
That's it, exactly. And then the sleeves, just to finish off, I'll show you, really nice pattern piece. You'll finish off the underarm seams. So the underarm seams are these bits here. So finish those off.
So if you wanted to lengthen a sleeve, I know we're getting more technical here.
Yeah,
how do you do that? Do you just go straight down, or do you have to taper?
Well, it depends on the shape you want. So the hard work is done for you in the fact that the sleeve head.
Yeah, that bit.
Don't ever mess with that. Unless you're going to gather. If you're going to do a gathered sleeve, then you'd make that. So
don't mess with that.
But what you do is cut and spread, and that's really quite complicated to get into today. But if you wanted to do your bell sleeve, you would extend this pattern piece and you would go outwards.
On both sides?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You need to make sure that those are going to match up so that one side's not longer than the other.
Yeah.
But you go outwards, and then you could put like some nice gathering stitches along the bottom and maybe join it with a binding or a cuff. Really, really nice. So that's how you do that. If you wanted a more fitted sleeve, it's probably easier with the pattern piece. There's probably a natural taper on this already.
Oh no, there is a bit of a taper.
So you could just go straight down, or you could bring it in a little bit if you wanted to as well. All you need to remember is if you're going smaller, that it's going to fit your wrist circumference at the bottom.
Well, also if you've got a pattern already that has a longer sleeve, you can copy the sort of the measurements and stuff. So
I won't be selling any more patterns now because I'm giving you all my secrets.
there's only sleeve lengthening. Only sleeve lengthening, no more.
What you tend to get on some patterns as well is a length and shorten line.
Yeah,
so
that's
and that's more for fit. But yeah, if you were wanting to kind of experiment, I might have to show you a slash and spread method
one day.
One day,
that would be useful.
because I think that would be something different.
We'll do
really
that.
cool. Yeah, lovely fabric. And again, once you've sewn the underarm together, you've got your front and back notches. And then you'll just pop them in. Now, if you've never set a sleeve in before, because you make up the sleeve and then put it into the garment.
Yeah.
Just sew between the notches some long basting stitches or gathering stitches, 2 rows, and then just pull it up a little bit. It's not to make puckers, but it's just to help ease it in.
Well, that's fab. Thank you so much. That's been brilliant. Right. Well, that's our hour finished.
Cheers, isn't it?
You can go and have a cup of tea now.
Fabulous. I might have a coffee. What do you want?
Yeah, I might have a cup of tea as well. You'll be back with me at 11
Yeah.
to show how to make the beautiful shirt that Adam is wearing here. Isn't it gorgeous?
It's very
He's
floral.
also going to talk us through the Dukey machine and do us a little bit of a demo about it, because I know that loads of you are interested in it. And we thought, while we've got Adam here, you can show us how fab it is and what it does.
Yeah,
because it looks
absolutely.
amazing, but we want to have it. So we're going to do shirt and sewing machines all together. So please do. Well, the patterns are sold out. We still have a few bundles of the fabric left. There's enough in the bundle to make the dress up into the largest size. Have a look on the sewingstreet.com watch live to see all the different prints and get yourself some fabric and make a beautiful dress like this one. And I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got Ian.
Hello.
Hello. I told Ian's deals.
Not today. It's all about you today.
Oh, but you've given me a special prize deal.
I have.
That's
yes.
really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So they all got badges, those boys. Badges and P&P, but I think a prize is better.
It is. Well, it's better for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's better for you. It's better for you because you get to win a whole prize, which is better than a badge. Don't tell the boys.
I won't.
Because they won't like it. So Ian put together this prize for me. So how does this work then?
So I'll have to shout because I haven't got a mic.
Yeah,
yes, I'll have to shout into your
cleavage.
So every hour, once you've shopped, you'll be put in a prize draw, and we'll be drawing them tomorrow. Hayley will draw them out tomorrow, and every hour someone will win a prize very similar to this.
Similar, but not exactly the same.
They're not all identical, but they will all have some fat quarters, charm packs, some goodies
we've got
all like that. Yeah, pins, bits and pieces, fantastic stuff. Yeah, so they'll all be very similar. You'll definitely get some fabrics. Everyone will definitely get some fabrics.
Okay, and a few bits and pieces as well.
Yeah, 100%.
So you have to check out though. You can't just put it in your basket. You've got to check out. So we've done 2 already.
Amazing. Yeah, very
people.
good.
So every hour is a new winner to celebrate my birthday.
There you go.
Because it's
5 in
better,
total.
better than the boys.
Definitely. You've
Birthday,
got that.
anniversary, yes.
Yeah, well, happy anniversary.
Well, thank you
Who can believe 3 years?
I know. I can't believe I've been here longer than those two either.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, out on Sewing Street. I mean, John's obviously been here forever
Yes, of
on
course,
Sewing Quarter, and Vix has been here forever.
Very
but
good.
I can't believe I've been here 3 years. Well, thank you very much. Lovely to see you. I'll pop up and
yes.
see you afterwards.
Yes, yeah, because I'm the only one here today. They're
Are
all
you?
on
Where
holiday.
are they?
They're all
Are
off.
they?
Yes, yeah.
It's weird, isn't it? Is that why? Is that because all the schools have gone back, so they've all gone?
Probably, yeah.
They've all gone on holiday while the prices go. Okay.
good one.
Oh, I'll see you later. Get the biscuits. Anyway, so don't forget to shop to win. Prize every day. So I've put together, because this is my anniversary show, a few of the Amber Makes kits that we've sold out on, or ones that you haven't seen for a while. So I'm going to start with the quilt kits. The purple one behind me. So last year we brought out Sewing Block of the Month, where we did a different block every single month, each featuring a sewing themed item. And on the panels you could make the blocks, or you got an illustrated version. But we had loads of you who wanted to buy it to make the whole quilt. So we did this last week and then we sold out. So in the kit you get everything to make the whole quilt. So what you get is this panel. So we haven't ever done these before. The panel has all 12 blocks on it, all of them. Can you see them all? I have to hold them all like this. There you go. So all of them. There we go. Oh, shall I move over and do it overhead? That's a good idea. Yeah, because it's quite hard to show them, isn't it? So this is the panel that you get in the kit. Now, we hadn't ever done these before, so there's all 12 of them. You've got made to measure, the haberdashery, they're all 13 inches square, so they can be trimmed down to 12.5 inches. You've got the Dresden plate, the sewing machine, the sewing basket, the kaleidoscope, the scissors, spools of thread, iron, very important thing. You've got patchwork, and you've got an embroidery hoop. So that is in the kit, and also in the kit, I have to go over, I'll just keep moving from one desk to the next. If you're making now this is available, I'll move desk you see, because it's available in blue or purple. So in the purple version, which was the one that was behind me, you also get the finishing panel. So when you look at this price, $49.99, you get 12 blocks that are all 13 inch square, and you also get this massive panel. I'm going to show you what it looks like on the desk. This is I'm on purple. So you get 2 panels in this. So the finishing panel, look, has got all the vertical sashing, it's got the sashing squares, it's got the borders that go around the edge of it. I mean, it is absolutely enormous. It's even got the corner squares. They go up in the corners of them. And you see here, these are all the binding strips. And in the kit as well, you get instructions, which is kind of important. But it's a simple as quilt to put together. Because all it is you cut out the blocks and then you join them all together with the sashing strips and borders. And because the prints that are used in the sashing strips and the borders are the ones that are actually featured in the panels, the whole thing goes together beautifully. So that's the purple version. Now, when we brought it out last week, we sold out. So we've managed to get just a few back. $49.99, and we only have 18 left. And we have more than that in baskets. And the quilt measures, in case you need to know, 73 by 58 inches. So it's perfect to hang up in your sewing room or snuggle under, and when we have to put the heating back on. We've also got it available in the blue version. Now the blue version is hanging up here, so you can see you've got all of the blocks, and then the colours are this blue here. I'll just show you. I won't open up the panel because the panel's exactly the same. Oh, that is strange. We've got exactly the same that have sold in the blue and the purple. So, well, it's called teal, but tealy blue. They are neck and neck, but this is... there we go. That's what the panel looks like. It's exactly the same as the purple one, only it's blue. And obviously in the kit, you will get the panel that has all 12 blocks on. You will get the finishing panel, and you will get this set of instructions for just $49.99, which I think, because we've been able to print the panels and you don't need anything else, you will need backing fabric and wadding, but this has got all the top fabric and the binding. Oh, blue's winning. But I've put diagrams in, so it's all there. It's very, very simple to make, but everything is there that you need to be able to make the full quilt. Now, what we didn't have, this is brand new today. So when we sold them last week, Tuesday, it was Tuesday, I couldn't remember what day it was. We didn't have the blocks on their own. The only way you could get hold of the blocks was if you bought the kit. But I asked them upstairs, because I said people might not want to make the whole quilt. They might want to make the blocks. They might want to use them to make cushions with, or bags, or they might want to use their own fabric, or they might want to, because they're all joined together with a print fabric between them, they might want to make a smaller version of the quilt and just quilt this one piece. So for the first time ever, for $19.99, we have got the panel with all 12 blocks on. So you can use them and cut out for your own makes, or you could just make one quilt with this. If you bought 2 panels, you could make an even bigger quilt. So if you bought, you could buy two of the kits and make an even bigger quilt, or you could buy 2 of the panels and join them together with your own fabrics. You could make them into bags, cushions, join them together to make storage items. You can make a great big duvet cover. You would need to join it all together, but it features all of these. You can also use them for, you can quilt on them, you can embroider them, you can embellish them, but this is the first time that we've had them ever on their own. Sewing machine, you've got the, let's go over there, you've got the Dresden plate, but all the prints of these are all matched together. You've got the sewing basket, you've got the teapot, but first tea, so that's what we need before we start stitching. Haberdashery, and then the dressmaker's dummies there. So that is the first time. We have got absolutely loads of these in baskets, and we are limited, so there are loads of these in baskets. Well, because I had to beg them to get these printed, so it was a little bit last minute, because we produce so many panels, so I had to beg to get these done. So I couldn't get loads and loads of them, but I really wanted you to be able to have, because we had so many of the kits, some of you asking after the kits sold out, can we get some more? So I did, but I did say I think it would be nice to have the panels on their own. There we go. Well over half of the stock is gone, and we've got more than that in baskets as well. So if you want them, you need to check out. I'll leave that with you. We'll come back and I'll keep you updated. Right, I'm going to get the get organised. I just keep moving from one desk to the other. Right, so what we also did was, oh, that's on the other table now, isn't it? We produced a panel with the miniature versions of the blocks, and I created a wall hanging called Get Organised. That's what it looks like. It's over there behind the balloons now. We'll have a look at that later. Anyway, in the kit for this, so the whole point of this wall hanging is that it uses charm squares, which is what is in this kit. Now, if you look at it, on the panel, you have got all 12 of the blocks, but as 5-inch squares. These are used for the front of the pockets. And then we've got some matching charm square prints that use all the prints that you'll see that are within the charms, the main prints, and use these for the sides of the pockets. We've got labels as well. So you've got 2 lots. There's 40 charm squares on here. You've got 2 lots of the 12 and then some extra prints as well. You get 1.5 meters of calico, which is used for the wall hanging for the front and the back of it. And you get full instructions for the Get Organised hanging. So I've made it in such a way that it works so that you can hang it on a door, so that you can put eyelets in it, and if you buy those door hanger hook things, you can hang it on the back of your door, or you can also put like a dowel through it and hang it up. There is a full video tutorial. When you get your instructions, there'll be details of that, and there's a QR code that you can scan, so that if you are new to sewing or you're more of a visual learner, which I know loads of you are, you want to be able to see what there is and how to do it. So that's how you do it. So that's getting all the organised kit. Now we have also got just the instructions on their own, because I have written these from the point of view of them being charm squares. Shall I just go and get it? Yeah, well, it's just hanging on this shelf. Sorry, just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back. I'm back. So here, I'll show you on the desk. This is it. I thought it was over here. It's too much stuff. So I've written it from the point of view is it uses charm squares. So if you want to make an organiser, you put it in the bathroom, put it in the sewing room, you could have it in the kitchen, you could have it in the children's room, or any room in the house. You can easily move it around as well. If you want just the instructions on, they're $9.99. To make it, you need 24 charm squares and 1.5 meters of fabric, because the fabric is used for the lining of the pockets, the front of the hanger and the back. It's a easy peasy make, it really is. So if you want just the instructions, because you've got your own charm squares, there we go. And obviously if you get the instructions, you've got the video tutorial. Option number 3, if you want just the charm squares, have you got that, Ben? He's hoping so. If you want just the charm squares panel, because you've got other things you'd like to make, or maybe you've bought the kit but you'd like to make a bigger organiser and you want more pockets, you can't find them. They are there, sewing charm squares. I don't know what they're called, something like the sewing quilt charm squares. Oh, UQUU14, even got the SKU. We'll have a look for that. I'm sure it's there. Oh, okay. We'll have a look in a moment. We did have it. It must be there somewhere. Right. I'm going to go back to the other desk now, because everything else is over here. Right. So we do the Christmas village next. That's what I fancy doing. So there's lots of you I know who missed out on this. So we had it reprinted and we brought it back last Tuesday. So if you want to make the Christmas village, this is the Christmas village. It is 4 little houses. Well, there's 4 little shops actually. There's the post office. Oh, you're not going to see this, are you? Shall I move? Well, I can move. I'll move. Oh, that's the church. Oh, have you not got the village? Oh, the village was in. Okay. Oh, I don't know what's going on today. Right, we'll start with the church then. So, if you want to make the village, we will find in a moment. If you want to make the Christmas village church, this is it. The point of it is, if you haven't seen it before, it's a little church. It's printed to look. It's got the door on the inside. It's even got the tiles on the inside of the church. There's snow on the roof. There's a little tower. Then what you can do is put these little LED make sure they're LED. Don't use real candles or you set fire to it. You can cut out the doors and you can pop these inside and you can put them in the main church building, and then they light and they make a lovely little decoration. So that's the village church. In the kit for just $19.99. See the site is so cute, isn't it? You get the fabric panel with all of the pieces. So all you need to make this as well is some wadding, because it's just wadding, nothing else, but just wadding. Like H640 is ideal because you can press it on. That gives it its structure. But look, you've got all of the pieces, the church front out of the back out of the roof, even the lining of the inside of the roof looks like what a church would be inside. There's the tower. So you've got all of the doors. Now you can cut out all the windows or just the doors. It's entirely up to you. With mine, I cut out just the top windows and the doors, but all of that's explained. There's all the church. You even get a gift tag if you want to give it to someone. And there's the instructions, full instructions, which with all the pictures, and also there is a full video tutorial. So when you get your instructions, it'll tell you, because it takes you to the Amber Makes website. There is a QR code as well, so it means that you can watch a tutorial if you're new and you want to learn how to do it and watch, because I videoed the whole of me doing it just to make it simpler. So that's the village church. Have we got the village as well? Oh yay, we've got the village. Don't know what happened to the village. Right, so we also have the village. Now, we've put the village and the church as separate, because I know some people want one, some people want the other, and some people have both. So that's why we've done them separate. So the village is matching, obviously, because they match the church, you see. They match. So if you want the same thing. So in the village, we have the post office, we have the pub, the Royal Oak, we've got the haberdashery, and we've got the tea rooms. Now, you can cut out the doors, some of the windows, all of the windows, if you want to. You can leave them uncut and use them as storage. Again, what you do is you can put these little tea lights inside. I'll turn one of them on. And they light up. And then you can have them as little Christmas decorations. If you want, I'll show you what I did with one of them. If you don't want to put lights inside them, but you'd rather use them as a decoration, you can not cut out any of the doors or windows and just sew the roof on half. And then you can use that as a little gift box. You can put it on your Christmas table. You could fill it with sweets, and then you just flap that over. So that's entirely up to you. I just made one of the pubs like that. So that is the Christmas Village, $19.99. Again, you get the full panel, which has all the village pieces on it, and you get the instructions as well. I won't show those to you because they look exactly the same as the church, but just as a village. Right, what should we do next? The shapely shoulder. We have got them in 2 prints. So there is the shapely shoulder bag. So this is called the Monet one. I need to move the stuff that's in front of me, don't I, so you can actually see it. There we go. Right, so this is the Monet shoulder bag. So when you look at it, it features the Monet bridge over the water lilies. It's called the Shapely because it has darts in the bottom, which gives it that shape. And inside, and you can also choose, so this one has got a magnetic clasp. What I've also done, because I've had a lot of people who say, I want to put a zip in my bag, I don't like the fact it's not secure. And then other people go, I don't like putting in zips. So in the instructions, there are details of how to put in a magnetic clasp, or I'll show you on the haberdashery version. I've also put in how to put in a zip. There is a full video tutorial with these kits. Which shows you exactly how to put in that zip. But also on the panel, you get pieces to make a little zip purse that matches, and if I can find it, a tiny little bag, it's called a bag charm, which is supposed to be to decorate your bag, but you could put a pound coin in there, a little lip salve, but it's there to decorate the edge of the bag. There it is. There is the panel. So this is the water lilies version. So for either versions, you can either put the magnetic clasp in for the easy finish, or if you prefer, you want the full secure zip, you can do that. This is what the panel looks like. I'm going to have to hold it up, aren't I? So you can see everything already has the shapes printed on it. So you can see the bag charms here, because it really is cut and sew. There's no templates. All the seam allowances are included. You just cut out all the pieces. All the maths has been worked out for you. All the prints have been done. So the lining of the bag is in a matching like water lilies print, like you can see on here. That's all on there. You will also get in your kit full instructions. Full instructions, and it comes with the full video tutorial. So that's the water lilies version. Then there is another version which is haberdashery. So this is the other version. So this features your favourite shop. Now I've put a zip in the top of that. So obviously with this one you've got the shaped bottom, the print on the inside, is a really lovely, the lining is on the bag as well, but the print on the inside is a matching sewing machine haberdashery one. The strap is on there. It shows you in the instructions how to add the slider to make it adjustable. You also get all the pieces to make the matching little zip purse, as well as, where is it? Oh, there it is, the little bag charm, which is just a baby haberdashery. That's all in there. So that's the haberdashery version. Again, you can choose. Also, it's quite a good way if you've never put one of these open zips where the zip extends beyond the bag so it opens wide. It's quite a good way of learning how to do that in just a little bag situation. Because it's quite nice. Sometimes you just want a magnetic clasp. Other times you want to have the whole thing nice and enclosed. So that's that one. What should we do next, Ben? The Wrapped in Style collection. So Amy and I created this collection because we thought it'd be really nice to be able to wrap your presents, whether they're not Christmas themed, whether it's Christmas, birthdays, anniversary, whatever. You can wrap all of your presents. So we created these. Now in the kit, there is the fabric on the panels and the instructions to make 7 bags. You will need to provide your own lining fabric, but it meant we could get more on there. So when you look at that price, £24.99, I'll show you the bags and then I'll show you the panel. You've got full instructions, and it's a big instruction booklet because there's 7 bags to make all of these. So this is the first bag, the big one. So you've got, this is the Morris version. There are several prints, but this is the Morris Makes version. It says, let's celebrate. It's a nice, really proper, look at this one. That's a proper gift bag, isn't it? Only 10 left of this kit. You also get in here the wine bottle tote. So perfect for giving somebody a bottle of wine, whiskey, gin. You get a drawstring bag. So this is ideal for particularly fabricy things, or if you gave somebody a little spa package or some hand creams, so you get that. It does say in the instructions, because they're all lined, I've just used a plain fabric because that's not on the panel. Otherwise, I know that you've got loads of plain fabrics or special fabrics. If you use your own, then it means we can keep it more affordable. So that's why we haven't included that. You get a really cute little back pouch. Tiny little, oh, do you want that on the overhead? Sorry. The little pouch, and that ties up in the middle, so you can just put little gifts in there. You also get a little drawstring bag for smaller presents, and you get this one. I love this one. This is like a little tote bag, but a baby one. It's ideal for like a bar of soap or a little hand cream, and it says good things come in small packages, which I totally agree with. And you also get gift tags that you can then, if you write their name in friction pen, they can iron it off and use it again, or you can embroider their name on. So all of that for £24.99. So you get full instructions, and you get 7 bags and the matching gift tags as well. And because they're all in the William Morris print, they can be used for any occasion. So you could use them for your Christmas gifts or not. So. And the fabric panel, I'll give you a quick whiz. Squeeze so you can see how big it is. I'll just hold it up there. Look, there's the fabric panel that comes with it. Look at the size of it. And that has everything you need, except for the lining fabric. But the good thing about it is you use the fabric pieces on here as templates to cut out the lining fabric, so it's really easy. You don't need any special templates. You just pin these onto your lining fabric and cut round them. So that's Wrapped in Style Morris Makes. Then oh, just dropped a gift tag. Should we do Party Animals? Party Animals is here. Yes. So Party Animals, they're exactly the same bags, but they're just in these prints. So let me show you them. The main bag has got giraffes on with glasses, and flamingos and toucans. Got nice spotty handles, and then these are all the other bags that are inside. There's the drawstring bag. He has a cheetah on the front and the back. and the drawstring with this lovely like pinky leopard print on the bottom. Then we have the bottle bag. Love the bottle bag because it's got a giraffe. And then you go around the sides of it, and there he is on the other side, it says bottoms up. So that's the bottle bag. So, I mean, this would suit any occasion or age. There's a little drawstring bag, which has the toucan on it. And then, you see, when you've made these, they're the sort of thing people will reuse. So they might put a gift in them. This is the little bag. A gift for you, woohoo! With little handles, and then you just tie it across the top once you put your present in. Oh, I'll tell you what I missed from the Morris one. Don't know where that's gone. I've missed one bag. There's the little tote bag, just for you. Single figures on this. That's what I missed. So this is the, there's also an envelope. So this is ideal if you've got gift vouchers. And for some reason they swapped over. That's the one that should have been in the Morris Makes one. So if you give someone cash or gift vouchers, absolutely perfect. So that's the 7th. Only 5 left of these. And you've also have all of the gift tags as well. 7 bags and all the gift tags. £24.99. So that's and then the final one is the So Celebrate. This one. So this features your it's actually designs that Amy's done, and then I've embroidered, and then we turned them into prints. So this is the tote bag. So this is your Victoria's sponge. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? But this is all done in applique and embroidery, and then we photographed it. Right, then we've got, there's the tote, the wine bottle. So it features embroidery, but then has been turned into print. So it kind of echoes your hobby as well. We have the little gift bag. So that's a bicycle with flowers in on the front and the back. We've got a drawstring gift bag, the one with the round bottom. That's got a watering can with spring flowers on. There we go. We have a little drawstring bag that's got a cup of tea with a jammy dodger in. So all of the outside and the things like the gathered casing will be on your panel. There's the little mini tote with a Victoria sandwich on. And then the last one is the envelope. Because it's just, and the envelope is done in such a way, it's just one piece of fabric that you then line, and by the way you sew it all together, it forms a little envelope, and all the gift tags as well. So that's that one. Remember the panel, and it has the panel and the instructions in the kit. Right, so we're going to do Totally tote bags. Have we got 7? I don't know whether I've got them all here, but we'll have a look, shall we? Yes, we can. The 12 Days of Christmas. I've just got to... the 12 Days of Christmas is a brand new one, yes. Sorry, I'm just moving my kits around now. There we go. So the Totally Tote, I had that here. Where did I put it? Is it on the... Oh, hang on. Well, I'll go over here because it's over here. Right, there it is. So we did the 12 Days of Christmas quilt the other day. So we decided we'd use the prints because they're so lovely to make the tote bag. No, this we did last Tuesday for the first ever time. So the Totally Tote, the point of the Totally Tote, it is everything that a tote needs to be. It's you can put Bosal foam interfacing it to make it really structured. You can put wadding like I did this, or nothing at all to make it much more foldable. It's a nice nice size, perfect for your Christmas shopping. Look, good size. It is fully lined, and the lining comes on the panel. It also has with it a little gift purse or bag. Put your coins in, put bits from your handbag. If you don't put any wadding or anything, if you just leave it as it is, you can actually get the bag in here with the zip across. And on the front of it, it says the 12 Days of Christmas, and it features illustrations all from the 12 Days of Christmas. It says the partridge and the French hens and the swans. The handles have all the 12 Days of Christmas illustrations, and on the other side it says on the first day of Christmas. And then you have this lovely red stripe at the bottom. You will get in the kit a panel which has everything on it, the outer, the lining. All you need to provide, if you want to, is wadding or bosal to make it more structured. So there's the panel. The lining is just small versions of it. So you've got this lovely blue with all the tiny versions. That's used in the lining. So you could make it, if you use your own lining and make another tote bag and use that for the outside, if you wanted to. And there's the handles. The bag also, forgot to mention, has a pocket. So which you can put a zip in or not, as you prefer. So if I show you inside, I've put a zip in my pocket, and then when you open it up, the pieces are on the panel. It says inside, I'll pull the pocket out. You've got all the pieces of the pocket. It says the 12 Days of Christmas, which only you will see, but that's your special pocket. And you know it's there. And on the panel are the pieces for the pocket, and you also get some extra 1, 2 and 3 pieces if you want to use them. So that's the 12 Days of Christmas one. The other one is the woodland one. Can we do that one next? So this is the woodland 12 Days of Christmas panel. With this one, I use bosal for it. So you can see it's got much more structure. So it's almost like a basket. And it features woodland animals who are a bit cold, so they've got scarves on. So I actually, on my sewing machine, I've got a blanket stitch. Because if you've used bosal or wadding, you can add a bit of quilting. So I've actually worked blanket stitch around the edge of these, and it gives them just a bit of detail. But you don't have to add those. So look, the rabbit's got a coat on, the squirrel's got a hat on, even the robin's got a hat on, and they're all in the wood, and the hedgehog's just cold. But he's got prickles, so he doesn't really need a coat. You've got like almost like a fair owl knitted pattern at the bottom. The lining, there's the handles. I actually stitched, I got a bit carried away with the decorative stitches on my machine. I put some star stitch around the edge of them. The lining features like a navy version of the animals. Can you see? The pocket in here has got, I think it says secret pocket. I'll show you the pocket. Secret things with the fox inside the pocket. If you don't want to put the pocket in, you don't have to. You don't even need to put the zip in. You can just leave that as an opening. And obviously it does come with all the pieces to make the little zip pouch as well. So that's the woodland animals. I'll need to go back over here to show you the panel. I'll have walked miles by the end of today. Get my steps up, yes. Where is that one? Oh, it was always going to be on the bottom, wasn't it? Right. Here's the panel for it. It's really big. So there's the woodland animals. That's the base of it. You can see the lining a bit better now. So it's like on a navy background with stars, all the little animals with their coats. There's the front of the bag, all the lining, the handles. There's the pocket front, the pocket back, and then you've got all of the zip case pieces and the case tabs and extra hedgehogs. And then these 3 pieces are just extra. You could make one of those little charm bags out of it, or a little coin purse. So that's that one. Gnome family. Oh, you know that's going to be over there, don't you? Shall I just take all these with me? And then I'll probably have to come back and they'll be over there again. Just... Right, gnome family. Oh, it's not there. No, it's over here. There was such a lot of stuff that had to go all over the thing. So there's the gnome family. There's Norman and Norma. And so there's the boy and the girl, Norman and Norma, and then the baby gnome on the front and the back. They're obviously the tote, as with all the panels, has got, look at the lining on this one. It's really cute. I'll turn it inside out so you can see it better. It's got lots of gnomes and trees. That's all the lining. It has a zip pocket, which this one, you see, I haven't put a zip in. You don't have to. You can just have it as an opening, and that says secret. Oh, am I doing it that way around? It says secret things. And you get the zip pocket as well. Now, obviously, with all of these totes, you get full instructions, and then you get the printed panel. I'm not going to show you the panel again because it takes ages to open it all out. But there's the panel. It's exactly the same as the other panels, only with these prints on. So that's gnomes. Yeah, see, now winter scene, I didn't have one I did the other week because I couldn't find it, and then I found it at home. So that's handy. Well, yeah, I just found it. I don't know where it was. So winter scene next. So this one has a beautiful wintry, doesn't even need to be Christmas actually, a winter sort of village scene in the snow with snow in the sky. It's very, very icy and pretty, isn't it? But this is the winter village in the day, and this is the winter village at night, because you get the moon with that one. And then you get the matching handles, and then the inside there's the inside, really lovely lining, and obviously you get the matching zip purse as well. And with all of the other totes, it comes with a pocket. It says secret things on it. So that's the winter one. Again, remember, you get with it, you will get instructions and the panel to make it. Next. The robins. I've seen that one. Oh, there it is. Right, robins. So, there's a beautiful Christmas robin. Well, it doesn't have to be Christmas. Robins aren't just for Christmas. They are all day round, sitting on some beautiful berries. It's like a watercolour image. I love that robin. He's so lovely, isn't he? And there he is on both sides. There are robin-y handles. I love the base of this. It's a really nice deep teal to match that. It's one of my favourite ones, this one. And then the lining of it is like an all-over robin-y print. And there's the zip purse. And I put a pink zip in mine because it matches because they're very pinky red. And again, this one, I put a zip in that pocket. Just depends whether you want to or not. And the pocket says, and I know, you know, some people who've made these have put the pocket in. They've used the pocket to make, and not put it in the bag, but used it to make an extra zip purse because it has a front and back that says secret things with a little robin on it. So that's the robin-y one. And with that one, you obviously get the panel and the instructions. Right, shall we do the storage totes next? Because there is, well, we've only got one left now, haven't we, of the totes? Okay, well, where's Chris? Oh, there. We'll do Christmas shopping and then we'll move on to them, because Christmas shopping. So I'll show you this one. You can see it now upright. This is one that I've put basil into. So it really has a lot more structure, doesn't it? Exactly the same. So any of these totes, you can put basil or wadding or nothing. It's entirely up to you. But this one features your Christmas shops in the street. So you've got the toy shop, the haberdashery, and the lovely thing about using basil is you can really quilt it and it makes all the bits stand out. So because I've quilted around the edge of the signs and the windows, they really stand out. On the other side, you get the Christmas Emporium, and then you get the book house, the Story House, which is the bookshop. And the inside of it features just smaller versions of the prints. And then obviously, as with all of them, so you can see better on the overhead now, can't you? Look, you can see how I've quilted around it. Really makes them stand out, which you get more from the bozal. I even like the handles because the handles are like bricks. And then that is the matching pouch. So with the kit, obviously you get full instructions, but this is the fabric panel, which has all of those pieces on it. Right, let's move on now. So those are all the totes. I'm going to do the storage baskets next, which are here. So I'll move over to this desk. I think I'm actually confusing myself. So, storage baskets, I love these because I've got to find the kits for them now. Where are the kits for them? Oh, there they are. So the idea behind these was that you can use these to put gifts in. You could use them as a pot to put a flower pot in to give to someone as a gift. You could fill them with oranges or apples or sweets, or you could put them on your table and fill them with Christmas baubles. The gingerbread house, there are 3. So in the kit you get enough to make all 3. When you look at them, you see it features all the images from a gingerbread house. So it looks like a little gingerbread house. They're lined as well. So on the inside, it's the inside of the gingerbread house. They have handles which you can put on or not, depending on whether you want to. And you get the big one, and you get a medium one, and you get a small one. So you can fill them up with whatever you like. They do look nice. I filled one of them with apples. They look really lovely like that. Or you could put baubles in. They make nice little gifts as well. Lovely to have on your table. So in the kit, this is what you get. I'll show you the whole panel. I'll show you on the overhead, I think. So you get all the pieces. So you get the handles. Now you don't have to put the handles. You might prefer not to put them on. So you've got the handles and you've got all the lining. So this is a big panel. So here's the lining. But everything, as with all the Amber Makes kits, all the seam allowances are included. So there's no templates. All you have to do is cut out around the edge and sew them together. In the spare bits, we've printed extra things like the gingerbread men and the candy canes. You can just use those for your own makes. You could use these to make gift tags with. They're entirely optional, but we don't like to leave any fabric unprinted. So there's the large basket outer, the other large basket outer, the medium basket, the small basket. There's loads and loads on here. So you can make all 3 baskets. You will just need to add wadding to it. If you go on the website description, I have listed on there exactly what you need to make it that isn't in the kit, like the wadding or if there's thread or whatever. So if you want to get that ahead, it's all in there. Hi Rebecca, I made all of the storage baskets and gave a set to my aunt. She uses one for keeping the scorecards in, a green bowl, and she loved them. Brilliant idea. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you so much. Right, we've also got the there's another set of storage baskets. Shall we do the Santa's Workshop? So there's the big one. Can you see him? So you've got Santa's Sewing Workshop. So he's making all the toys, but obviously he's sewing them all. So there's the outside. So you've got you've got Santa's hut, and so it's all brown. But then if I show you inside, then you've got there's the inside of it. So I know some people who have bought these, they've actually lined them with their own fabric and then used the inside and made 2. So look, that's the inside. But they're because you're using them as storage baskets, you might have filled them with things. You can still see the inside. So all the details of what it would look like inside are printed on there, because obviously you have 2 pieces and you have the handle. So that's the big one. And then there's the medium one, which is more shelves. So all that you've got, like the sewing machine, you've got a teddy bear, a rocking horse, and then there's the inside. And then you have a baby one, which is actually the teddy bear section of the workshop. So it's all the shelves filled with teddy bears. So that's the Sewing Workshop version, which this is the panel for. I'm going to just hold this one up because it's the same as the gingerbread, only just different prints. But there you go, you can see all the pieces. You've got the spotty handles, you can see the inside and the outside for all 3 storage boxes. That's the panel for that one. So, oh, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, sorry. Oh, that was a sudden sneeze, wasn't it? Oh, sudden sneeze. Whoa, don't know where that came from. Must have been some dust in that. That you need 22 by 35 inches of wadding. That's what you need. So 56 by 90 centimetres in total, if you need to know how much you need of that. And then the final Christmas basket is the winter scene. So let's see, actually, so you can see, look on here, because I did take photos, if you show you close up. This is what I filled mine with. So with the winter scene, I put one of those white poinsettias in, tinsel in one and baubles. With the, yes, you can, real ones. In the gingerbread house, I filled the big one with cookie cutters. And in the medium one, I put all my Christmas napkins in. And in the little one, I filled it with chocolate. And then with the Santa Sewing Workshop, I put loads of fat quarters in that one and some ribbons. Oh, and there's a snowman in that. So there's all what you can use them for. So this is the winter scene. There's the big one. I stitched over before I assembled them, I stitched over with some metallic thread. So I sewed over the stars to give it a little bit of sparkle. So there's Santa in his sleigh flying over the Christmas scene. The medium one has a little, it almost feels a little bit Dutch, doesn't it? It's like a little townscape. There we go. And then the baby one is like a little town again. And you can fill them with anything. So that is the sewing, the Christmas storage baskets. Which one should we do next? Should we do the poinsettias? We haven't done those for ages. Oh, and then we'll do the mug carry cases because we have got a couple of them left. Right, I'm going to show you this one because I love this. It's one of my favourite things. So, do you fancy an everlasting pot of poinsettias? So, on the panel are all the pieces to make the pot, which has got that kind of cracked china look about it. You've got the base, which has got a hole in it because you need a drainage hole. Very important. You've got the soil on top, and then you have 5 poinsettias. It's got a bit squashed in the cupboard, and you can arrange them. So they've got all the petals, and you can they're not petals, they're bracts. Actually, it does actually say that on the panel. But you can arrange, because this has been in the cupboard. You can arrange all the leaves and bracts so they open up. There's no wire in this at all. The way it works is they are super stuffed. So I've stuffed these so hard that they stand up. But what happens is these stems actually go all the way down to the bottom. The stems go all the way down to the bottom, which holds them up, and then they're sewn into the soil. So that's the poinsettias. Let me show you the panel, because the panel is enormous. Right, 2 minutes left. I'm just going to show you the panel because it is enormous. So everything, again, as with all the Amber Makes kits, everything is created for you so you don't have to work it out. So the shape to make the flower pot is very specific, but it works once you sew it together to make that lovely conical shape. There's all the stems, and that's you sew these two together, and then you get that kind of yellowy bit that goes on the top of them. And then these are all the bracts. So the bracts are all double-sided, which gives them that stiffness. Loads of them. There's red ones and green ones. There's the flower pot base. You get a gift tag with it as well. And then the soil. See, this is the joy of it. It means that we can print soil. So you join the soil pieces together and leave gaps, and that's what you put the stems through. So if you want, as lovely as a doorstop, really nice for a table decoration, but a great gift for somebody who, like me, would often kill their poinsettias. There we go. And then the last thing I want to do are the mug carry cases, which I bet are somewhere else. Oh, of course they are, they're everywhere. Well, there's so many of them, they're all over the place. Now, you said the winter warmers had gone, didn't you? So I won't do that one. Yeah. Okay, sewing at Christmas, just 3 of these left. So I remember if you were here with me at 8 o'clock, I said if you want to get a mug for someone, because we had them at 8 o'clock as a gift, nice to put in a carry case. So the idea behind this is it's padded, so you can pop your mug inside, fold it up, loop it over, loop the elastic over. You can then carry your mug. So if you are going on a workshop, it's ideal for that. It's a lovely gift for somebody. If you're giving them a mug, then it's nice to put that in. But also if you go on holiday and you don't like the mugs that you always get and you want to take your own, it saves it. When you then open it up, it has a little pocket in that you could put your tea bags in or your sugar sachets, and you can also keep your little coaster that comes with it inside. All the pieces for this are all on the panel. I won't show it all to you because we're running out of time. So you get the panel and full instructions. There is another mug carry case on there that looks like this, the robin. But all the details are on the website. There's loads of other kits that I have missed out on, so just have a look at the website, sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and you'll be able to find them all. Thank you so much for joining me for this hour. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes with Adam, who's going to show us how to make the great Scotch shirt that he was wearing earlier, and also a brilliant demo on the Juki machine. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a few minutes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So I was just under the desk. Hi, Adam. What have you been doing in the break then?
Well, I wasn't under the desk.
No.
I was upstairs actually chatting the ladies up in the office.
Were you? Did you get anywhere?
No. It's unsurprising,
yeah,
really.
surprising. You need to try harder.
No, we were chatting fabrics and all things and for next shows and stuff.
Oh, really?
And we were saying how lovely that dress is.
It's lovely, isn't it? Did you go, yes, thank you very much, I made it?
Yeah.
That's the best one when someone goes, did you make that? I went, yes. I went, no, I didn't. But I feel like I've made it. So we're going to talk about the Great Scott shirt.
The Great Scott shirt.
So could you take your jacket off, please?
Oh, hello.
When you've done that.
Hang on, let me take
we'll have what else
tape
will we get
off.
Adam to take off? We have enough people that vote. There we go.
Right.
Well, I now can see the shirt properly.
It's lovely, isn't it? Now, I must say that this is actually in John Scott's size.
Yes.
Because I made it thinking, oh, we can have another shirt.
I know,
I
love
for myself, but it's not here, so I thought, well, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll wear it. but I've had to tuck it around at the back.
Yes, I guess the point is that you would, if it was for you, you would have made a smaller size.
Yeah, I would have made a smaller size, yeah, maybe a medium or something like that.
I think you should make yourself one.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, it's really grown on me, the lovely floral.
Yeah,
I really like it.
Do you wear florals?
Occasionally, yeah.
If you were going to a wedding, see?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I like usually a floral tie, but I think I've been invited...
a bit much with that shirt.
Yeah, it would be a bit much, yeah. But I'm thinking I've been invited to a few evening do's. Yes. Now, I still like to wear something smart.
Yes.
But, you know, so you could wear it without a tie, couldn't you? In something like this, it'd
lovely.
Be nice.
Yeah, definitely.
And I like a waistcoat as well. I'm feeling actually, my favourite colour is navy. I know this might sound really boring, but a navy suit, this would go lovely with a navy suit.
Yeah, it would actually. I think you should do that.
Yeah.
Shame you didn't make that one to fit you, really, isn't
I
it?
know, well, I'll have to just make another one, won't
So
I?
the idea behind the shirt was to make a classic, I mean, obviously make it for the great John Scott.
Yeah.
But was to make a classic man shirt.
That's it. So to include things like a placket on the cuff, obviously have the cuffs and the collars and the undercollar, the stand collar. and also to have a yoke on the back as well.
Right, yeah.
But the idea was to try and keep it as simple as it could be, as far as you can with shirts, to make it accessible. Because I'll be honest, like, you know, it's not a beginner's kind of pattern like we've shown earlier on with the dress. Yeah. But
it's as simple as it can be.
Yeah. Including the button stands are all what we call grown on, and I'll show us what that means when we do the demo. But yeah.
Well, I met a couple of guys at the Festival of Kilts. The
Festival of Kilts, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I was forgetting where that was.
They've been watching Outlander.
Yeah, what's under your kilt? No, they said to me, I made the Great Scott shirt and they were wearing it and they said how easy it was and how it fitted and they looked gorgeous.
Well, that's a huge compliment. Yeah, because it's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you put your own stuff out there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
But, you know, I'm quite meticulous and I take my time over things. I always say, people always say, when you're bringing out your next pattern, and my answer is as soon as I've got it done and I'm happy with it.
Yeah, it's got to be...
I could bring out loads.
Yeah,
but I need to make sure they're all checked.
Well, you know, but this has been so successful, so popular, and it works. So it's worth the time, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So
and I love there is the pattern there, $17.99. Now, as far as sizes, it goes from extra small up to double XXXL, which is in inches. What's 92?
Oh, I'll have to do a conversion. Bear with, caller, one moment. Now, everything's in centimetres on it because I drafted it in centimetres.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. It's just because people
I think it's about a 36 inch chest.
36. And what's 122?
Let me have a look. 122.
48. I've got Charlie doing it.
Is he?
Fastest finger on the calculator, up to 48-inch chest.
Yeah, that's right.
There we go. I mean, obviously it's in centimetres because of fabric and stuff, but at least you know those are the chest sizes. So 34 to 48-inch chest. Now, what fabrics would you recommend? We have fabrics, but what would you recommend?
So you can't beat a nice cotton for a shirt.
Okay, yeah.
Like we discussed earlier on in today's programme, a cotton lawn was nice when we did that for John. You could do it out of a nice shirtweight denim. That would be nice.
Oh, that's true.
What else could you do? A poplin, a cotton poplin,
crisp.
Yeah.
Needle cord.
Oh, now, yes. That would be a bit thicker, obviously.
Would it work, do you think?
Yeah, there's no reason why it shouldn't. Obviously, when you're working with a fabric such as cord or, you know, there's got a bit of a nap, you're making sure you're cutting it the right way.
True.
But again, yeah, there's no reason why you couldn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it would be nice if that type of shirt have pockets and things.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But we'll start with cotton poplin, shall we?
Yeah.
As easier. But when you move on, you could do all sorts, couldn't you?
That's it.
Velvet.
A velvet shirt, could you imagine?
How nice would that be? It would be lovely though, wouldn't it? You know all those printed velvets we've got? I wonder how they look.
I like a velvet jacket.
There they go, velvet shirt, why not? So we've got a whole selection of cotton poplins. Now there is enough fabric in the bundle to make the largest shirt.
Yes.
Yes, because you need 2.5 metres.
And is that what you've got?
Yeah. So if you want to make Adam's shirt, here it is. Beautiful cotton poplin, Rose and Hubble. I mean, I think that's stunning, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. It really is. The colours just pop.
Well, it works on you. I mean, obviously not on you. It might look rubbish, but you're modelling it so beautifully. John, you have got a right delight to come back home to if you ever come back from Sicily after we've sold tours of your houses. But at least you're going to get a new shirt.
Shall we sell off all his shirts?
Yes. Well, we thought maybe they could be goodie bags.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yes,
yeah.
As Charlie does the John Scott house tour. How funny. So these are our cotton poplins. Oh, look at I like this one.
That's a really nice bluey colour, isn't it?
That's
it's
lovely.
Like a sky blue.
Well, it really is, isn't it? If you've got blue eyes.
Yeah. See, the tones like that on me work really well, especially now I'm going a bit greater.
I think
it makes your eyes pop.
Yeah, that's true, actually. That's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, I like that. Beautiful.
George Clooney would look nice in that shirt. He's got lovely eyes, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah. George Clooney.
$16.99. That's amazing. 2.5 metres for 100% cotton poplin. Because poplin is a lovely fabric to work with because it's slightly tighter woven than quilting weight, so it's crisp and, isn't it?
which is all the qualities you want in a shirt.
Crisp and that's not, and I don't know what the adjective for that is.
But we know what you mean.
You know what I mean? It's just all lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Next one, £16.99 these are. Ridiculous price. Once you've got your pattern, you can make hundreds of shirts, and it's £16.99. That's lovely, isn't it?
I love this. I could see John in this.
Yeah, he'd look lovely in all of these, but I think it's just summery and lovely, isn't it? It's something weird, isn't it, about, for a man's shirt, if you make it in like a mad fabric, it works because it's a shirt.
There used to be a company that I can't possibly say on air. The other word I could use is Rubbish Shirt Company, and they used to do the sleeves different to the front, to the pocket, to the, and somehow it all kind of worked.
I did that for my husband when he went to like dinner, evening do's, and you have your DJ shirt, you know, that popular. I took the sleeves off and the back off, and then just joined it all back together again, but in different fabrics. So when you've got your dinner jacket on, it looks normal. Yeah. Because you've got the front. Because I kept all that like peak. All the often pleated bits, and then they take your jacket off, and it's like, penguins and everything.
Oh, I bet that was great.
I did one for my son, one of my sons as well. It took flipping ages to take it all apart and draw around it and put it back together. Again was horrible, but it looked cool. Yeah. Right, next one. Oh, this is nice.
That's nice as well.
Oh, Ben wants this one. Is that a bit of you, Ben? I think because you're making it into a proper structured garment, any fabrics work.
Yeah.
I like that. I love that. So lovely. £16.99 for 2.5 metres of rose and herbal cotton poplin. Absolute steal. Right, I've got 3 more. So if you want to go, those are your sort of springy, summery ones. I'm thinking autumn.
These are nice.
Ooh.
Show me.
Do you like that? Bit of paisley. That's autumn paisley, isn't it?
I need to come over. I need a closer look at this.
Come and have a look.
Oh, that's beautiful. That is autumnal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got those paisies.
Perfect weight.
So there's a black background, but all these autumnal colours. Would you like that one?
Yeah, I want them all. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at what else you've got now as well. They're fab.
Which one are you going to have for this evening, do?
Oh, I don't know. I quite like the next one you're coming to as well. Yeah.
Right, so we've got another paisley. Again, 2.5 metres. I mean, these are such a great price. So again, it's the black background, but you've got blue and like lemon and sagey green in it.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. You can't go wrong with a paisley.
That's gorgeous. Ben says, that reminds me, I've got to cook tonight. How is that related? And he doesn't know what to cook. I'll give you some ideas.
Do you know Patrick Grant loves a paisley?
Does he?
He does.
I love a Patrick Grant.
So
we've got something in common, me and paisley.
Do you know when I made my first dress, I made it out of a paisley chiffon on the show.
And did you know?
No. Hand on heart, I didn't know. And Esme went, you just know that he likes paisley, don't you? And I went, I had no idea.
But I do now.
I do now.
He is lovely. I met him once, just the once, at one of these shows, you know. He's so tall, as you know, but I've got a photo of me and him. I look ridiculous. I look like a gnome. Because
he is quite tall.
He's ridiculously tall, isn't he? I think he must be like 1.5 foot bigger than me. Oh, he's so gorgeous. Anyway.
We digress.
We digress into Patrick Grant.
Patrick Grant and fabric, what more could you want?
Oh, I know. Little. This says red. This is not red, is it?
That looks burgundy to me.
That is a glass of claret.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Or a burgundy, or Merlot.
Yeah, it's more, Merlot.
Yeah, it's a glass of Merlot. It is not red. Beetroot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is the colour of beetroot juice.
Yeah.
It is. That absolute colour of beetroot juice or red wine. But that is lovely, isn't it? Anyway, right, so those are all the fabrics. We'll let you know which one's in the lead and how we're getting on with the patterns. So, how do we make it?
How do we make it? Well, I'm going to start from the very, very beginning because it's a very good place to start.
It is. Yeah.
We've
got a bit of a sound and music theme today, haven't we?
I think,
I'll start from the very beginning.
Okay. I designed this pattern without a pocket.
Okay.
And some people like a pocket and some people don't. But I did put a pocket template in the pattern.
Oh, okay.
The only thing is it was kind of a last minute addition. So if you're going to put that on, you've got to choose where you put it. It's a patch pocket.
The thing is everyone's got a shirt, so you just get your shirt at home and see where the pocket is you like. Is it level with the arm? I don't know. Where was it?
Yeah, more or less. It's a breast pocket.
But
so
if you get a shirt from your own shirt and just see where it went.
Yeah, exactly that. You'll be fine. But it's as an added bonus.
If you put the pocket on, would you recommend pattern matching or going completely the other way, not pattern matching?
Depends who you ask. Now, if you were to ask Esme Young, she would say don't match it. Every other time she wants you to pattern match.
Right.
But on a pocket, I think because it's a design feature, it will stand out more. And to be honest, on a ditzy print or a paisley, you could drive yourself crazy.
I'll come over to you because I'm kind of.
You could drive yourself crazy trying to match small prints.
Okay. So
I think if it was a really, large, bold, obvious.
So with this one, what would you do? Would you like fussy cut so that the flower's in the middle or something?
Yeah, I'd make sure that one of the roses, was in the middle of the pocket.
Right, but you wouldn't, because pattern matching would be really hard.
Yeah. And sometimes I don't think you need to. Plus, as well, on the whole, being good and saving fabric and pattern matching uses more fabric. So I only tend to do it if I have to.
You want to be able to see the...
Yeah, to see the feature. Yeah. But as I say, that's a bonus optional pocket. So if you want to use it, you need a bit of experience and look at a shirt and decide where you want to put it. Okay, let's do some interfacing.
Oh, so you could use this for your evening do because you cut it out.
Yeah, I could actually. Yeah. I could.
I'm thinking.
I'd have to take it in, but I could do that, couldn't I? Oh my gosh, I'm going to use this.
I think you should finish that this week. Have it as a plan.
Let's do it. All right then.
Now you've cut it out. Now you swear.
The thing is, once you've made a few, you can knock them up. Well, I find I can knock them up quite quickly.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, interfacing. Stop laughing, you.
You just walked past and laughed when you said that.
I'm an innocent young man. You make your own jokes up.
Jokes, Ben.
Right, so and we never show this bit, do we? I know that stands on its own, but I can never get used to it. Right,
I don't like to leave it down too long because it marks the board.
Yeah. So usually I prep the interfacing, but I just thought let's do a bit of interfacing on her. So there's some strips that you're to cut, and I've got a pattern piece for that in there as well. So I don't just leave you to cut it.
So we've measured ourselves, we cut it all out, lovely. Yeah. Now press the interfacing on.
Yeah, this is for the button stand.
What sort of weight do we use?
This is a lightweight interfacing. Now, I've actually used this throughout this time, and it gives a softer collar.
Yeah.
When I made John's for his birthday, I used a much stiffer, almost like a woven interfacing for the collar, which was my own.
Right.
To give it a real sharp collar.
So it's a bit more
it was John Scott, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's a bit sharp, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a bit sharp, that chap.
Yeah.
He's on holiday again, isn't he?
He's always on holiday.
He's always on holiday, that bloke.
He's in Sicily, actually.
Now, I'm going to use a pressing cloth. Or, it's a bit of cotton. These are actually instructions from a bag.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
So you recognise it.
Making the bag, making the handles. Yeah, that's
it was like a vintagey type tote bag.
Yeah, no, I know exactly the one you mean.
And I've forever kept it, and it's now my pressing cloth. Some interfacing like steam, some doesn't.
So if you want, you use a lightweight for the whole thing except for the collar, unless you...
Collar and the cuffs, if you wanted to use a stiffer interfacing, that would just make it crisper. I mean, you could start it.
But this is a lightweight one, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, but it still stands, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's just not quite as...
Yeah. So if you were making more of a formal shirt, I suppose, you'd want a stiffer interfacing. Okay. So this strip's about 3 centimetres. I actually cut it longer than I need. Basically, all I did, the interfacing that you gave me, I opened it out, and along the longest edge, I measured 3 centimetres and then cut the strips.
Oh,
so they're longer than I need, and then I'll just trim them. And I actually managed to get all of the interfacing pieces out. This is an extra large shirt out of one packet of those.
Oh, right, okay. But we got that packet then.
But that was... in all fairness, that was me being really careful with the cutting and working out how to position it. So I'd get yourself a couple.
Right. Okay.
You can always use it for other projects. It's always handy to have some interfacing in. Yeah, the reason I'm using this as a pressing cloth is because...
There you go. Iron on super light white interfacing. So if you get a couple of packets, then you'll be sure to have enough, and you'll have leftovers.
Yeah. And you'll notice, Rebecca, all I'm doing is literally using the iron...
To press, not
to
iron.
press it, yes. Because if you start moving it straight the way, you move the interfacing or risk moving it. And then all I'm going to do is just chop that bit off in a minute. And we'll do the same for the other one.
What's the most popular fabric then? Just out of interest.
Yeah, no, it's good to find out, isn't it? I always give it a bit of a press before I interface it as well.
What, the paisley one? The beetroot paisley?
Beetroot paisley. I like the beetroot paisley.
Oh, the one that Ben likes. Which is the one you like? That blue one. The blue floral. Just overtaken it.
Oh.
The George Clooney eyes one.
The boys have got good taste, don't they?
They have.
They've got good taste. Right, so again, pressing cloth over there.
Which one is your favourite?
What, fabric-wise?
Yeah.
I like that beetroot paisley. I also like the one that almost looks a bit gold in the blues and the blacks, the paisley. But I also love this one. When you sent me this, I opened it up and immediately I just smiled.
Right, yeah, no, it is.
And I know that sounds really corny,
but
I was like, this is just really fun.
Yeah, it is.
And do you know, if you're the type of person that likes a novelty shirt, or, you know, you could make it out of all sorts of fabrics. I'm a big Harry Potter fan, so I'm thinking about doing a Harry Potter one.
My husband's really boring with his shirts. He wears blue and white stripe and that's it. And then I set him this challenge, long story, but what part of the challenge was I bought him this really flowery shirt and he had to wear it to work one day every month for a year.
Love
he
it.
found it quite challenging to start with, and then after a while he actually grew into it.
Yeah.
And people got used to the fact that he wore flowery shirts, and now he sometimes buys a flowery shirt and has become more adventurous.
On his own accord.
Exactly. So I think it's important, if you're not an adventurous shirt person, give it a go.
Well, that's it, exactly. And I know what it means. As a chap, it can be sometimes a little bit intimidating
I did buy him a blue knitted tie as well and made him wear that with it.
Do you know what I quite like? You know,
they're lovely because they're really narrow,
knitted,
aren't they?
Yeah. If it's knitted in like a cotton or...
Yeah, I didn't knit it. I bought it as a knitted tie, so it was...
I've got one and I love it. Right, sorry, this is a bit boring. It's a bit of pressing, but it's important.
No, but this is a really good bit because this is right at the front.
And
in the middle.
Yeah, and it's the bits that I might have prepared at home and then you miss out on, and actually they're quite important bits. Now, 3 centimetres, where's my centimetres, is what you're folding it over. So it's basically the width of that interfacing that you've just put on. Now, I'm just going to use that interfacing as a guide. You can take your time to really measure this and press it. So press it over by 3 centimetres. And you're doing this on both. This is the shirt front, obviously. This is the button placket. Now, sometimes, this is what I mean, it's grown on, so it's already there. Do you see what I mean?
Oh, this is what a grown on. Oh,
yeah.
So in another shirt, it might be sewn on there.
Yeah, yeah.
So
maybe.
you can have grown on or sewn on.
Grown on or sewn on. I think grown on.
I'm liking grown on. I think this is much better.
Yeah.
So
but
this
it
is
makes
where
it easier.
you've taken a classic shirt, but
It's
made it simpler.
It's incorporated.
Is it like the fat-free version of a recipe? You know, where they take like the classic shepherd's pie and...
What, I'm ruining it?
No, they make it taste even better, but they remove all the bad bits. So
Maybe.
You've taken a shirt and
I mean, there's
all the
only
bad
so
bits.
far you can go with it because it's still a shirt at the end of the day, and the shirt's a shirt. Now that's doubled over, so I folded it over 3 centimetres twice.
So that's why it's nice and stiff, even though it's got the lightweight.
And it's going to hold the buttonhole really well. Does that make sense? And do the same with the other one. So again, nice and simply. Here we go.
Yeah, that is. No, I like this because I feel like because I haven't got to sew an extra bit on.
No, that's
I've never
exactly.
I've obviously altered shirts.
Yeah.
Put funny backs on, but I've never actually made a shirt. I'm quite tempted now.
Well, the thing is, it's incorporating, it just makes it simpler, but it's also doing a job as well. It's going to really stiffen is not maybe the right word, but just what does interfacing do? Reinforce, is that the right word?
Well, yeah, and it stiffens it.
Yeah, and it'll stabilise
and stiffen.
Yeah. which is what we're all about, because we're going to put buttonholes into this, and if you put
as
in
Charlie
holes into
says, who's
something,
an expert, Sarah, it adds structure to the fabric.
Yeah.
He's been working here too long, hasn't he?
Now, yeah.
I caught him knitting just now.
Is he knitting?
He's knitting.
Oh, I love you, Charlie.
He was knitting a square. I did point out it'd be quicker if he crocheted it.
See, I've never crocheted, but as you know, I knit.
Yeah, you need to learn to crochet.
But I do. Right, so that's that, okay. And then what we'll be doing later on is putting the buttonholes into that. But before we do, we're just going to edge stitch this now.
Right, okay.
Now, if you are lucky to have a UX8 or a Juki machine and an X7.
So we can talk about this Juki in terms of the shirt as well. So this Juki you've got, this is actually yours.
It's mine.
So you can actually personally vouch for it.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
But why did you decide to get it?
I think because I researched lots of different brands of sewing machines, and they all have their, pluses and things. And I think Janome is kind of a good brand in terms of where you started, and then I come on here, and the Elna ones look fantastic.
Yeah.
But for me, researching, I'd seen loads of videos on YouTube of Juki industry practice and Juki industrial machines being used. Now, I hadn't got room for a Juki industrial machine at the time, but I started to then research their domestics and got chatting with Franklin, so George and Gary.
Yes.
And Gary really impressed me with the technology side of it and how it incorporates things that are borrowed from the industrial machines.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Things like the feed. It gets all a little bit technical, but it all helps with your sewing. So the fact that you can change the stitch plate on it, I know you can do it on yours as well, but that was a feature that was great. Has yours got the walking foot built in?
No.
See, that was another real big plus for me.
It's got a separate one, but not built in.
So literally, without having to, clump around and attach a walking foot, which, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, but
I can literally just flick mine down.
Yeah.
And then, so for dressmakers and quilters alike, especially with quilting, that's really, really going to help.
Well, it is, because I spend a lot of my time with my screwdriver. I'm always swapping foot plates over, putting the walking foot on, take it constantly.
Yeah. Now this foot, I think we might have it in stock, I don't know, is a compensating foot. So it's great for doing like flat felled seams.
Right, so where you've got one bit higher than the other.
Yeah. Exactly, and we've kind of got that step here now. We've folded it over twice. So if I was to put this foot on, you could use an edge stitching foot, but it literally, as it goes down there, there's a little groove in the foot.
Oh, I see.
Do you see? And it will stitch it perfectly on the edge. And when I first used this foot, it was a game changer because I felt like I was getting a finish that was almost like you'd see.
Yes.
So
we've got one there. So that foot, 47, is for the Juki NX7 and the UX8 only. Yeah, so I can feel there's that little groove.
But Franklin's and Juki have developed that foot for this machine.
So, so if you're hemming jeans, I mean, that's just brilliant, isn't it?
Now, this shirt doesn't include flat fell seams.
No, but that little
bit. If you were to put them in, you might have to add a bit of extra seam allowance. But again, that foot would be really good.
Fantastic.
I mean, an edge stitch foot would do a similar thing, but because it's sprung, that's why it's called a compensating foot. It's sprung on one side, so it'll adjust to
whatever
fabric weight.
Right. Okay. It's brilliant.
If not, then the other thing this machine comes with is a straight stitching foot, and again, you can do a similar thing. It doesn't work as well, but you can use the foot as a guide. And I prefer using a foot like this, which is more like an industrial foot.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Rather than the standard foot that comes with the machine. The standard foot I'll use for like quilting, quilt lines and stuff.
Yeah, they're sort of the bigger, fatter prongs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like this.
But I much
feet.
prefer this because I feel it's more versatile. So that's the one I've got on at the moment. So I'll use that. So what we're going to do is just, and again, it's really easy to change the feet. You've got the compartments like you have, but front and back.
It's all there.
It's all there for you.
And it's a big space, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, because I've pressed this and it's a nice cotton, it's holding its shape, I can literally just put it under now without any pins. I'm going to treat it as a top stitch, so I'm going to up it to a 3mm stitch. Have I still got my pedal? You can operate it with a push start button as well.
So it's easy to adjust all of these settings.
Yeah, because I've got a screen here which is touch sensitive. You've got dials as well, but I never use the dials. I literally just I've got everything there, so you won't be able to see this. I can turn it around later, but I'm literally turning the reverse stitch on and off just by touching it like an iPad.
Wow. Yeah.
Or smart tablet.
Yeah. Other tablets are available. But you can choose exactly. It's quite user friendly, that, isn't it?
I can adjust how much. It's called the smart feed, but how much the walking foot walks.
Oh really?
Yeah, there.
Oh
smart
wow.
feed. So I can use the dial then too.
So depending on how thick. So if you've got doing a really thick quilt, you might need the walking foot to walk more.
Yeah.
Than if you do. Oh wow.
That's it. And the good thing about it is the default setting is always in a bold white colour, and then if you've changed it, it goes to blue. But then it's easy to find the default again. Anyway, I can show you all that later. I'll sew this seam now.
Okay.
So we're still doing some of the shirt as well, because I know that you want to see that. So yeah, I've got that straight stitch foot on and I love it. And I could have the straight stitch plate on as well. And to be honest, in garment sewing, it's a straight stitch that you're using 90% of the time, unless you're using a zigzag for stretch or for finishing off if you've not got an overlocker. Then you know a straight stitch is all you need, and quite often I'll have it just on its straight stitch setting. I've not got it on today because I thought I could demo a few other bits because it's got some nice fancy stitches as well.
Does it? I've really started, I've decided recently I don't use enough of my decorative stitches, so I've started using more of them. How many did you get with this one?
Oh gosh.
I'm into decorative stitches now. Oh yes,
there's loads.
Oh yes, loads.
I'll show you some in a minute on a bookmark I've made just as a sampler.
Well, where I top stitch things, I've decided now I'm not going to top stitch them, I'm going to decorative stitch top stitch.
Yeah, but no, it's nice.
But I haven't got as many as you.
Now you'll notice here I'm sewing from the reverse side.
Yes.
The reason for that is it's easier. You could sew it from the right side if you wanted to. I find this, my machine, the bobbin thread and stitch on it is quite nice actually.
See, but I think this is a judge of a good machine, because I think when I had a previous machine before I bought this new one, I could never stitch from the other side because the bobbin stitching was never quite as neat as the top.
Yeah.
Whereas on this, it's the same.
Yeah.
But with mine, it was always better on the top, so I would never be able to do it. So that's a judge of a good machine, isn't it?
Well, that's it, exactly. And using a good quality thread, of course.
Well, yes. But it is just as good, isn't it?
Have you pressed it for me as
well?
well?
Yeah, I just did it, yeah.
You're a star. And pressing it will just set the stitches in, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's so neat.
And again, it'll make them look nice. So there you go. That's the fun about it. We might do some on buttonholes, actually, and show you that.
Well, yeah, because buttonholes is something that I think could well put you off a shirt.
Yeah. Shall we do it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do some buttonholes.
You
always convince me to do the hard things on air. I remember doing an invisible zip with you once.
Yeah, let's do
now,
buttonholes.
If you want to learn how to do the yoke part, which uses the burrito method, and to put a placket in the sleeve as well, if you go back to John Scott's birthday show, I demonstrated both of those things.
Right, okay.
I just don't want you to feel you miss out, but when I come back, I like to demonstrate something different.
Yeah, well, let's do buttonholes.
Yeah, let's do it
that.
then. We can do that. Right, okay. So there's my other pieces there.
This is going to look lovely on you, this one.
Now, what I've actually done is I've marked some buttonholes on the front there. On the pattern piece. So you've got all your fold lines that we've just done.
Oh, right, okay. So that's already there.
I've told you where to interface it on that part. There's an interfacing pattern piece as well, so you're not left in the dark. There's information everywhere. If you want to place the buttons where you want to place them, then you can change them. It's up to you. Do you know what I mean? But there's a guide there.
Why would you want to move them?
Well, the thing is, like, being technical, I could have moved those for each size, but as soon as you do on the pattern piece, it becomes a bit complicated.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right.
So I've just gone with using by eye with the different sizes. Yeah, that'll work for the smallest size. It's also going to work for the biggest size as well. But if you want to move them up or shift them, then you do so. That's completely your prerogative. Now, remembering that a man's shirt goes left over right.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's my left front. So it's on the left front.
Look
I
how
love
nice
it already.
that is. Look how lovely that is on you.
I love it. So I'm going to do the buttonholes along the left front. So let's do it. So let me move that one out of the way.
Yeah, you think you can't do that, but you can. You know you can do it.
Let's see what we can do. Right, let me pop that down there because I'm not going to need that for now.
Okay.
We're doing buttonholes. Right, so I've got to mark them. All right. Now, actually, there's a couple of ways you could do this. You could have marked it on the pattern before, but I'm just going to measure, and I'm going to take my friction pen as well, and I'm just going to mark from the top of the pattern piece. It's 2.5 inches, and then I think it's 3 1/4. That's right. So I'm 2.5 inches from the top, and then 3 1/4 inches each mark. I'm just marking the top.
So you can do this before you stitch or as you go?
Yeah. It's usually the last thing that you would do. I don't know whether a black or a red's going to show up better. So I'm going to measure, my tape measure is actually, when I line it up there, is actually in the middle. I'm bodging, as I said, I'm not bodging it, but I'm doing it this way. Actually, it works for me. So that's the top of my buttonhole. Then I'm going down and I said 3 1/4, and they're all 3 1/4 apart. So I'm just making a mark in the middle of that button stand. I think there's about 7 buttons on the front, but you could change the spacing on this if you wanted to.
Yeah, I guess yes. I mean, you could.
Do you know what? I'm doing it on the wrong side.
That's because I'm talking to you.
It's all right. At least I've realised I've not done it all. So 2.5 inches there. That's the top of my first buttonhole. Then I've got a 3 1/4. I'll move my head out of the way so you can see what I'm doing as well. I always forget that, you know, when you got the overhead.
It feels a bit weird though, doesn't it?
Yeah. So there we are. Obviously, if you're using a heat erasable pen to mark these, then when you're pressing throughout, you might come unstuck because obviously the heat will make them disappear. So it might be best to put some tailor's tacks in, or thread trace them, or use some chalk on your buttonholes. Right. So all those marks that I've just made. Bear in mind, I'm doing this quickly for telly.
Yeah. They're for your buttonholes.
They're the top of my buttonhole. That's the other one there, isn't it? I'm just going over them again so I can see them. That one.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is great because I can show you how to do a buttonhole, but I can show you why a machine like this or this machine makes it easy.
Well, the thing is when you invest in a machine like this, so this machine is 3,795. That's for the one-off payment. If you want to spread the cost, interest-free, we can do it on 5-way split pay. So you pay one instalment now. We send the machine to you straight away, or Juki do, and then you pay the other instalments at monthly intervals after that. And it's interest-free.
I know it's a considered purchase, but honestly, if you're in the sewing game, or if it's a hobby that you really, really love, I always say get the best machine that you can afford.
Yeah, because you grow out of them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it does happen. I'll never grow out of them.
And there's things like the fact that you can set it to cut and reverse and whatever.
Yeah.
And then you can do buttonholes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of got everything.
It's got a computerized electronic buttonhole. It plugs in, right? But if you haven't got this, I want to make it accessible to you as well. This is very similar to a standard buttonhole for if your machine will take one. So the button's going to go in the back. So, if you've had a machine before, you're going to recognise that, but that's clamped in there. And honestly, it makes a buttonhole true to size. I'm going to remove the foot off there now and put the buttonhole foot on. This also has a bit of metal clamping underneath as well. I've taken it off for this, but it can also sandwich the fabric in between, so it stabilises it.
Wow.
That just plugs in there like that.
So would you normally do that?
On some fabrics, yeah. Okay. Because this is quite stable, I'm not doing it this time.
But if you were doing something that was a bit lighter weight.
That's it, exactly. What I always say to do is to take a bit of scrap fabric first, emulating what you've got there. So I've got my scrap fabric here, and I lift my presser foot. I'm just going to put that under. Now, on my screen part here, I've got a tab that says sewing, so I just press sewing, and then there's a number, and then I've got things like practical, applique, tapering, quilt line, scallop, 1 point, decorative, but there's one bit that says buttonhole.
Handy.
So I'll choose my buttonhole stitches, and then there's about 19 different buttonholes. I stitched them out once for a show way back.
So how do you choose which buttonhole?
I'm just going to use a standard one, which is the first one there.
Right.
Once you do a bit more, there's round ones, there's keyhole ones that are nice on coats and things like that.
Oh, okay.
There's then specific ones for knitwear. That's how extensive it goes. And then there's more like vintagey decorative type ones. And then right at the end there's also a button sew-on.
So you don't even need to hand sew your buttons.
It's sort of everything, yeah, and I'll show you that as well.
I mean, that is great to have all those different buttonholes because you'd need different ones for different positions. And
that's it, exactly. So now I'm all set up. I've chose the first buttonhole, which is standard buttonhole. I can change the width and the density of the stitch if I want to, but I'm just going to use the standard for today. And then I just put my foot down. And where you might be a little bit scared of doing buttonholes, it's always that thing like, oh, you know, if this goes wrong, it goes wrong. It kind of takes a lot of that fear out. Like, I'm not even touching the machine.
And you're not measuring either.
No. And the thing is, if it was to get jammed or stuck, because it's electronic, it knows exactly where to go. So if the fabric was, and then because I've got the trim off and lift the foot bit, and there's my buttonhole. I should have done it in a contrast colour.
Oh, wow.
But it's there.
That's amazing. And then you just cut that.
Yeah. So we're going to go on to it now.
So do you always do a test just to see?
Yeah, always. In fact, before I sew any garment, I sew a seam on some other fabric.
You could do each one in a different colour. I think
that would look really, really lovely.
You'd have to keep refed the machine.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
But it would look cool, wouldn't it? So you could pick out like the pink, green, blue, and then I'd have different colour buttons as well.
Yeah. Oh gosh, that would be lovely.
And then you've got, for the price of the fabric, $16.99, you've got designer button.
Yeah.
Designer shirt.
And it's those little things that add to it.
I think that's genius because that is.
It was one of the buttonhole feature on this is. Yeah. It's like a buttonholing machine on its own.
Well, the fact that you can just slip the button in the back.
Yeah, and that foot comes with the machine. Like I know you sometimes
have to buy extra bits.
No. Now I just need a seam ripper now. I've got one here. Now you should really maybe put a pin in either side so you don't go past the buttonhole when you do this. Okay. I'm just going to go for it.
Before you cut it.
Yeah, you can get buttonhole scissors and all sorts of things. I'm just going to use it, and you could use some fray check on it if you wanted to. That'll just stop it fraying anymore. But there's your buttonhole. Now, if we grab that button out the back, it should fit perfectly in it. He says. Let's go in. Yep.
That's amazing.
Perfect. It honestly, it does. The buttonhole's so true to size.
And that's like, you know, a professionally. It doesn't look like handmade. Well, which was the difference? It doesn't look homemade. It's handmade, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, so I think that's really good.
That's your buttonhole foot. Right, let's talk, because sometimes you're like, oh, I've got to sew the buttonholes on, and some people like hand sewing them on.
Oh, I hate
and feel more comfortable with it. But if you can use your machine, then why not? Now I've got a button foot here. This didn't come with the machine, I must point that out. This is one on my own.
But the button function is on the machine.
Yes, exactly. So obviously now what I'm going to do is get the other side here.
Yeah, it's pretty buttoned on.
I'll do it. I'll sew it on so you can see how it works. So we're left over right. I mean, there's nothing to stop, you know, a lady making this shirt, and if you wanted to add some darts into it, you could do.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
And in that case, traditionally for a lady, it's right over left. But I mean, tradition's kind of gone out the window now, hasn't it?
Did anyone ever notice?
No. Well, I maybe would.
I think the only thing would be the habit is that you get used to undoing things certain ways. And if it was the other way around, it would feel odd. That would be about it.
Yeah, I'm doing this quickly, but I'm just putting a little dot right in the middle of that buttonhole now on the other piece. So I know that's where I need to sew my button. It's like my other half always says to me, if we're going to an event and I'm wearing a waistcoat or a jacket, and he'll go, why have you not done your bottom button up? But it's tradition, it's etiquette that you don't, and it comes There's a history to it.
Yeah, there's something really weird about why you don't do it.
It's some king or something, and he was slightly on the larger side, so he did it for comfortability. But then all his courtiers and all the people did the same, and then it kind of. I think that's the background.
Oh, that's a good
There's
idea.
probably something else
rather
as well.
than him look fat, he made everyone else do that.
Yeah. So I'm going to put this button foot on now, and all it is kind of like an open toe foot with like a rubber bit on it to grip the foot. Now on this machine, you can do it with a zigzag as well on another machine if you can drop the feed dog. You must be able to drop the feed dog.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right. Otherwise it starts moving.
Exactly. But because I've got this automatic setting on there anyway, that does all of that once I've pressed that button.
Done all that for you now.
So then what I'm going to do is put my fabric and place my button on that mark that I've made.
It was King Edward VII, apparently.
Was it? There you go.
He couldn't sit down on his horse.
That's the one. It's not got nothing to do with his...
So it's nothing to do with him being fat.
Sorry.
Or King Edward VII.
Sorry, King Edward VII. Now I've positioned that, and I've actually done it manually. You've got electronic up and down buttons for the foot as well, and it also comes with a knee bar, and I've been using it a lot, and it's weird not having it. So when you're doing things like that, it's really good to have the knee bar because you've got both hands free to place that.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. But I'm in there. All you have to do is make sure that you're going in the needle will go in the first hole, which it has done, and then it does its locking stitches. And then it'll do a
so you don't have to make
there.
sure it goes in the other hole, it just goes in.
Yeah, I've sewn these buttons on obviously before. You can change the width, but I know that width is good.
See.
And it must be a pretty standard width because I've not come across a button so far that I've had to change it for.
Oh, really? And that's it?
Yeah,
now, you think how long it takes to sew a button on?
And it's
ages. Well, compared to that.
Yeah, and it's just those little bits. So, obviously, it's a professional machine, and whilst while I'm making a sample of a shirt for here and I'm pressed for time, I haven't got time really to sit hand sewing buttons on all the time.
I know, but I love that. I think that's a lovely little feature. And again, you could use a different thread, couldn't you?
Yeah. And if you want to know the truth, before I came on, I noticed my buttons on my jacket on the cuffs had come loose. So I've just put it onto the machine. And done the same thing.
Oh, wow, and it'll do 4, I guess, because you just go both ways.
Yeah. And if you wanted to go on the diagonal, you could do that as well.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
So, I'm not saying it's an exclusive feature to Juki.
But that's just one of the many features.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find, because the...
Oh, and look how nicely that fits. Look at that. I mean, that.
It's good, isn't it?
I suppose it's hard to have time to go through everything the machine does. I mean, if you had to say, obviously you chose it because you're serious about sewing, you do a lot of sewing.
Yeah.
But what would be your favourite features on it?
My favourite feature as a dressmaker is changing the stitch plate to a straight stitch plate. Having the buttonhole features, the buttonholes just feel perfect.
That is perfect.
Also, it feeds fabric in a box rather than an elliptical. So it feeds the fabric better.
Right, okay.
Sometimes where you might be like, right on the edge of fabric, it won't go, and then you force it through. You never have to do that with this machine because the feed is brilliant on it.
So when you're quilting, you're going to get a better feed. It's not going to pucker as much.
No, that's it. Let's just let's do a bit of quilting. I know I'm a dressmaker, but I do like to quilt.
It's not just a dressmaking machine. It's
no, this is what I mean. I've grown with the machine. So with sewing, I was dressmaking. But because the machine does what it does, I've now been making bags, I've been making quilts and things and venturing there. It's got a lovely stitch. Now, if I put the, walking foot down there. So I've just got 2 layers, I've got a quilt sandwich basically, 2 layers of cotton and a little bit of 80-20. Saying for me to return the smart feed to its original position. Now it's telling me that because I'm still on the button stitch and I can't use it with that. So it won't let you do
clever. It won't let you break
it shouldn't. No. So let me go back onto a straight stitch. There we go. Now I'll put the feed down and it should like it. Let's go to like a 3.6, a nice quilting stitch. I've got the lock stitches on there if I wanted to, but I'll just take them off. And I'm just doing that by touching the screen on the icons. And it just feeds it through lovely. I mean, I should have pressed this, but it's just a bit of scrap that I've got there.
Lovely, isn't it?
It just feeds it through really nice. And the quality of the stitch as well.
Oh, yeah.
You can really see
with those layers as well. Yeah, no, that's beautiful.
And I rarely have to adjust the tension on it. So there's that. Then talking of decorative stitches, I was saving this for something else that we might be doing on here, but I'll give you a sneak peek.
A sneak?
I thought, let me try some decorative stitching. Because you have all those stitches on, it's like, what do I use them for?
Well, I know, and you never do. That's why I'm trying to make a point of it. That's gorgeous.
We always say they come free. So this is using a Gutterman thread.
A variegated.
Yeah, it's their deco stitch. And I just got some faux leather, and I thought, right, let's see how it handles it. And I like to make something that's useful as well. So a bookmark, I was like, nice, simple, quick thing. So I eyeletted it, put a little tassel through, and then, stitched out some of the fancy decorative stitching, just simply. But because of the choice of thread, and honestly, it handled the faux leather beautifully.
Did it?
Yeah. I've got some down
That's
here.
Because it is, I mean, obviously, different machines, different budgets and different things, but when you go up to this leather machine, it's going to be handle everything, so you'll be able to do the faux leather.
I've not even got a leather needle in, and I should have. But so this is 2 layers of it. It's not struggling.
Like butter.
And you can hear it going a bit. I should have a leather needle in, and that's more the needle than anything.
Yeah, but it's going through absolutely fine. It's not struggling. I mean, the stitches have not pulled or puckered. And
this is quite supple.
And also, you haven't stuck, because sometimes with these vinyls and faux leathers, it sticks.
Yeah.
And you have to use special feet.
Yeah.
Because you've got the
so you could use a Teflon foot.
Yeah, but you don't need to, do you?
No. And that's worked really well. I've just made my mum a lovely bag. If you go on my Instagram, it's like a wash bag, like some of my Japanese fabric that I brought back with me from Japan. And this was the back. I use this as the back.
Okay.
And it's sewed beautifully. It's quite supple faux leather, but I mean, it's got quite a weight to it. Yeah. And I know that it'll go through, layers of denim. It won't struggle with that.
So you're going to get a better finish, I guess. I mean, I know. Yeah. I mean, it's a considered purchase. It's not something you just go, I'll just have one of those. But
exactly.
If you've been thinking about it for a while, we've got it on 5-way split pay, which means that you can spread. It's up to you. You don't have to, but you can spread the payments. But this is going to take your sewing up to the next level, isn't it?
Absolutely. I can just see how beautiful this shirt's going to be.
It is going to really suit you. And imagine when you go to your evening do. I think you should put a pocket in it, though.
See, I don't like a breast pocket.
Do you not? Oh,
which is why I decided, I don't, because I find that they sit better, especially, I like wearing waistcoats and things.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
then it wouldn't.
sometimes it's, but
you should make a waistcoat and line it with that.
That would be gorgeous. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's really lovely. It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful shirt. Should we go back to the pattern and fabrics, Ben? Right, so if you want to make the great Scott shirt, this is a brilliant pattern. I absolutely love it. There we go. Comes sizes, chest size 34 to 48. 34 to 48, I think that's what it was. It was 36 to 48, I think. It was. It is 92 to 122. Now on the pattern as well is the finished garment measurement, which is great. So when you get your pattern, if you really want to check, measure the garment, particularly if you're making it as a gift for someone, as a little surprise.
Yeah.
Go and get one of his shirts, measure it.
That's it.
And then you just do it against the garment.
Or look at the pattern pieces and put the shirt against the pattern pieces, and obviously account for your seam allowance, which is 1 centimetre throughout. But, you'll have an idea.
And then that's how you can do it. Yeah, brilliant idea. Now, the fabric. So the fabric that Adam is wearing... Look at this. Gorgeous, isn't it? Well, this is the one we'll be seeing John wearing very soon when he comes back. It'll be only shirt left when we've sold off the rest. When we auction. We've got quite a lot in the studio here we can auction off as well.
I reckon we could make a killing,
Absolutely. So this will be his shirt left. So this is the one that Adam's wearing, really popular. I'm not surprised, it's beautiful fabric. It's cotton poplin. There's enough here to make the largest size shirt. The fabric that Adam has been demonstrating with, again, these are all cotton poplin, by the way, which is ideal. It's perfect for a shirt because it's crisp and lovely, and it presses well, it sews well. It's just lovely. This is just $16.99. Imagine how much it would cost you to buy a designer shirt.
Exactly, and I'm so surprised at the Rose and Hubble stuff at
I know,
that price,
this is decent
I've seen
stuff.
it elsewhere. But
I don't know how we've managed that. Little deal, get that while you can. But it's a big deal, actually.
Yeah.
Then the blue one. This is Ben's favourite one. Yeah. And this is the most popular. Is that because everyone goes, oh, that Ben, he's so fashionable? If it's his popular. I love the blue background, though.
It's like a real, like, petrol-y denim blue, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that kind of periwinkle blue, isn't it? Sort of a purpley blue. It's stunning, though, isn't it?
Really
nice.
nice.
You'd look lovely in that one as well.
Listen, I think we just need to have an afternoon and we'll just make loads of
Shall
them.
we? Should we just make shirts? We could do it like it's production line. But I'll cut, you sew buttonholes.
That's how I do it at work, with all the costumes that we're making. I'm like, right, let's cut them, let's go.
Oh. This one is lovely as well, isn't it? Because I like... How long is the shirt? Long enough to tuck in?
Yeah.
Well, it depends, doesn't it, which size. It's 71.5 centimetres, going up to 77.5 centimetres from the back neck to the hem.
Yeah.
But it's like enough to tuck in the trousers, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, more than enough. And when John wore it, he said, like, the length felt good, the sleeves felt good.
Right, okay, yeah, because you want to have enough to tuck in, don't you?
Yeah, that's it, exactly. What's 71? So that's like 28 inches.
Yeah, that's like the smallest.
Yeah, and then what was the largest?
Right.
Sorry.
Okay. And then the final two fabrics are the two paisley ones. Oh, wow, gosh, it's 12 o'clock. We need to go. Right, we've got the final two paisley fabrics. They are on the website. Again, there's enough there to make the whole shirt. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
It's been a pleasure. I always love working with you.
I love working with you.
We need to swap next. You present and I'll guest. we'll do that.
Let's do a double presenting day.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. It'd be much more fun because we miss you. You were so good. We'll see you back here soon.
Yeah, I think I'm booked in for next month.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant.
I did know the date. I can't remember. It's
sometime next month.
Yeah, it's like the second week of October.
Okay, fab. No blackberries.
No blackberries.
In October. I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time. It's Monday, it's 12 o'clock, it's Yarn Lane. We've got the fantastic Christy, aka Winwick Mum, who is the queen of socks. She has designed a brand new sock pattern working with West Yorkshire Spinners. We are launching their brand new Christmas 2023 sock yarn, and she's going to show you how. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back here really soon.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Afternoon and welcome to Yarn Lane because it's 12 o'clock. Sorry we're a little bit late. We had a lot of socks to sort out and microphones. Anyway, welcome back to Yarn Lane, Christine. Thank you. aka Winwick Mum. I know we all call her Winwick Mum, but her name is actually Christine.
I don't know, some people email me Dear Winwick. So
do they? Fantastic. So Christine, as I was telling you if you were with me earlier, is the Queen of Socks. Thank you. Really? You've written so many books about socks.
I've written a fair few now. I've written a lot of patterns now.
And converted a lot of people to sock making.
That's been the plan.
Well, it has done me. I have knitted quite a few pairs of socks now. I think about 5 or 6.
I think once you start, because I remember us first having a conversation, you were like, nah, I don't think this is for me. And I thought, well, we'll just wait. We'll just wait. And I think when you've done one, if you like it, then
I love knitting socks.
Even before the end of your first one, then you tend to think, just have a look for the next ball of yarn.
And you start off with the simplest, plainest sock once you've worked it out, and then you start moving up to patterns.
Yeah.
And the glorious things about all these sock yarns is that they stripe themselves.
Yeah, so you don't even need to put a pattern in them, and they still look amazing. Because I was talking to some people last week, it was, and they were saying, well, how do we change all the colours? And how do we? Well, you don't, because the ball does it for you. And they were, oh, but that's just amazing. That look, and it does. It looks amazing. It looks fantastic.
It looks amazing.
And you just look like a brilliant sock knitter. And I love that. I love that. That sense of illusion that.
Well, I made this year in February. It was my friend's birthday and my sister's birthday, and I knitted them both a pair of socks.
Brilliant, best sorts of presents.
Absolutely loved them.
Yeah,
they were just great. Anyway, so Christine, she completely converted me in how to knit socks because you've been through all the questions and the difficulties and the problems everyone's asked you, so you've worked out the answers.
Well, I've tried to do my best on that one. I can still get flummoxed sometimes, but I've had a good go at most of them.
Yes, well, I mean, I messaged Christine and asked her questions, and she always gives me the answers about long socks and short socks. So what we're doing today is now West Yorkshire Spinners, who make fantastic. They are like fantastic. I can't say the best because you're not allowed to say that.
Well, I can.
But you can.
I think it's the best sock yarn.
I knit with it. It's beautiful quality. It's wool, but with a bit of nylon, so it gives you that strength.
Yes, it makes it more hard wearing.
But it's not itchy.
No. No, I thought they would be itchy. I knitted my first couple of pairs of socks for my husband because I thought, I'm not sure this is for me, but I really, really hated the seam that you would get across the toes. So, so as I was knitting them for him and realised that actually this is quite soft, this feels lovely, so I thought I'm going to be able to do this.
So it is really lovely yarn. Now, the first pair of socks I knitted West Yorkshire Spinners, I put in the washing machine all the time. I don't put them in the tumble dryer, but I do chuck them in the washing machine.
Yeah, I wash mine in the washing machine.
I thought it was just me.
Yep.
They're absolutely fine. So it's lovely yarn to work for. One ball makes a pair of socks. Fantastic.
Yes.
That makes things really simple. West Yorkshire Spinners do loads and loads of sock yarns, but what they do, as well as all the loads they do, is they bring out a new sock yarn every Christmas.
They do.
Which is fab.
They do.
And today is the brand new sock yarn. This is one of them. It is the Nutcracker.
That's it.
Which is great, isn't it? So you've got like the traditional colours of the Nutcracker with the almost like primary colours, aren't they? I guess.
Yeah, they've taken the I think it's the Nutcracker ornament doll, and then they've looked at the colours that are in there, and so many people have got those ornaments in their houses at Christmas. You see them in the shops, you see them all over the place, and these are a very usual colours to be in those ornaments, and that's where they've got those from. But these stripes are very similar to the country bird stripes, so that they've got the little black and white.
I love the black and white fleck, isn't it?
It's really nice.
So when you look at this, now this is one ball of yarn. This isn't 5 balls of yarn.
No,
this is one ball, but it's got a sparkle.
I know.
And I think what's great is if you get this, you can knit these for someone for Christmas.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Or yourself.
Or
So
yourself.
what we've got now, this is even more special. So we have got today, the West Yorkshire Spinners have this in where if you buy one of their balls of yarn, so this is the Nutcracker yarn, there you can see all the colours are in it, you get the free pattern.
You do.
Written by you.
Written by me, that's it.
And so with this ball of yarn, which is just £8.95, that's enough, because it's full ply yarn, to make a pair of socks.
Yes.
And you get the free pattern.
And
this is an amazing booklet.
Well, they said...
It's not a pattern, it's a book.
No, I know. West Yorkshire Spinners said to me, can you keep it quite concise this year? This is the longest pattern that I've ever written, so obviously I couldn't keep it concise this year, but anybody who knows my patterns knows that I'm quite wordy, and I like to try and explain things, and the West Yorkshire Spinners also have a house style, so there's a bit between me going, write all of this, and them going, no, we've got to keep it, less than an epic book. So this is what we've come up with. So there's all of this information here with the abbreviations and how to work the
So
the
how
stitches.
did you come up with the design? So this is the sock.
Yes.
How did you come up with the design for it then?
Well, I took the Nutcracker doll as the inspiration. So
I'll just move.
Where am I?
Oh, there you go.
We're here. So here these are the bootlaces.
Of course, because he's laced.
He's got ornamental. There is, I think
there is a picture somewhere for it.
There are pictures of him around and on social media, but he's got ornamental bootlaces.
Yes, he does.
So
this is come over a little bit more.
Keep
there
moving.
we go. Look, if you see in there,
we can snuggle him.
There we go. You can see now.
So it's a cable, and it's a cable that goes in circles. Oh my life! I was so excited to do this because I've always wanted to make a cable into a circle, and it's really not as hard as you think. So I've brought this as the demo today.
Fantastic!
A cable going into a circle, and then here, I don't know how well you can see them. I've got chevrons that you see on military uniforms, and then here on the back I've got twisted braids because I really love the processions for I know it's the Queen's funeral, but the processions and the horses and the uniforms. I just think they were stunning. And then we've had the King's coronation, so I wanted to incorporate these because these are also military styles.
So that whole kind of military
I've gone for a whole military.
There's
style
everything
thing.
in this sock, you know.
Everything. I've packed it all in, and this heel is ribbed heel stitch, which I designed.
So a nice reinforced one.
Yes, but also it's a bit more stretchy. So if you wanted to make a bigger size for someone with a wider foot, you're not worrying that this is going to be too tight on their feet. So and then also at the bottom you've just got the lovely plain stripes because this yarn is just so nice.
So you don't
just on its own.
You just let it work on its own. So you go have all the fun with that bit and then just let it be on its own.
Because also you don't necessarily want cables all the way down because it's not necessarily that comfortable in boots.
Well, it also, I think, when you're knitting particularly, because this is just a straight knit, having the cables and stuff makes it more interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, and and this is good because you've got two things going on at once. So that was
so you get the ball of yarn for the £8.95, and look at this whole pattern book, and it is very concise. It's got everything in it. So you've got all of the pattern written, but you've got the charts as well.
Yes.
So you can choose. You don't have to use the charts.
No, with this one, the charts mirror the written instructions.
Right,
so it's a really good way to practice if you're learning how to read charts. But you can use one or the other. And
that's great, but it's lovely because it's taken up the space has been put in there to do it, and also there's loads of close-up pictures, which is you need, because you need you can see all these as you're doing it. Right, quarter of the stock is gone. I mean, this is fab. Loads in baskets as well. So this is the pair of socks. Now, Christine is going to demonstrate these for us in a moment, but I just want to go through all of the other items. I'll talk to you about the needles in a moment. So. Now, because we said that they bring out a Christmas yarn every year and you create the patterns, and this is your book.
Yes.
This is your book. So this uses all of the different yarns that they do.
Yes.
But you could knit any of the socks in any of the yarns and use any of the yarns for any of the socks.
Absolutely. So this is the 8th year that I've designed a pattern for them, which is
wow.
It's amazing, isn't it? And then a couple of years back they reintroduced because Candy Cane and Fairy Lights came out as limited editions in the beginning, and then once they'd gone, and then they brought them back again.
Right.
And Fairy Lights now has a sparkle because it was the year of the Silent Night, and Fairy Lights came back with a sparkle as well. And and then they put together a book with more patterns in. So as well as this one you can see with the Silent Night colour, this one's called Comet. These are all named after reindeers, and I forget them. The only one I can ever remember is Rudolph, and there's no Rudolph socks, so I just have to guess and hope I get the right one. But with this one here,
you see, here's the pictures of the different patterns.
There is a pattern for a long sock, like a knee-high sock, and then also a slouch sock. You can see here. There's
so we've got the Dasher, Prancer, Blitzen, Dancer. Prancer and Dancer, Vixen and Comet. But these are different. So this is your like ribbon. So that's that one.
Yes.
The ribbon texture.
That's right.
So this pattern book for just $11.50 has got all of these patterns in, and you can use any of the balls of yarn which we've got, and I'll show you in a minute, to make these. This is a lovely book.
West Yorkshire Spinners produce such beautiful pattern books. Their photography is amazing. They work
well,
with
and I like the fact that they're
photographer.
ring bound. Those things are important, aren't they, when you're knitting?
They made a decision a while ago that all of their patterns were going to be like that now.
So otherwise you have to have your remote control on both things.
Well, yes, or your book's got to be big enough to balance your mug on, which is to hold everything open.
Then this is just a normal length sock.
Yep,
the ribbon
right.
mock.
And mock cable, that's
and
right.
that's using the candy cane.
Yeah.
Paper chain cable, that's nice. That's is that robin?
That's Christmas robin. So this was robin came out prior to this, and this was the pattern that went with that.
Ah, okay.
And then they've renamed it Blitzen. So it's not another one, it's the Christmas robin one.
And then we've got the ripple panel, that's using the Fairy Lights yarn.
Yes,
and we have all these yarns, we'll show you in a moment. All the patterns are in here. Well, that's got a lovely pattern.
Well, that one was Fairy Lights, but these ones are not tangled like they quite often are, especially in our house.
That's true, these are untangled Fairy Lights. Then this is your knee-high socks.
Yes,
so these are what you can wear with your wellies.
You could wear them with wellies,
or around the house.
Or boots, or they're socks with decreases down the back, so they're shaped to fit around the calf. But there's a slouch socks version of this as well, which doesn't come up quite as high. It still has the pattern panel in the front, which is the same as the.
Bring that through so we can see.
So that's the same as this one here. So the pattern panel is the same on all three of them.
Okay.
But on the slouch socks version, and the rest of this is ribbed. So you can pull it up a bit higher up your leg, but you don't need the shaping. But if you want them to go up to your knees, then you need the shaping to go around your calf.
So you've got all of this. I mean, I think this is kind of like a sock for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah.
These are so much detail in here, and then you've just got the plain lace panel socks, all in the Silent Night. Wow. So there's so many socks in there, and I mean, they are lovely books. And as I say, I use Christine's patterns all the time. They are brilliant, and I'm a complete sock convert, and having never knitted them before, I thought that was terrible, but now I had to go and I knitted one pair in your spring greens, and that was it.
Yeah, I think that happens. It's some people say that about skiing, you either love it or hate it, and I think lots of, there are people who go, going to knit a pair of socks, and then I've ticked it off, and they never go any more than that, and then other people are, you can see them edging to the
Well, also it's a very nice project to take away with you, because it's a little bag, isn't it? It's your pattern, your few needles, your one ball of yarn. So let me go through the yarn. I'm going to go with Sparkle first, just because I love this one. Silent Night. I love Silent Night because it makes a lovely sock. So this is what Silent Night looks like. It just stripes.
Yes, it's not, and it's not obvious stripes like some of the other ones are.
No, it's just little. It's just little stripes, isn't it?
They are, and these might change depending on the size of the sock as well and how it goes. It's making a run for it. It's lovely. It's really lovely.
So that's Silent Night, $8.95. Remember, in there it's a 4-ply yarn. I just want to get the percentages. So it's 75% wool, 23% nylon, 2% polyester. So they're not itchy, but they are strong.
Yes, the sparkle actually really isn't. I thought they might be itchy.
Yeah,
at
no,
first,
it's not.
But it's
and
not
it's
at all.
got 35% blue face Leicester, which is why they're soft.
That's why they're soft.
And they are honestly lovely to wear, and you can chuck them in the washing machine, which is very important. I really like. Which is your favourite? I love candy cane because I love the stripes on the candy cane.
I have a soft spot for candy cane because that was the first Christmas yarn that I designed with.
That's what the candy cane socks look like.
Yeah, this was a redesign with the yarn because when it very first came out, it was a plain sock with contrast cuffs and heels, and then this is the new version with the twists that reminded me of the candy canes, you know, as the colours go around, and because it's not cable as well, then it's easy, especially if you're taking it out, as we were talking about. You don't need to take a cable needle with you. It's all just done
because right, I see what you mean. Yeah,
it's twisted stitches that.
And that's just lovely. I mean, you know, if you were making these as a gift, that is just the best Christmas present.
I think you can't beat these, because everybody jokes about socks for Christmas, but actually a pair of socks that fit the person that you're knitting
well, I
them
knitted
for.
my son a pair of gingerbread socks for Christmas last year, and I didn't tell him. I actually measured. I knew where his feet, cheated, and he absolutely loved them. And they fitted him because he's got big feet.
Yes, but it's when you put them on and you go, oh, but they could have been made for me, and it's like, well, actually they were. So you know, they're not bought in a shop, but you know, you're just trying to cram them on.
He bought himself a pair of shoes online, so he had to measure his feet, and he drew round his feet to measure. I thought, oh, I love that.
Oh yeah.
So I knew exactly how long they were. So it was perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Especially with people with bigger feet, they do find it harder to get socks that fit them. So, and people who think, oh, it's going to take me forever. Well, these stripes, they just keep.
I know they do it for you. So that's that one. Fairy lights. Yeah. Fairy lights is lovely.
Fairy lights.
Let's find the pictures. Sometimes it's nice to see the yarn, but when I'm choosing yarn, I want to see what they look like, particularly these stripy ones. Oh, well, you've got it there actually, haven't you?
Yes, that's that one.
I like to see what they look like when knitted, because although you can see the colours in the ball, I mean, this one has sparkle in it, they look completely, look at what they look like. I love this.
It's great. I like the way that it stands up, but never tangled.
But you could use it. I think that would look nice in candy cane as well.
It would, and even if you were to use Silent Night, then it would stand out, because these cables are
raised.
A
nice cable, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's
lovely.
what.
It's very satisfying to knit this one.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm quite tempted. I think that might actually be my favourite pattern so far. That's fairy lights. Right, let's move on to Robin.
Robin.
He's lovely, isn't he? Love Robin.
Yes.
Let me show you, because we've got a Robin sock.
We have, now called Blitzen.
Now called Blitzen, but is a Robin.
Yeah, and this was the one with the paper chain cables. So they were only, it's not so easy to see from this photo, but they look like circles, and then the bar goes through, and then there's another circle all the way down, and they're just on the top of the sock as well here, because it's quite raised, so I didn't want to carry it down the foot in case it became uncomfortable. But this one, even though the cable's not that complicated to work, you use 2 cable needles.
Right.
So, oh my life, you look amazing when you're
wow.
knitting into 2 cable
that
needles
is brilliant.
at once.
So that's the Robin.
That's that
the
one.
Robin, $8.95. Then we'll go on to Hollyberry. Oh, you've got the sock there,
yes,
so we'll show that.
One there.
Hollyberry, I think, is gorgeous, because it's the really lovely dark green, mid green, and the red, and then this little white fleck is clever, isn't it?
So nice, isn't it? How it just breaks it up, and this is so nice. And this is a really good easy pattern, because it.
Okay, so that's quite a good starting pattern.
Because it's rib of varying sizes, and then there's a textured knit and purl pattern down the middle. So it's a really good sock that would suit anybody.
Okay.
You're not.
And it is. I tell you what I like about that is it's quite traditional with a little Christmas twist, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. It is. It is. So anybody at all would be happy with these. I think they wouldn't be saying, oh, they're a bit girly, or they're a bit masculine.
No, they're just lovely.
They're just for everybody.
Oh, I change my mind all the time with something like those. And then the last one we've got is Swallow, which is not a Christmas one. No, we've got 2 more, but these sort of
woodpecker.
Well, they go with along the riverbank, really.
Oh yes, they do.
So these are all the Christmas. We're going to get onto knitting in a minute. These are all the Christmas. But then we've also got, because we are going to do all of them, you've written another book called Along the Riverbank, which was when they brought out, well, they're constantly bringing out country bird yarns, aren't they, all the time?
It's been a while since, I think Robin might have been the last country bird one that's been out for a while, and then 4 new ones came out this time, and they're just perfect. Just the colours that they've picked and the birds. And
I think, I'm
good, so
totally
clever.
with you on that. I think they are fab. So, West Yorkshire Spinners, they do lots, as I said, lots of sock yarns. Some are based on cocktails, strangely. Some are based on birds.
Yes.
Some are plain. But if you're knitting socks, I would always go with these multicoloured ones.
Signature 4-ply is amazing yarn for socks, but also for anything that needs 4-ply.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be for socks.
No. So I know people. I know someone who used this one actually to knit an amazing jacket for a dachshund. And it looks,
wow!
And I think it had a little hat as well, and it looks absolutely stunning. But you know, a ball,
yeah, I mean it's 4-ply yarn, to be honest.
All of this for a shawl, and and if you've got the pattern anyway, in case you wanted to knit socks later. Then
I think I've seen. Isn't there a shawl on the West Yorkshire Spin as well? I'm sure they've got a pattern using this.
I think there is. Yeah, I think that.
Sure, I've seen that.
That
so
might have come out the same
you
year.
can knit any. I mean, it is 4-ply yarn, but obviously one ball suit fits a pair of socks, so that's 10s watt. But you can use them for anything.
Yeah, I get told off for saying it's just for socks.
Yeah. This is not just for socks.
Not just for socks.
Now this is a lovely book. So look, this has got all of the patterns. But then we've got the 4-ply yarns. There's the pictures of all the birds. That's really cute, isn't it? I like the fact they're to scale as well.
Yes.
So these are all the yarns that they do.
That's right.
And then these are the designs you've done. So we have got 2 of the colours. We don't have all of them, but we've got 2 of them. We've got green woodpecker. I love.
That's so lovely. I wasn't sure that this would be a yarn that I would enjoy knitting with at first, and then when I started, those greens are just amazing.
Yeah, really lovely.
They're so lovely to knit with. I really
look at that,
like
that opened just perfectly. Look, this is what they look like when they're knitted. I mean, that is gorgeous, isn't it?
It's really nice, and this is another mock cable pattern. The idea with all of the bird patterns was that there's always a story, isn't there, behind my socks?
Yeah, always.
So this one was to do with woodpeckers and bore holes, and even though green woodpeckers spend a lot of time on the ground, they still bore holes in trees to sleep in at night. So the mock cable pattern here is little holes to suggest the bore holes of the trees that the birds are making.
Right.
But it grows really quickly. It's great. That aside from the stripes pulling you along, then this pattern is like, oh, I've got another hole. Ooh, another one's done.
It's lovely,
great,
isn't it?
It's a really good.
So there is a point to all of these designs. I mean, obviously you can use any of the designs for any of the yarns, but it's quite nice to. There's a point to why you've chosen those. That is. I mean, they've done that so well, haven't they?
Their pictures are always just beautiful.
But the yarn is just fab. So there's all the patterns in here. So that's the green woodpecker socks, and loads of pictures, so you can't ever go wrong. Then we've got starling. We haven't got that yarn, but I like the starling. It's very purple, isn't it?
It is.
It's a very glorious purple yarn.
You don't realise quite how purple and green and colourful a starling is. We just think they're little blackbirds that hang about in the garden sometimes, because they're coming back now, aren't they? But,
yeah, that's true. So that's the starling one.
Yeah, and this pattern was designed around a murmuration, because that's what we think about with
starling.
Yes,
we do, yeah.
So the pattern goes down the centre of both socks.
Oh, like that pattern that you would get.
Yeah, so it looks like it goes from one sock to the other a little bit.
Nice. With a chart, obviously. Oh, I can see that, yeah. Because they're moving across.
That's right. And because it's mirrored, then you get textured pieces with plain pieces.
Oh, very
so
nice.
There's movement in the stitches.
That is gorgeous. Love that pattern. Then the next one, is the jay. They're amazing birds, aren't they? Because they're so striking.
They are, they're part of the crow family, and you would think that they were big brash birds like crows are, and they're absolutely not. They're really quite shy, and they flit from tree to tree. So this lace panel, it doesn't quite finish. It starts, and then it starts again, and then it starts.
Oh, because it's flitting.
That's right. So, and I've noticed that with the we get a jay in the garden sometimes, and it goes into one tree, but then it pops out somewhere else. So I thought that was very fitting.
Oh, that is clever. Gosh, this must take you so long to come up with the ideas
Sometimes, and sometimes I think I'm going to do them in a particular order, and then it doesn't work.
And then it doesn't work. Wow!
But you know, they all work out in the end.
And then the final one, which we do have, is the swallow.
Swallow.
And so that's the swallow. But we do have the yarn for the swallow. Sorry, in the graphics, This is only £9.95. This book. Wow, £9.95 for Along the Riverbank book. But the yarn, we do have the swallow yarn. It's very blue and red, isn't it?
Well, swallows are very blue and red,
and isn't that weird? Because you don't, when you see that, I would never think there was that red on them.
No, well, it's actually a sort of peachy.
It is pinky, that's true.
It's not red, because when you first look at it, you think, oh, that's a bit patriotic, but it's not. It's softer. It's more of a blush pink colour, I think. Really, it's ever so nice. Oh. And this one's twisted stitches. It swoops in hourglass swoops like a swallow swoop, don't they?
Yes, that's true. Oh, I like that. It's really nice. I keep looking at these yarns going, which one's my favourite? And I'm really actually kind of
They're going to be all in your bag later.
I know. It's just...
Look at all these pairs of socks that you're going to knit.
Look at all these socks that are waiting to be born. So, on screen at the moment is the swallow yarn. So we have all of the yarns. You only need one ball for a pair of socks. We've got the 2 sock books. And then don't forget I'll just do not the Nutcracker, because the joyous thing about the Nutcracker is you get a free pattern. So if you want £8.95 with the free pattern, that's the brand new Nutcracker. No, I don't want woodpecker, Ben. I want Nutcracker. Thank you very much. Right, so should we talk about needles? Because needles are a bit of a contentious issue, aren't they? In that, what do you have? See, I know what I use because I've tried all the different things.
So what was your favourite then?
Definitely a short circular.
All right. Okay.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
You can get some speed up on a short circular, can't
yes. So you can use, when you knit socks, I can pretend I know what I'm talking about now. You can either use double pointed, where you use like 5 of them and you end up getting all like tangled up and they stick into you.
You're not selling those
not
very
selling
well.
that,
Some people
but
really love these.
That is what put me off knitting socks, because you've got all these needles in a circle, they're all getting tangled up and poking into you.
Lots of people will tell you that they manage
really. No, but that's what put me off doing it.
Yeah, it's more traditional to use double points.
It is.
They do suit some people better. So if you knit with your needle across here.
Yeah, maybe I think I'm just rubbish at it.
No, I don't think you are.
No, I got used to get them all tangled and all sorts. So maybe it's practice.
Perhaps you were too impatient.
Yeah, probably.
It will be practice, and I think the nice thing is that there's a set of needles for everybody.
Well, yeah, that's it. So it depends. If you get put off knitting socks because of double pointed, don't be put off.
No.
If you love using double pointed, you need 2.5 mils.
Yes, 2.5 mils. I recommend for this 4-ply yarn. I cast on with 3 mils.
Yes, but you will also need it. So I do have these. You need 3 mils for casting on.
Just to give a bigger cuff, well, just like a slightly stretchier cuff, and you don't have to. You don't have to use these. Lots of people like to because they are. Oops, that could be my microphone just gone.
Yeah, you've just fallen off.
Yeah, there we go. Well,
I would recommend, because I do this, I would recommend getting the 3 mil double pointed needles just for the cast on. It gives it a bit stretchier.
It makes it easier. It definitely makes it easier.
Get those and then you choose, don't you?
Yes, that's right. So you can either do double points, which are traditional. You can either knit with 4 in a square and then 1, or knit with...
So can we put the 2.5 mil double pointed in, please, Ben? Thank you.
Or you can knit with 3 and then a 4th, and and that's the good thing in case you drop one of them down a seat in a bus or anything like that. You can still keep going even if you don't have 5. So these are really good, and they're also good for people who knit with their needle that way. Because
maybe this is where I'm going wrong.
Yeah, I'm a handlebar knitter. I knit like this, so it doesn't matter to me. But as your sock grows, if you knit this way, and then you're using a short circular, it can get more difficult. But then the nice thing about a short circular is that you've only got one
right, so
one
can we
little
put
needle.
in the short circular? Actually, shall I give you do you need the code? Ends in 53. No, there is another one as well. Yeah, that's it. That's perfect. So that's the right length, and this is important, isn't it?
Yes. 25 centimeters is a really nice length. You can go smaller. Anything smaller makes my hands cramp up, and then I often use one that's slightly bigger. But then you're limited to the number of stitches that you can get on the needle. So 25 centimeters is a really good length to knit for pretty much anybody. So you can have more stitches than the 60 stitches that I cast on. So if you're knitting for bigger feet, then you can fit them all on here. But also if you're knitting for children, then you can fit them on here as well. So the slightly bigger needle that I use, I can't go any smaller because the tips won't bend round. So this is a great size. And lots of people really like the 2 different sizes of tips, so that you'd have the stitches that you're knitting from on your left hand, and then you'd pick from with your right hand. But if you don't like that, then you just turn it around and try again. But it is quite handy to have the 2, and lots of people really like that.
Did you say we didn't have the long ones anymore? Oh, the long ones have gone. Oh, they were bought on pre-order. Everyone had those.
Wow.
So this is if you're using the long...
The magic loop
Yeah,
method.
and I can't get my head around that. So there's no reason why, I just can't. And I like this.
Yeah.
And I think everyone has this. So it's a choice of 3, and everyone has their preferred.
They absolutely do, and I don't think it's ever any problem if you like one better than the other. There are no knitting needle police, so you just pick the one that you like. But also, if you don't like it, then don't panic because you can find another one.
Well, this is what I think I was always put off with. I don't really like all those tangledness of double pointed. But when I discovered that, I thought, well, that suits me.
Well, I was a bit the same. My first socks were on double points, and then when somebody said to me, "You want to try one of those? It'll revolutionise your knitting,ing," and I'm going round and round in these circles thinking, yep, absolutely
it
helps.
does. Right, so that's all the products now. We've got through everything. So what are you going to show us how to do?
Well, what I have brought to show you is, here is the... I'm going to change my specs and then I can see better what I'm showing you. So this is the pattern that's on the front of the Nutcracker sock.
But in green. So you can see it
yes,
better.
I've done it in green so that you can see it better.
So this is the Nutcracker sock, but in plain.
That's right. So these.
I like that.
So this is the cable, and it swirls all the way down. So you repeat it a couple of times. I've got a little copy of the pattern. Here. So. This is my drawn-on version of the pattern. So this is what the chart looks like.
Right.
And so you would repeat this, and then there's a section at the end so that it finishes off. But this first section. You can see where the circles are. So the way that it works and the way that you close off the circles is you do a decrease. So we decrease here down to 5, and then you open it by increasing to 5, and then the grey sections, it actually makes it look very complicated, but actually there's no stitch there, so you can't knit anything, because when you're looking at your knitting there's nothing there, but because we can't accommodate moving stitches in and out on a pattern, then we put no stitches. So the reason I thought I would bring this is just to say, if anybody's looking at this, don't go, I can't do that.
But the pattern is written as well.
Yeah, the pattern's written as well.
It's up to you if you want to follow the
chart.
chart.
That's right. And then I've given you the number of stitches here, so there's only actually 22 stitches working in the pattern, even though it looks like there's more, because these ones don't exist, because it looks like there are 5, but then when it gets to here, then this one here, then the 5 had gone. So what I thought I would do is show you how I do the increase and the decrease, just to close it on and off. Here's magic loop.
Yeah, you're using the magic loop.
I thought it would be flatter to use that.
Yeah, true.
That today. So yes, the thing about magic loop is that you have a loop on either end, so your stitches are safe on this needle that you're working on, and they're always safe on the cable at the back, so you're never going to drop anything. And then you pull the needle tip out so that you've got the loop, and the bulk of this section is in purl. So we're going to do the increased stitch first, because we're at the point where we're about to start a new circle. So I've done my 4 stitches across, and then you can't just increase 5 stitches into one stitch, because it just doesn't work. It makes it look too bulky.
Oh, okay.
So I do it by picking up the bar between these 2 stitches.
Right.
It's quite loose, and then you can knit into the back of that.
Mm.
And then the next stitch, you do a knit, and then a purl, and then another knit, and I choose to knit into the back of that stitch. So that's now giving me another 3 stitches here, so I'm on 4, and then to get the 5th one, I'm going to pick up this bar again and knit into the back of that, and that has given me my 5 stitches, but I've only actually used 1. So that's how you manage to go from
because
looking
you're
like you don't have
using
any.
bar, stitch, bar, you're only using 1 stitch to make 5.
That's right. And then I'm going to go across here. I'll just knit those, because that's that bar going across there. You see, this is the thing about holding the needles. If I held it like this would be much more comfortable. And if I had it in a short circular, I'd have my sock.
Yes,
I was talking to a
yes.
lady the other day who managed to do. How did she do it? She did it a bit like that with a short circular, but it's not always. I mean, she managed extremely well, but it's not something that everybody finds easy. So I wasn't. Oops, hang on, I'm going too far because I'm talking to you. So I would generally say that if you're that knitter, then look at magic loop or double points first. So this is the top of my circle here. What we want to do is close the circle, and these are the 5 stitches that I'm going to decrease. And I absolutely love doing this. This is so clever. So we slip the first 3 stitches.
Yeah.
And then you pass that one over the top, and that's 1 decreased. We put that one back, pass that one over the top, and that's 2 decreased. Put it back again, pass the next one over the top, swap it back onto the left-hand needle and pass it over again, and that's our 5 stitches.
Now I did notice in the
down to
pattern
1.
that there's a link to a YouTube that is said
Oh,
about
good.
this. Because I thought, what does that mean when I just read that, when I showed it to you? There is a handy video on our YouTube channel for the decrease 5 and increase 5 technique.
Well, that will be me doing that.
There you go. So that will be quite useful because that's really interesting, that, isn't it? But they've obviously picked up that this is the thing you need a little tutorial for.
Yeah, that's
there you go.
that's
The
right.
details of that will be on your pattern.
Yeah, so you can see if we look now, then that circle's closed off.
Yes.
And then this one is just about starting. So as we go back round and then we start again, then this one will start to open up and looks like that one. And it looks like it's super complicated because these are just normal cables. So if you've ever done a cable where the stitches cross over each other, that's exactly what that is, except you knit one side and you purl the other side to keep the purl here. But that's nothing that lots of people who've already done cables have never done. It's just this that's new. And because sometimes the written instructions, you read them a few times, you think, oh, do I get that? So, but once you do it, the tech editor Helen that I work with, we spend a while going, does this make sense?
Okay.
Write it again, does this make sense? So hopefully that will make that easy, but we've got the video as well, so
and
everybody
that
can
just
see.
runs, as you can see if I show you here, that cable runs down the centre of the sock, doesn't it?
That's right, that's the same.
When you put it like that.
Yeah, that's the same cable. It goes down the centre, and then the chevrons are here, which you know if you didn't want those, you don't have to incorporate them. But I like the way that it carries the pattern into the foot here, and I think also if you did choose to do it in a different yarn, you wouldn't get a sharp divide between the leg and the foot. It's a nice transition. And then also look, I've done a rolled rib at the top. We've been talking about cuffs sometimes, haven't we? And I did talk about.
Oh, okay.
So
because that's the normal rib on the back.
Yeah, it's just here because I was doing the sample. So what I knitted the first 2 rounds, and then I just did a little bit of rib, but it rolls over. So if you're somebody who's doesn't want your rib to be too tight on your leg, then this is a really good way of.
And how
really
do
good
you do
way of doing
that?
it. You just knit them. So instead of doing when you've cast on, then instead of going straight into the rib, you just knit the first 2 rounds,
right?
And then you go into the rib, and you do need some rib, otherwise the socks will fall down. That's a bit short. I would normally go a little bit longer, but it just rolls over.
So if you do a couple of rows of knit and then go rib, it will roll
that's right.
over.
It rolls over like that. So it's not as tight.
So once you've done that bit of the cable, what happens next?
While you're working on this bit, then you're also doing this bit on the back. This is so good for the grey matter, you know. We're doing a proper use it or lose it with our little grey cells there. So once this bit of the cable, it just keeps going. So here, as you can see, it matches this bit of the pattern, and then you repeat it from here.
So show me how you go on to the next needle. I know you're not doing the pattern because you haven't done it. Because then you're kind of teaching me the long cable method as well.
Oh, look, I've got cat hairs. Everything's got cat hairs in our house. So I've got to the end. Here's my working yarn because I've got to the end. And now because I want to knit on these stitches, then I want the needle tip to be here. So I'm going to pull this back first. And so my stitches are ready to go. I'm going to hold that one really tight, and then I'm going to pull that one out. And then I'm ready to go.
Do you need to move where those joins are? So you know, like with double pointed, you end up with a funny stitch
with a ladder
if you don't
sometimes.
keep moving them.
Yeah, if you're Some people do and some people don't. It seems to just be down to knitting style. You can knit the first 2 stitches a little bit tighter, like you do on double points as well.
Right.
But what you can also do is, if you're just doing a plain sock, then every now and again, if you think you're getting a ladder, I'd just knit an extra couple of stitches and then move the join round.
So it's okay to move.
It's absolutely fine. Yeah, it's more difficult when there's a pattern built in. So if you were doing this and you were it is more difficult. But then I think if you keep pulling, if you make sure that this isn't too loose, this is where the ladder comes from. If this isn't too loose,
right? Okay.
As you go across, and also the other thing that you can do is, instead of,
let me see, just move a little.
Sorry,
bit
just
up.
a bit over.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. So with here is, and normally I'd make the stitch that way, and so that would be a normal knit stitch for me. I'd take the yarn over that way, but if you go that way instead, can you see, instead of bringing it all the way around,
going that way,
if you go that
front
way,
to back,
it makes that shorter.
Oh.
So the actual amount of yarn that you
Does
use
the
from
stitch look the same?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the stitch looks exactly the same. All that happens is that when you come to look at it the next time round, then let me put it this way, then it's mounted the other way, so you'll always be knitting into the back of the stitch.
Right,
but
so you have to straighten it up.
It doesn't. As long as you keep doing that, then it doesn't affect it. It's absolutely fine. And then when you're ready, so that's what I've done with this. It's not quite long enough. It's maybe better to see with this one. I always used to find that I got a line. I'd have a really wide stitch on this last one. So this is what I do now. I when I'm working my rib, the first knit stitch and then the second purl stitch, I do the yarn around the other way, and then so it makes the amount of yarn between the purl stitch and the first knit stitch smaller, and that tightens that stitch up, so it's not loose.
Okay, that's really good, because I would no idea about that. I didn't know that it would look the same or that you could do that.
Well, I never used to do that, and I was actually at a knit and natter group, and I was sitting next to an older lady, and she was
and she always does it with rib.
Yeah, and knitting was beautiful, and I said, "How do you keep that so straight?" She said, "Oh, I do this," and she showed me. I was like, I'm doing that. I'm doing that now. So that's what I do. But it's great. So if you you can do it at any point where you think that there's going to be a line. So you can see a little bit here.
So you do it when you join between needles,
Yeah.
but also you would do it on a rib as well.
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, so when you switch between knit and purl,
yes.
So you can see it's a little bit wider, because I haven't done it there. You see, there's like that stitch is slightly wider than that one. So if I'd wound the yarn around the other way, that would have tightened that up.
Yeah,
because
that makes sense.
It would have been a bit smaller. So what you'll that's how that works. But you could you could choose to. I mean, there's no need to do it on every stitch, but you I don't know. I think if you did it on every stitch, you'd end up in the same situation as you would do the other way around.
Yeah,
wouldn't
see.
you?
So what you
so yeah. Normally I would just knit like that.
Yeah, back to front.
Yeah, that's right. So I'd be going anti-clockwise, won't I, when it goes?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm thinking like back to front.
Yeah, that's right. And then because my needles are right in front of me, this works better with the short circular. You'll have noticed this. So your it's best if your needles are here at 6 o'clock, if you think about a clock.
Yes.
Because if they're at the top at 12 o'clock, then that's how it's really easy to end up with your knitting inside out, because you're always knitting away from yourself. And usually you can just push it back through. But if you knit with your needle tips here at 6 o'clock, then it's much less likely to do that.
This is great for all the knitters out there, who've knitted for ages, and these little things that you never even know about.
Well, there's always something new that we can discover. It's like it was only a couple of years ago that I learned how to do this, and we can get a bit stuck in thinking, well, I've knitted for all these years, I've knitted all these things, there's nothing you can tell me. And I think we're missing out if when we think that, because that's made a big difference to my knitting. And
yeah, absolutely.
So
well, because I would have thought, because it'll change the stitch.
No, it
doesn't.
No, it doesn't. When we get here, I'm not quite sure how easily we can see this, but the stitch is it is round the other way. I might have twisted that one round. So it is round the other way. So you'd put your needle in towards the back, but it doesn't turn it into a twisted stitch because the whole stitch is mounted the other way.
Yes.
Whereas if you wanted to do a twisted stitch on a normally mounted stitch, you'd knit into the back and it would turn it round. So you absolutely wouldn't notice. It just comes out the same. It's just that you don't get the big line. It's great.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Well, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
That's brilliant. And you've got all the socks there, which is all the other. Oh no, these are the other halves.
These are the other halves. Yeah. Do you want?
Oh no, we didn't have the
What do we? I only have it because I haven't got as many feet.
Have was this one. We didn't have the candy cane.
Oh no, we haven't. Oh, we didn't have Robin out either.
No.
With the paper
So
chain
look, there, I
cables.
didn't see that one. I didn't realise you had that. Oh, look at
Oh,
that.
so many socks I've got.
That's lovely. You can really see the candy cane.
Yes, and there's the paper chain cable with this as well.
Right.
So you get this little bar here, which is lovely, but I thought that might be a little bit uncomfortable as it got further down.
Yes,
so
I see what you
just
mean.
It's just rib here, and that makes a nice.
These look
nice
like
stretchy
elf
sock.
socks, don't they?
Yeah.
Don't you reckon?
Yeah, they do. They do that. Yeah, they're great. I love knitting these. I love these little twisty candy canes down them.
They are like elf socks. Right, shall we run through the everything again? Because we've only got a few minutes left. No. Oh, I just said no. I know, but sometimes Ben goes, no, because we've got to do so.
You've talked too much and that's it.
I know, no, we've not. So we will run through everything. So, obviously we'll go the brand new design from, you have your chart.
Yeah, I'll take that
from
away.
the brand new yarn from West Yorkshire Spinners and the brand new design from Christine comes together in the glorious Alexander, because Alexander is the name of the Nutcracker, isn't he?
Yes, Alexander Dumas wrote the original story, which was the Mouse King and the Mouse King and the Nutcracker, I think it was called, and then the ballet was based on that, and then there was another Alexander involved in the choreography.
Oh, I see. So it was the perfect name.
It was the perfect name.
So you get the ball of yarn, £8.95, but you get the free pattern for the Nutcracker. And this is gorgeous. This makes like the best Christmas socks ever. Well, except for the candy cane ones and the Silent Night ones. But this is what the socks will look like. And I mean, Christine has shown you exactly how to do it. It is a very, very information-heavy pattern. There is everything you need to know about that.
Everything.
It's got all the bells and all the whistles, as you would always expect. Then the... we'll go through the pattern book. This one, sorry.
That one there.
We've got so much stuff.
I know,
here.
there's loads of stuff.
The Christmas socks. So if you want to knit Christmas socks for the whole family, but they don't have to be Christmas socks.
No, they don't.
We only have 25 pattern books left though, so if you want one of these, you need to get it in your basket and checked out, both things. But obviously, you can use these for any. They're not Christmassy designs. You can use them for anything, can't you?
They're for anything.
It's the yarn that's the Christmas.
Yeah, the yarn came out at Christmas, but you could wear these any time.
And they are lovely, lovely to work from. The other pattern is along the riverbank, and then we'll go through all the yarns. So that's 4 different sock designs. And again, you can use any of the yarns for these, but the sock designs themselves are gorgeous. Right, now all the yarns. Well, we did the Nutcracker.
Right, okay. Swallow?
Right, let's start. Swallow. Perfect for socks. They should put not only for socks, shouldn't they?
Yeah. Well,
not just for socks.
No, you see, I'm super biased. It needs to say perfect for socks.
It should say perfect for socks and then in brackets, not just for socks.
Perfect for socks and everything else.
And anything else that's full ply. So that's the swallow.
Green woodpecker.
Green woodpecker. Perfect for socks.
Perfect for socks.
And honestly, if you haven't knitted with West Yorkshire Spinner yarns, you are in for a treat.
It's so good for...
It's so good.
But for first socks, because you want a quality yarn that if you have to keep ripping it out, it's not...
Believe me, I have undone a lot of my socks.
So it's
and
perfect.
It doesn't care.
No, it absolutely doesn't. Hollyberry.
Hollyberry.
And
it's not Halle Berry, it's Hollyberry. You said Halle Berry.
I've got all the specs as well as all the socks. Candy cane.
Candy cane. Oh, let's have the candy cane sock. We'll do them together. Candy cane. That's what it makes. When I bought new yarn recently for my socks, I googled the picture so I could find a picture of the finished sock because that's important.
It's good to see,
so that's what will happen.
Yes.
Candy cane.
Yep.
Silent Night.
Silent Night. And that's how that one knits up.
There we go. That's Silent Night. There we go. Next.
Fairy Lights.
Oh, Silent Night sold out. What about fairy lights? Are we all right with fairy lights? Yeah, we're fine for fairy lights. But we've only got 12. 12 fairy lights left. And 19 in baskets. You do the maths. You need to check out Robin. I love Robin.
There we go.
He's gorgeous, isn't he? He's a very country sock.
Oh, he is.
Isn't
Yeah,
he? He's a country sock.
Oh, he's cosy finers and
yes.
And, you know.
And then Holly. Well, we did Holly
Yeah,
Berry.
we've done Holly Berry.
I think we've done them all.
We've just got too many socks
We've just
everywhere.
got too many socks. Thank you so much, Christine. It's been a joy having you back. I'm going to have to send you a picture of my socks. Thank you for joining me today. Very quickly, tomorrow on Sewing Street presenting is Stuart. He will be in at 8 o'clock doing fabulous fabrics. And Ben says they are fabulous. Looking forward to those then. 9 o'clock, he will be in with Becky Swarm from Crafters Companion doing Crafters Animal Applique templates, special deals. 10 o'clock, Christmas fabrics and storage. Is that Christmas storage or just Christmas fabrics? Oh, no way. Brand new Christmas storage. I bet that's nice. I bet that's nice. I love Christmas storage. 11 o'clock and Becky will be back with multimedia nesting dies, special offers. And at 12 o'clock it's all about bag making essentials. How exciting. Well, thank you so much for joining me today. And Christine and Adam and my dress. And quick one, what? Oh yes, sorry, before we forget, Shop to Win. We have been doing, because it's my 3-year anniversary, we have been doing a special Shop to Win. Every hour there's a prize. Anybody who puts something in their basket and checks out is put into the prize draw. There's a new prize every hour. So we are nearly about to finish the 12 o'clock prize. So quickly check out. You will be in the Shop to Win competition and the winners will be announced by Stuart tomorrow. Thank you for joining me today. I will see you at Sunday. Actually, I'm here on Sunday. Have a lovely week. It's supposed to be nice and hot. Make sure you stay inside and keep cool. And I'll see you next week.